History of the English People, Index. By John Richard Green. Index. Abbot George, Archbishop of Canterbury 4. 341. His Puritanism v. 90. Protests against Lady Essex's divorce, 191. Pleads for help for the Elector Palatine, 218. Suspended, 255. Abelard I, 283, 285. Abercrombie, General 7. 266. Abercrombie, Sir Ralph 8. 140, 165. Aberdeen sacked by Montrose 6. 23. Aberfraw, Princes of 2. 46, 108. Abergavenny besieged by Owen Glyndwr 3. 11. Abergavenny, Edward Neville, First Lord 3. 114. Abergavenny, George Neville, 10th Lord 7. 23. Abermany, English fleet repulsed from 2. 54. Abhorrers 6. 314. Abingdon, Abbey of, its relations with Oxford I. 306 to 308. Abingdon, James Bertie, 1st Earl of 7. 23. Aboukir, Battle of 8. 141. Acadia, strife of French and English in 7. 242, 243. Accursi, Francesco 2. 102. Aclea, Battle of I. 103. Acre, Siege of 8. 141. Statutes. Adam of Usk 2. 178. Adamnant's Life of St. Columba I. 8. Adams, John 7. 281. Sidmouth. Addison, Joseph 7. 158, 159, 292. Adela, daughter of William the Conqueror, I. 214. Adelard of Bath, I. 282, 293. Admonition to the Parliament 4. 296. Adrian 4, Pope, I. 250. Adrian 6, Pope 3. 249. Elfie, Archbishop of Canterbury, I. 142. Translation of 145. Alfred, King of Wessex, I. 105. His struggle with the Northmen, 106, 107. Treaty with them, 107. Character, 107 to 110. Rule, 111, 112. Literary and educational work, 113 to 115. Organization of Fleet and FYRD, 116. Second Struggle with Northmen, IB, 117. Death, 117. Asser's Life of 5. Sayings of, 278, 280. Elfred, son of Ethelred II, I. 147, 148. Alfric, Ealdorman of Central Wessex, I. 140. Aella, King of Dara, I. 52, 53. L. King of the South Saxons, I. 34. S. King of Kent, I. 49. Ethelbald, King of Mercia, I. 90, 96. Ethelbald, King of Wessex, I. 103. Ethelbert, King of Kent, I. 56, 57, 59, 62, 65. Ethelbert, King of Wessex, I. 103. Ethelfled, Lady of the Mercians, I. 117, 118. Ethelgifu, mother-in-law of King Eadwig, I. 136, 137. Ethelfrith, King of Northumbria, I. 60, 62. Etheling the I. 11. Ethelred, King of Mercia, I. 89. Ethelred I. King of Wessex, I. 103 to 105. Ethelred II, King, I. 139 to 141. Ethelred, Ealdorman of Mercia, I. 117. Ethelric, king of Bernicia, I. 52, 53, 60. Ethelstan, king, I. 119, 120. Ethelwerd Chronicle, I. 5. Ethelwine, Ealdorman of East Anglia, I. 139, 140. Ethelwulf, king of Wessex, I. 103. Agenois dispute about 2. 197, 198, 209, 219. Agincourt, Battle of 3. 30-32. Agitators, Council of 6. 52, 53, 57. Agriculture, changes in, under Elizabeth IV. 278. Aidan, St. I. 69-71. Aids, feudal, 2. 104. Free, 152, 153. Aiguillon. Taken by the Earl of Derby, 2. 234. Besieged by John of France, IB, 235. Ilaby, Chancellor of the Exchequer, 7. 192. Aix-la-Chapelle, Peace of 6. 250, 7. 231. Albany Robert, 1st Duke of 3. 9, 16. Albany Alexander, 3rd Duke of 3. 232. Protector of Scotland, 235. Struggle with Margaret, 247, 248. Rutland. Monk. Albemarle, Stephen, Count of, I. 192. Alberoni, Cardinal, 7. 186-188. Albigenses, 2. 735. Albinus, friend of Beda, I. 94. Alcuin, letters of I. 4. Alderman of a guild, I. 299. Aldfrith, king of Northumbria, I. 91. Aldgate, priory of Holy Trinity at I. 223. Alençon. William the Conqueror's vengeance on I. 179. Reduced by Henry v. 3. 33. Anjou. Alexander III, Pope, I. 235. Alexander I, Tsar of Russia, 8. 164, 180, 198, 202. Alexander III, King of Scots, 2. 135. Alfred of Beverley, I. 246. Alfion founds St. Giles, Cripplegate, I. 223. Algiers bombarded by Blake, 6. 116. Allen, Dr. William, 4. 307, 310, 353, 354. His Defense of the English Catholics, 354. Allen, Joseph, 6. 223. Alliance, Grand, 7. 49. Its success, 79, 80, 88. Breaks up, 89. The second, 107. Triple, 6. 249, 7. 185. Almanza, Battle of 7. 134. Alva, Ferdinand Alvarez, Duke of 4. 225, 257, 258, 298, 300, 335. Amboise. Conspiracy of 4. 175. Edict of 217. America. Early settlements in 4. 329, 330, 345. Puritan emigration to v. 308 to 314, 319, 320. English colonies in 7. 236. Their progress 237. Slavery in IB. Education in 238. Their political condition 239, 240. Relations with England 241, 243, 244. Strife with the French 249. Pitt's policy in 266. Relations with England after the 7 Years' War, 280 to 283. Bute's policy towards 310, 311. Grenville's 320, 321, 326. English and American theories of their relation to England, 320 to 325. Renewed attempt at taxation of 8. 14. War with England, 22 to 2632. French settlements in 7. 232, 242, 243. Ceded to England, 307. Spanish conquests in 4. 329, 330. English trade with 7. 216. United States of declare their independence 8. 24. Alliance with France 28. Peace with England 41. Importance of their independence 42 to 44. Increase of their carrying trade through the continental system 177. Embargo on trade with Europe 182. Pass an act of non-intercourse with England and France 183. Repeal it 184. Cease intercourse with Great Britain 192. War with England 198, 203 to 205. Amherst, General 7. 266, 267, 269. Amiens. Mice of 2. 68. Peace of 8. 167. Ancram Moor Battle of 4. 29. Anderida, Pevensey, destroyed by Saxons I. 34. André Bernard, His Life of Henry VII. 3. 83. Andersweld the I. 33. Attacked by Northmen 116. Andrews Lancelot, Bishop of Winchester v. 267. Aneurin 2. 4953. Angelnye 9. Anglesey. Conquered by Edwin I. 63. Reduced by an English fleet 2. 109. English routed in 120. Angoulême. Taken by Henry of Derby 2. 234. Regained by John of Normandy IB. Angoumois. Restored to Edward III 2. 266. Won by Du Guesclin 287. Angus Archibald Douglas, 6th or 9th Earl of 3. 231, 4. 22, 29, 52. Anhalt, Christian Duke of V. 177. Documents for early history of I. 7. Counts of 208 to 213. Conquered by Philip Augustus, 269. Cession of 2. 63. Anjou Francis Duke of 4. 313, 316, 336 to 338, 348. Henry III. Anjou René Duke of 3. 61. Anlaf, the Sea King, I. 120. Annals Angli Edi Scotii, I. 274. Annals Cambrai, I. 7. And daughter of James, Duke of York 6. 309, 7. 28. Forsakes her father 42. Relations with the Churchills 109 to 111. Queen 112. Her bounty 123. Resistance to the Whigs 133. Temper and policy 135, 136. Breaks with the Duchess of Marlborough 138. Threat to the Electress Sophia 144. Dismisses Oxford 145. Dies 146. And of Bohemia, wife of Richard II, 2. 348, 367. And of Cleves, wife of Henry VIII, 3. 351, 4. 17. Anselm St. 193 to 196. Archbishop of Canterbury, 196. Struggle with William Rufus, IB, 197. Recalled, 199. Crowns Matilda, 200. Supports Henry I, 201. Antonio Don, claimant of Portugal, 4. 367. Antwerp. Its trade with England, 4. 257. Refugees from, 305, 324. Sacked, 310. Surrenders to Parma, 349. Appeal, Court of, 256. Appeals to the Pope, 2. 222. Protest of Edward III. Against, 274. Forbidden, 3. 302. From Scotland, Edward I's claim to, 2. 140. Appellant the Lords, 2. 353, 354, 371. Henry Fitzempress's relations with, 226, 233. Revolts against Richard I, 263. Secured by Eleanor for John, 268. Submits to Philip Augustus, 270. Edward III. Does homage for, 2. 209. Granted him in full sovereignty, 266. Change in its attitude towards the English king, 280. Relations with Spain, 282. Rejects the hearth tax, 285. Its barons appeal to France, IB. Regained by France, 287, 288. Granted by Richard II. To John of Gaunt, 369. Guienne. Archangel, discovery of 4. 283. Archers, the English, 2. 241, 242, 3. 31. Architecture. Under Edward I, 2. 105, 106. Domestic, its development, under Elizabeth, 4. 285 to 287. Arcola, Battle of 8. 123. Arcot seized by Clive, 7. 235. Argyll, Archibald Campbell, 4th Earl of 4. 114. Argyll, Archibald Campbell, 5th Earl of 4. 223, 230, 245, 260. Lorne. His relations with Charles I, 363, 364. Defeated at Inverlochi, 6. 38. Restored to power, 63. Proclaims Charles II. King, 71. Death, 181, 7. 8. Argyll, Archibald Campbell, 9th Earl of 7. 8, 9. Argyll, John Campbell, 2nd Duke of 7. 146, 183. Aristotle, Edmund Rich Lectures on, 288, 293. Arkwright Richard 8. 60. All's Kingdom of, 262. Bennett. Secretary of State 6. 245. Policy in Triple Alliance, 248, 250. Charles's confidant in the Treaty of Dover, 258. Dismissed, 281. Arlada, mother of William the Conqueror, 157. Armada, the Spanish. Its gathering, 4. 344. Sails, 356. Off the Lizard, 357. Its force, 360. Reaches Calais, 361. Its flight, 362. Ruin, 363. Its results, 364, 365. The second v. 60. Armagnac Bernard, Count of 3. 16, 17. Arminians the v. 114, 266. Arms a size of I. 257. Its double character 2. 240. The feudal, its composition 2. 239. Raised by the Parliament against Charles I. 6. 1. Of the Associated Counties 8, 13, 18. The New Model 35 to 37. Its character and policy 50 to 52. Seizes the King 53. Its humble representation IB 54. Marches on London IB. Negotiates with the Parliament 54. With the King 55. Enters London 56. Resolves to bring Charles to account 61. Invades Scotland 62. Demands justice on the King 64. Struggle with the Parliament 65, 66. Mutiny in 75. Petitions for a new Parliament 87. Struggle with the Rump 89. Recalls the Rump 149. Drives it out again 150. Relations with Monk 150, 151. Its dissolution 153. Charles II, S. 182, 183, 7. 4. Increased by James II, 11. Catholic officers in 14, 15. Parliament's control over it established 7. 61. Reduced under William III, 97. Increased again 105, 107. Army Plot v. 359, 360. Arnold, General 8. 23. Aaron, James Hamilton, 2nd Earl of 4. 26, 199. Heiress, Treaties of 3. 56, 120, 170. Artevelde, Jacques van 2. 227, 233. Artevelde, Philip van 2. 349. Arthur, Leader of the Britons I. 34. Legends of 246, 247, 2. 57. Arthur of Brittany I. 247, 260, 268. Arthur, son of Henry VII, 3. 186, 187. Articles of Religion, 1536, 3. 333, 337, 338. 5, 4. 156. 42, 59, 160. 6, 3. 346. Repealed 4. 48. 39, 59, 216. Magistrates and public officers compelled to subscribe to 273. Subscription of ministers to v. 156. 3 Whitgifts 4. 341, 342, v. 115, 116. Articles Lords of the 4. 228. Artillery. First instance known of its use in field warfare 2. 237. Results of its introduction 3. 95, 96. Arundel, Thomas, Bishop of Ely 2. 352. Archbishop of Canterbury, 367, 370, 371, 373. Persecuting tendencies 3. 4. Urges Richard II's death 7. Prevents confiscation of church property 15, 21. Removed from the Chancellorship 25. Convicts Lord Cobham of heresy 27. Arundel, Richard Fitzalan, 4th Earl of 2. 353, 367, 370, 371. Arundel, Henry Fitzalan, 12th Earl of 4. 173, 267, 268. Arundel, Thomas Howard, 14th Earl of V. 248. Arundel of Wardour, Henry, 3rd Lord 6. 256, 296, 7. 20. Ascombe, Roger 4. 134, 135. Ashdown, Battle of I. 105. Cooper. Opposes the Act of Uniformity, 208. Character, 216, 217. Policy, 218, 219. Chancellor of the Exchequer, 245. Change in his attitude on the question of toleration, 252. Advises a dissolution, 253. Schemes of toleration, 259. Attitude towards war with Holland, 260. Shaftesbury. Ascendant Battle of I. 143. Assembly, the French National, 8. 86. Asser I. 5. 113. Assize. Of Arms I. 257. Of Clarendon, 238. Of the Forest, 267. Of Northampton, 255. Astley, Sir Jacob 6. 42. Aston, Sir Arthur 6. 76. Athelney. Elfred at I. 106. Abbey at 114. Athenry, Battle of 2. 376. Athlone captured by the English, 3. 329. Atterbury, Francis, Bishop of Rochester, 7. 167. Audley, James Touchet, Lord, 3. 74. Aughrim, Battle of 7. 73. Augsburg. Conference at 4. 21. Treaty of 7. 27. Augustine, St., Archbishop of Canterbury, I. 57 to 59. Austerlitz, Battle of 8. 173. Australia 7. 278. Austria, Charles, Archduke of 4. 193, 195. Austria, Don John of 4. 310 to 312. Auxerre, Battle near 3. 39. Avaux, Count of 7. 59. Avesbury, Robert of 2. 177. Avignon, the Pope's at 2. 216, 217, 221, 224. Avowal, the V. 268. Avranches taken by Henry V. 3. 33. Axholme, the Disinherited at 2. 84-85. Aylesford, Battle of I. 33. Aylmer John 4. 119. Ayrshire Rising in 6. 62. Babington Anthony 4. 351, 352. Bacon Francis v. 46 to 55. His political career, 222 to 224. Last year's, 225. Life of Henry VII, 3. 83. Bacon, Sir Nicholas 4. 152. Bacon Roger I. 293, 2. 14 to 19. His Opus Majus, 19 to 21. Bathurst stormed 8. 199. Badbury Battle of I. 34. Badby Thomas 3. 22. Badlesmere Lady 2. 195. Beda I. 91 to 95. His History 494. Bailey's Letters v. 73. Bale, Bishop of Ossory 4. 63, 109, 119, 128, 129. Ball John 2. 268, 269, 318, 319, 336. Balliol, Edward. Acknowledged as King of Scots at the English Court, 2. 204. Seizes the crown, 210. Driven out, 211. Restored, 212. Withdraws to England, 213, 214. Resigns, 253. Balliol John, claimant of the Scottish crown, 2. 136. King, 138. Resists Edward's claim to receive appeals, 140. Alliance with France, 160. Defies Edward, 161. Surrenders IB. Released and goes to France, 170. Balmerino, Arthur Elphinston, 6th Lord, 7. 230. Bamborough. Founded by Ida I, 52. Attacked by Penda, 71. Bancroft, Archbishop of Canterbury, 4. 341, v. 156, 165. Bank of England founded, 7. 86. Suspends specie payments, 8. 126. Bankers foreign in England, under Edward I, 2. 106, 107. Expelled, 189. Bannockburn Battle of 2. 192, 193. Bantry Bay Battle in 7. 68. Baptists, Rise of the 6. 28. Barber John 2. 177. Barberry Hill, Battle of I. 37. Bardolph Thomas Lord 3. 1819. Bards the Welsh 2. 53 56 3. 11. Barebones Praise God 6. 95. Barge Men of Oxford I. 308. Barham Down Muster at I. 333, 2. 74. Barillon, French Ambassador in England, 6. 298. Barlow, Bishop of St. David's, 3. 336. Barnes Robert 3. 262. Barnet, Battle of 3. 142. Barnwell, Annals of I. 174, 273. Barons. Their struggle with William I. 188 to 190. With William Rufus, 191, 192. With Henry I. 201, 202. Misdoings under Stephen, 220, 221. Henry II.'s dealings with, 233. Change in their attitude towards Crown and people, 325. Relations with John, 332, 338, 339, 343. Alliance with the Welsh against him, 2. 55. Meeting at St. Edmunds I, 344. At Brackley, 346. Rise in Arms IB, 347. Confer with John at Runnymede, 347. Excommunicated by Innocent III, 354. Call Louis of France to their aid, 355. Feudal party among 2. 4 or 5. Refuse an aid to the Pope, 27. Refuse subsidies to Henry III, 34-35. Their plan of reform, 37-38. League against Henry III, 59-60. Expel the foreigners, 62. Their rule, IB, 63. Divisions among, 64. Rise in arms, 67. Submitto arbitration, 68. Victory at Lewes, 70-71. Position after the war, 114. Relations with Edward I, 115 to 117. Decrease in numbers, 146, 147. Struggle with Edward I, 164 to 166. Relations with Edward II, 184, 190. Under Edward III, relations with the Crown, 293. With the Church, 294. Their decline 394 to 96. Effect of the French War on 103, 104. New race of, under Henry VIII, 4. 1341. The Northern, plot against Elizabeth 4. 266, 267. Rise 268. Defeated 269. Greater and lesser 2. 145. Of the Exchequer, 206. Of London, 319. Barrier, the Dutch, 7. 102, 182. Barrow Isaac, 6. 167. Bartholomew's Day, St. The English, 6. 209. The French, 4. 299. Basing House, Siege of 6. 42. Ball, Treaty of 8. 111. Bassano, Battle of 8. 123. Bassett, Philip, 2. 66. Bassett, Thomas, 345. Bastille, Capture of the 8. 83. Bastwick, John, v. 329. Bates's Case, v. 161. Bath, the Thanes of Wessex submit to Swain at, 143. Bath, Henry de 2. 33. Battle Abbey, 164. Bauge, Battle of 3. 36. Botzen, Battle of 8. 201. Bavaria, Maximilian, Duke of V. 177, 219. Bavaria, Maximilian Emmanuel, Elector of 7. 101, 102. Bavaria, Joseph, Electoral Prince of 7. 92-94. Baxter, Richard. His Address to Richard Cromwell, 6. 147. His Eminence as Controversialist and Pastor, 210. His Account of the Expelled Clergy, 222. Supports a Scheme of Comprehension, 252. Refuses the Indulgence, 7. 22. His Autobiography, 6. 157. Bayeux. Surrendered to Henry v. 3. 33. Northman of, 155, 156. Balin, surrender of French troops at 8. 186. Bayonne submits to Charles 7. 3. 69. Beachy Head, Battle of 7. 75. Beaton, Cardinal 4. 24, 33, 34. Beecham, Edward Seymour Lord v. 66, 121. Regent of France 60. Somerset. Beaufort, Henry, Bishop of Winchester. Chancellor 3. 25-43. Struggle with Humphrey of Gloucester 44. Cardinal and Legate I.B. Supports Bedford 55. Retires 59. Somerset. Beaujeu N of 3. 170, 171. Beaumont, Henry I.'s Palace of, at Oxford I. 284, 307. Beck School of, I. 159. Beckford, Alderman 7. 256. Bedford. Reduced by Edward the Elder, I. 119. Castle of, besieged by Hubert de Burgh 2. 5. Bedford John Duke of 3. 38. Regent of France 39. Alliance with Burgundy IB. Victories in France IB 40. Difficulties 44-45. Rule in Normandy 55. Death 56. Russell. Bedford Francis Russell, 4th Earl of V. 358. Bedford William Russell, 5th Earl of 6. 1. Bedford John Russell, 4th Duke of 7. 242, 315, 317, 8. 416. Bedloe, William, 6. 297. Biquet, Gilbert, I. 225, 303. Agent of Archbishop Theobald, 226. Chancellor, 232. Archbishop of Canterbury, 235. Regex Constitutions of Clarendon, 236. At Council of Northampton, 237. Flight IB. Struggle with Henry II, 239. Returns to England, 240. Murdered, 241. Canonized IB. Henry's penance at his shrine, 255. His shrine desecrated, 344. Belezum, Robert of, I. 201, 202, 247. Belho, Battle of 329. Belazis, John, First Lord, 6. 256, 296, 720. Bellingham, Sir Edward, 4. 110. Bellingham, John, 8. 196. Benedict, 12. Pope, 2. 218, 219. Benedict Biscop, I. 79, 91, 92. Benedict of Peterborough, I. 174, 244. Benevolences. Under Edward IV, 3. 152. Declared illegal, 168. Levied again, 171, 177. Extension under Wolsey, 244, 251. Resisted, 251, 252. Again demanded, 34. Demanded by James I. The 197, 198, 229. By Charles I. 253. Bengal, Clive's successes in 7. 261. Arlington. Bensington, Battle of I. 98. Bentham, Jeremy 8. 195. Bjorn, nephew of Roe Godwine I. 150, 151. Beornwulf, King of Mercia I. 102. Beowulf, Song of I. 24 to 26. Bergerac taken by Henry of Derby 2. 234. Berkeley Castle, Edward II. Murdered in 200. Berkeley, Sir Robert v. 331, 351. Berlin Decree, Napoleon's 8. 176. Bernicia. Conquered by the English, I. 52. By Edwin, 62. Recalls the line of Ethelfrith, 66. Struggle against Penda, 71, 72. Bernicians conquered Dara, I. 52, 53. Bertha of Paris, wife of Ethelbert of Kent, I. 57. Berwick. Stormed by Edward I. 2. 160, 161. Parliament at 162. Captured by Bruce, 194. By Edward III, 2. 211, 212. Its peculiar political position, 212. Recaptured by the Scots, 259, 263. Pacification at v. 337. Berwick, James Fitzjames, Duke of 7. 119, 134. Beverley, Peasant Revolt at 2. 324. Bible. Wycliffe's translation of 2. 178, 343. Tyndall's 3. 259 to 261. Its circulation forbidden, 290. Coverdale's, 334, 335. Misuse of, 344. Its popularity v. 82. Literary influence, 83, 84. Social influence, 84, 85. Religious influence, 85. The Geneva 4. 128. Forbidden v. 296. Biblemen. 3. 96. Bidasoa, Battle on the 8. 202. Bigod Roger, 2nd Earl of Norfolk, I. 343. Bigod Roger, 4th Earl of Norfolk 2. 45. Bigod Roger, 5th Earl of Norfolk 2. 164 to 166. Bigod Hugh Justiciar 2. 60, 64, 66. Bigor restored to Edward 3. 2. 266. Billericay Villagers of Resist Richard 2. 2. 332. Bilney Thomas 3. 262. Byrinus St. Bishop in Wessex, I. 71. Birmingham, its rise 7. 196. Bishoprics, new, erected under Henry VIII. 4. 13. Bishops. Excluded from state offices 2. 302. Denounce Old Castle and the Lollards 3. 27. Mode of appointment 307, 308. Position under Henry VIII. 308. Under Edward VI. IB 4. 60. Proposal to exclude them from the House of Lords v. 354, 355, 371. Excluded 377. Restored 6. 204. Position under the George 7. 171, 172. The 730-31. In Scotland, their position under Knox v. 137. Abolished 140. Restored 143, 166, 167. Bishop's War. The v. 341 to 343. Black Book, the of 1536 3. 310. Black Death, the 2. 252 to 254, 266, 288. Its social results 254, 255. Blackfriars. Council at 2. 339. Trial of Henry VIII. S. Divorce at 3. 276. First Public Theatre at v. 22. Blacklow Hill, Gaveston beheaded on 2. 190. Blake Robert. His Defense of Taunton 6. 78. Commands the fleet against Rupert IB. Fights with Tromp and Reuter 86, 88. Bombards Algiers 116. Victory at Santa Cruz 124. Outrage on his corpse 201. Blanchard Allen 3. 33-34. Blanche of Bourbon, wife of Pedro of Castile 2. 282. Blanche take Fort of 2. 236. Blenheim, Battle of 7. 120 to 122. Blondel, de Reduction Normandie 2. 179. Bloody Circuit, the 7. 10-11. Blorheath, Battle of 3. 74. Blunt, Sir Thomas 2. 200. Blucher, Marshal 8. 207, 210. Boat, an Old English, found in Sleswick, I. 27, 28. Boatman, of London, I. 308. Bohemia, Protestant Rising in, v. 216 to 219. Bohun, Henry de, 1st Earl of Hereford, I. 343. Bohun, Henry de 2. 192. Bullen and 3. 267, 270, 273, 288. Mary's Henry 8, 303. Crowned IB. Beheaded 323. Bullen George 3. 267. Wiltshire. Bolingbroke, Roger 3. 58. St. John. His scheme of a treaty of commerce, 142. Rivalry with Harley, 143. His schism bill IB. Appoints Jacobites to office, 145. Flies to the Pretender, 168. Becomes his Secretary of State, 183. Returns to England, 204. Withdraws again IB. Bologna, University of I, 282. Bombay ceded to England, 6. 192, 7. 232. Boniface St. Letters of I, 4. Boniface 8. Pope 2. 163, 170, 217, 224. Boniface of Savoy, Archbishop of Canterbury, 2. 3272. Bonner, Bishop of London, 4. 74, 89, 95, 97. Sets up Bibles in St. Paul's, v. 82. Bordeaux. Parliament of Gascony at 2. 285. Richard II. Born at 306. Surrenders to Charles 7. 3. 6871. Born Bertrand de I. 263. Borodino, Battle of 8. 200. Boroughbridge, Battle of 2. 195. Their development after Norman conquest, I. 177. Farm of 2. 152. Representation in Parliament, 73, 121, 152 to 154. Reluctance to attend, 155. Restriction of franchise in, 3. 99 to 101. New, created under the Tudors, 4. 234, 235. Change in character of their representatives, 234, 235. Qualification of members, 4. 235. The 5, I. 117, 120. Towns. Bournemouth the I. 296. Boscawen, Admiral, 7. 266. Boston, outrage of barons on merchants at 2. 116. Boston, Massachusetts. Its foundation, v. 310, 311. Occupied by British troops, 8. 14. Tea riots at 1718. Siege of 22, 23. Bosworth Field, Battle of 3. 172. Bothwell, James Hepburn, Earl of 4. 226, 229. Plots against Darnley, 242, 243. Contrives his death, 244. Charged with murder I.B. Marries Mary, 245. Flies, 246. Boulogne. Captured by Henry VIII, 4. 30. Restored to France, 33, 57. Napoleon's camp at 8. 170, 171. Bourbon, Cardinal of 4. 348, 369, 372. Bourbon, Charles, Duke of 3. 246, 247, 269. Bouvines. Battle of I. 342. Besieged by Flemings, 2. 234. Bow the English, 2. 241, 242. Boxley, Miraculous Rood at 3. 343. Boyle, Robert, 6. 166. Boyne, Battle of the 7. 71. Boys, the 7. 204, 226, 249. Brabant, John 3, Duke of 2. 227, 244. Brabant, John 4, Duke of 3. 42, 43, 45. Brackley, Barons Meet at I. 346. Braddock, General, 7. 245. Bradford on Avon, Battle of I. 87. Bradford John 4. 132. Bradshaw John 6. 66, 91, 101. Outrage on his corpse 201. Bradwardine Thomas 2. 276. Bramber, Sir Nicholas 2. 353. Bramham Moor, Battle of 3. 19. Brandywine, Battle of 8. 25. Browse, William de I. 332. Brute Fox de 2. 4, 5. Brecknock. Stormed by Ethelflaed, I. 118. Mortimer routed at 2. 88. Breda. Declaration of 6. 152. Treaty of 241, 243, 247. Breitenfeld Battle of v. 275. Bremen Quarrel about 7. 188, 189. Brentford captured by Prince Rupert 6. 3. Breslau Treaty of 7. 223. Brest. Held by England 2. 316. Restored to Brittany 368. Brittany Peace of 2. 266. Brewer or Brewer, William, I. 345, 2. 6. Breeze Pierre de 3. 121. Bribery, Parliamentary, its beginnings 6. 285, 300. Bryce's Day St. Massacre of, I. 141. Bridgeman, Sir Orlando 6. 184. Bridgewater, John Edgerton, 1st Earl of V. 305. Bridgewater, Francis Edgerton, 3rd Duke of 8. 55. Brigham, Treaty of 2. 135. Brittenouth, Ealdorman of East Anglia, I. 139. Brindley, James 8. 55-56. Bristol. Its slave trade I. 250. Surrender to Henry of Lancaster 3. 18. Protestant martyrs at 4. 96. Trade with Ireland 282. Surrender to Rupert 6. 12. To the Parliament 41. Prosperity under Walpole 7. 196. Bristol, George Digby, 2nd Earl of 6. 221. Britain. Its condition under the Romans, I. 2930. Legions withdrawn from 31. Attacked by Picts, Scots and Saxons IB. Becomes England, 39, 138. English conquest of, its peculiar character, 39 to 44. Authorities 4 3. Britain, Great United Kingdom of 7. 128. Brittany. Submits to William the Conqueror, I. 158. War of Succession in 2. 233, 248. Coast harried by an English fleet 3. 16. Relations with France and England 166, 171, 179, 180. Brittany and of 3. 179, 180. Brittany John Duke of 2. 315. Defeated by Jutes in Kent I. 33. Their stubborn resistance 40 to 42. Alliance with Penda 66. Of Cumbria, defeated by Ethelfrith 60, 61. By Ecgfrith 87. Of Strathclyde, their struggle with Ethelfrith 60. Submit to Edward the Elder 119. Brock Ranulph de I. 241. Broy General 7. 264. Brooke Robert Grieville, 2nd Lord v. 320, 354, 6. 7. Brooklyn, Battle of 8. 24. Brothers of the Pen 3. 154. Brown Robert v. 117. Brown William, Martyr under Mary 4. 95. Browne, Archbishop of Dublin, 3. 341, 342, 4. 62, 63. Browne, William, His Pastorals v. 304. Brownists v. 117, 308. King of Scotland, 210. Driven out, 211, 212. Goes to France, 213. Returns, 214, 229. Prisoner, 243. Released, 263. Dies, 286. Bruce Edward II. 376. Bruce Robert, Claimant of Scotland II. 136. Bruce Robert, Earl of Carrick II. 161, 170. Bruce Robert, grandson of the claimant, 2. 172. Kills Comyn of Badenoch, 173. Crowned IB. Put to flight, 174. Character and Adventures, 183, 184. His successes, 191 to 194. Disabled by leprosy, 204. Acknowledged as king by England, 206. Dies, 210. Bruges. Negotiations at 2. 303. Guild of St. John at 3. 154. Caxton at 155. Brunanburh, Battle of I. 120. Brune, General 8. 140. Brunswick, Charles William, Duke of 8. 101. Brunswick, Ferdinand, Prince of 7. 263, 264, 302. Brute, Chronicle of the Caxton's edition of 3. 157. Brute Wai-Tywasojan I. 7. Bringlas, Battle of 3. 1113. Buchan, Isabel, Countess of 2. 173. Buchan, Constable of 3. 39. Buchanan, George v. 124. Buckingham, Henry Stafford, Duke of 3. 163, 164, 166 to 168. Buckingham, Edward Stafford, Duke of 3. 242. Villiers. Relations with Bacon, 222, 225. Goes with Charles to Madrid, 232. Returns, 233. His mastery over James, 235. Policy, 236 to 238. Relations with Charles I, 244. Failure of his plans, 247. Impeached, 250. Urges the forced loan, 255. Expedition to La Rochelle, 259. Slain, 265. Buckingham, George Villiers, 2nd Duke of 6. 163, 165. In Cabal Ministry, 245, 253. Negotiations with Louis, 258. Dismissed, 281. Committed to the Tower, 288. Bulmer, Lady 3. 325. Bungay Friar 3. 97. Bunkers Hill, Battle of 8. 22. Bunyan, John v. 103, 104, 6. 262 to 265. His Pilgrim's Progress, 265 to 267. Refuses the indulgence 7. 22. Bonaparte, Jerome 8. 185. Bonaparte, Joseph 8. 185, 186, 200. Bonaparte, Louis 8. 185. Campaign in Italy, 122, 123, 125. Marches on Vienna, 125. Designs on India, 131. Conquers Malta and Egypt, 132. Campaign in Syria, 141. Victory at Abukir IB. First Consul, 142. Victory at Marengo IB. His policy and aims, 146, 147, 158, 168 to 170. Napoleon. Burdett Sir Francis 8. 195. Burford Battle of I. 96. Berg Hubert de 2. 2 to 5, 29-30. Berg upon Sands Edward I. Dies at 2. 174. Burgers I. 315. Burgos Siege of 8. 200. Burgoyne General 8. 25-26. Burgundy Philippi Duke of 2. 265. Burgundy Philip II, Duke of 2. 286, 3. 5, 6, 12, 14. Burgundy Philip III, Duke of. Alliance with Henry v. 3. 35. Relations with Brabant, 42, 43, 45. Withdraws his troops from Siege of Orleans, 46. Sells Jeanne d'Arc to the English, 53. Joins Charles VII, 56, 122. Cedes Picardy to Louis XI, 122. Mediates between Louis and Edward IB. Dies, 130. Burgundy John Duke of 3. 16, 17. Relations with England and France, 23, 24, 32. Assassinated, 35. Charles. Burgundy Mary of 3. 146, 147, 150, 151, 170. The Old English, I. 294. Burke, Edmund 7. 332 to 337. Supports the Declaratory Act, 338. Attacks the Chatham Ministry, 341. His scheme for reform of the constituencies, 8. 10. His proposals for conciliating America rejected, 20. His Bill of Economical Reform, 64-76. Refuses office under Shelburne, 65. Attitude towards the French Revolution, 87-89. Share in the impeachment of Hastings, 90. Reflections IB. Quarrel with Fox, 92-93. Appeal from the New to the Old Whigs, 93. Supports the government against France, 104. Letters on a Regicide Peace, 116. Death, 126. Cecil. Protests against expulsion of Puritan clergy, 342. His Tract on the Execution of Justice, 5. His Ill Will to Spencer v. 12. Death, 63. Burleigh Sir Simon 2. 353. Burnet Gilbert 6. 169. Bishop of Salisbury 7. 65. His History of His Own Time 6. 157. Burns Robert 8. 46. Burton Annals of I. 273. Burton John v. 329. Burton Thomas, His Diary v. 37. Busaco, Battle of 8. 190. Bute, John Stuart, 3rd Earl of 7. 302-303. Prime Minister, 306. Policy towards America, 310, 311. Fall, 314. Butler Joseph 6. 169. Butler Samuel 6. 162. Butler the King's, Origin of His Office, I. 132. Buddington Battle of I. 117. Byng Admiral 7. 248. Byron Commodore 7. 277. Cabal the 6. 246, 303. Cabinet, its origin, 6. 303. Cabot, Sebastian, 3. 189, 4. 283, 330. K. John, 3. 64 to 67. Cotties, Drake's Expedition 2, 4. 355. English Descents on v. 60, 247. Blockaded by an English fleet 7. 223. Cadwallon, King of the Britons, I. 66, 67. Cadman, I. 77, 78. Can. Sacked by Edward III, 2.235. Stormed by Henry v. 3. 33. University at 55. Carmarthen besieged by Owen Glyndwr 3. 14. Carnarvon, castle built at 2. 121. Cawor, bankers of 2. 107, 130. Calabria, John, Duke of 3. 126. Calais, besieged by Edward III, 2. 243. Surrenders, 244. The Six Burgesses, 245 to 247. Ceded to Edward, 266. Threatened by the French, 3. 69-70. Warwick repulsed from, 135. Won by Guise, 4. 108. Restored to France, 158. Calamy, Edmund v. 354, 6. 157. Calcutta. Its origin, 7. 232. The Black Hole of, 261. Calvin John 4. 119, 123, 126. System of 4. 123 to 126. Its political tendency, 171. In Scotland, accepted by Parliament, 187. Its establishment sanctioned by Mary Stuart, 245. Its growth in England v. 86 to 89. Presbyterianism. German, their position after Peace of Passau, v. 176, 177. Scotch, suppressed Catholicism by force, 4. 218. Cambrai. Occupied by Philip VI. Of France, 2. 219. Besieged by Edward III, 220, 228. Negotiations at 4. 145. League of 3. 206. Treaty of 234. Cambridge University of. Its charters burnt by townsfolk 2. 324. The New Learning at 3. 201. Erasmus at IB 212, 213. Resistance to benevolences at 251. Lutherans at 262. Forced to approve Henry VIII's divorce 292. Foreign Protestants at 4. 51. James II's dealings with 7. 24. York. Cambridge Richard, 2nd Earl of 3. 30, 56, 57. York. Camden, Charles Pratt, 1st Lord 7. 348. 15. Camden, John Jeffreys Pratt, 2nd Earl, 8. 120. Camden William v. 4. His Life of Elizabeth, 4. 3. Campeggio, Cardinal, 3. 272, 274, 277. Camperdown, Battle of 8. 127. Campion, Edmund 4. 318, 320. Campo Formio, Treaty of 8. 125. Camulodunum, Colchester, reduced by East Saxons, I. 35. Canada. French settlement in 7. 242. Montcalm 244. Conquered by the English, 269. Ceded to England, 307. Attacked by America, 8. 23, 203, 204. Self-government granted to, 92. Canals, introduction of 8. 55, 56. Canning, George, 8. 71. Foreign Secretary, 180. His dealings with Denmark, IB. Orders in Council, 181. Supports rising in Spain, 186, 187. Quarrel with Castlereagh, 188, 189. Resigns, 189. Presses for Catholic Emancipation, 195. Canons. Of 1604, v. 156. Scotch, of 1636, 327. Canterbury, I. 57. Archbishopric founded at 59. Becomes ecclesiastical centre of England, 83. Sacked by Northmen, 142. Theodore's School at 92. Historians of 243. Guild of Thanes at 299. Walloon refugees at 4. 51. Protestant martyrs in 96. Church of Huguenots at 306. Cape of Good Hope ceded to England, 8. 112. Capel Arthur, First Lord, 6. 72. Capel, Sir Henry, 6. 301. Capuchins, Order of, founded 4. 101. Caradoc of Lancarvan, I. 7. Paul 4. Carcassonne sacked by the Black Prince, 2. 260. Cardigan. Norman conquest of 2. 48. Royal garrisons driven from 55. Carew, Sir Peter 4. 82. Carham, battle at I. 146. Carisbrooke Castle, Charles I. prisoner at 6. 59. Carlisle. Becomes English, I. 87. Granted to See of Lindisfarne, 88. Ceded to David of Scotland, 217. Invested by the Scots, 2. 160. Mary Stuart at 4. 261. Carlisle Merks deposed Bishop of 3. 8. Carlisle, Charles Howard, 1st Earl of 6. 280. Carlos Don, son of Philip II. Of Spain, 4. 213, 221. Karlowitz Treaty of 7. 97. Carnot Lazare 8. 122. Carolina, colony of 6. 259, 7. 236. Caroline of Ansbach, wife of George II, 7. 200, 203. Carpenter, General, 7. 183. Rochester. Somerset. Granville. Carthagena, Vernon's defeat at 7. 221. Cartwright Thomas 4. 294 to 296, 342, v. 58, 117. Carrickage I. 350. Casale seized by Louis XIV, 6. 335. Cashel, Synod at I. 253. Castle, Battles of 2. 216, 6. 289. Cassano, Battle of 8. 139. Castile, Constance of, second wife of John of Gaunt, 2. 287, 302. Castillon, Talbot defeated at 3. 71. Castlebar, Battle of 8. 130. Cleveland. Castlereagh, Robert Stewart, Viscount. Arranges the union with Ireland, 8. 153. Quarrel with Canning, 188, 189. Foreign Secretary, 197. Cateau Cambresis, Treaty of 4. 155, 158, 159, 171. Catesby, Robert v. 157, 158. Catherine of Aragon. Mary's Arthur Tudor 3. 186, 187. Betrothed to Henry, 187, 188. Marries him, 207. Opposes the divorce, 269, 270, 276. Banished from the palace, 298. Her marriage annulled by convocation, 303. Confirmed by Pope and Cardinals, 304. Catherine of Braganza, wife of Charles II, 6. 192. Catherine of France, wife of Henry v. 3. 24, 35, 165. Catherine of Medicis, Queen Regent of France 4. 188. Her policy towards the Huguenots, 206 to 208. Treaty with them, 216, 217. With England, 219. Meeting with Alva, 225. Negotiates with Elizabeth, 297. Unites with the Guises against the Huguenots, 299. Resumes her policy of toleration, 301. Catherine II, Empress of Russia 8. 84, 85, 95. Catholics English. Their position under Elizabeth 4. 149, 195, 196. Forbidden to join in common prayer, 214. Fined for recusancy IB. Attitude towards Mary Stuart, 220. Their scheme for the succession, IB, 221. Plot against Elizabeth, 266, 267. Rise, 268. Defeated, 269. Attitude towards the Bull of Deposition, 270. Persecution of 308, 309, 319 to 322. New plots, 350. Philip's and Allen's hopes of 354. Their loyalty, 358, 359. Materials for their history 5. James I. gives them relief v. 150. Begins to persecute them, 156, 157. Their plots, 157 to 159. Position under Charles II, 6. 185, 186, 220, 291, 293. Excluded from Parliament, 297. Admitted to office, etc. by James II, 7. 1415. Included in his Declaration of Indulgence, 22. Position under Walpole, 198. Projects for their emancipation 8. 179, 195, 196. Confederate v. 366, 6. 1516. Irish, Charles I.S. and Wentworth's dealings with v. 364. Their condition in 18th century 8. 33, 34, 117. Plans for their emancipation, 119, 120, 152 to 155. Catinat Marshall 7. 75. Cavaliers v. 372. Head of the Country Party 6. 272. Takes office 300. Opposes the Exclusion Bill 308. Resigns 315. Devonshire. Cavendish's Life of Wolsey 3. 83. Caxton, William 3. 155 to 162. Sealand, King of Wessex I. 56. Cecil, Richard 8. 47. His rivalry with Essex v. 63. Treasurer, 172, 173. Proposes the Great Contract. 179. Arranges the marriage of Princess Elizabeth. 210. Dies 185, 211. His political standpoint. 141 to 143, 150. Advises Elizabeth to announce her accession to the Pope. 155. His share in her Scottish policy. 173, 176, 259. Policy in Ireland. 240. Demands a Protestant alliance and the surrender of Mary. 263. Dealings with Norfolk. 266, 274. Burleigh. Said brother of Ceadda, I. 74. Centwine, King of Wessex, I. 89. Cenwell, King of Wessex, I. 87. Cenwulf, King of Mercia, I. 98, 101. Ceolfrid, founder of Jarrow, I. 91. Ceord, King of Mercia, I. 90. Ceolwulf, King of Northumbria, I. 91. Serle, the English, I. 11. Cerdic, King of the West Saxons, I. 34, 49. Ceylon acquired by England, 8. 112. Ceadda. Chalgrove Field, fight at 6. 10. Caylus, Richard I. Slain at I. 267. Champeaux, William of I. 285. Chancellor, Richard IV. 282. Chancellor the I. 206. His equitable jurisdiction. 256. 2. 112, 113. Right of appointing, claimed for Great Council. 2. 38. Made responsible to Permanent Council. 61. His woolsack. 226. Of an University. I. 291, 292. Chancery Court of 2. 113. Chandos Sir John 2. 249. Chapel, the Royal Clerks of I. 206. Chapman George v. 342. Charford Battle of I. 34. Charles I., son of James I. Schemes for his marriage v. 211 to 214, 227, 230. Goes to Madrid, 231, 232. Returns, 233. His character, 234. Marriage, 238, 241. King, 242. His policy, 243 to 245. Quarrel with Parliament of 1625, 246, 247. With Parliament of 1626, 249, 250, 253. Demands a benevolence, 253. Levies a force loan, 254. Dismisses crew IB. Relations with France, 256 to 258. With the Parliament of 1628, 260 to 263. Defends Buckingham, 264. Rejects the avowal, 269. Dissolves Parliament again, 270, 272. His plans of personal government, 273. Peace policy, 274, 275. Relations with Gustavus Adolphus, 275, 276. Financial measures, 276 to 280. Grants a charter to Massachusetts, 311. Position in 1635, 315, 316. Consults the judges about ship money, 323. Dealings with Scotland, 325 to 328, 330 to 334. Gathers an army, 337. Pacification with the Scots IB. Summons Wentworth home, 338. Relations with Richelieu, IB 339. Negotiates with the Scots, 342. Summons Parliament again, 343. Relations with Montrose, 359. Assents to Strafford's attainder, 361. To perpetuation of the Parliament, 362. Goes to Scotland, 363. His promises to the Irish, 364. Returns to London, 367. Attempt to seize the 5 members, 373 to 375. Withdraws from London, 376. Levies forces by commissions of array, 377. Shut out from Hull, 378. Goes to York IB. Raises his standard at Nottingham, 6. 2. Goes to Shrewsbury IB. Defeated at Edgehill, 3. Goes to Oxford IB. Besieges Gloucester, 13. Negotiations in Ireland, 15, 16. Successes in 1644, 22. Marches on London, 23. Defeated at Newbury, 24. Returns to Oxford IB. Negotiates with the Parliament, 38. Storms Leicester and relieves Chester IB. Routed at Naseby, 40-41. Treaty with the Irish, 42. Goes to the Scotch camp, 46. Refuses the Parliament's terms, 48. Given up to it by the Scots, 49. Seized by the army, 53. Negotiates with the army, 55-57. Escapes, 58. Recaptured, 59. Negotiates with Parliament and the Scots, IB, 63. Again seized by the army, 65. Trial, 67. Death, 68. Authorities for his reign v. 72. Charles II. Recognized by Holland as King of England, 6. 70. Proclaimed in Scotland, 71. Invited to Ireland IB. His experiences in Scotland, 82. Crowned at Scone IB. Invades England, 83. Defeated at Worcester, 84. Flies to France IB. Issues a declaration from Breda, 152. Returns to England IB. His scientific tastes, 165. Character, 173 to 177. Policy, 177 to 180. Forms an army, 182, 183. His position in England, 184. Ecclesiastical aims, 185, 186. Foreign relations, 187, 192. Marriage, 192. First Ministry, 193. Dealings with the regicides, 195. Relations with Clarendon, 213 to 215, 221. Issues a declaration of indulgence, 219. Policy in Holland, 228, 229. Refuses to dissolve Parliament, 241, 254. Banishes Clarendon, 243. His new ministry, 245. Attitude towards toleration, 252, 259. Project for establishing Catholicism, 256. Treaties with Louis, 257, 258. Issues Second Declaration of Indulgence, 262. Withdraws it, 273. Relations with Shaftesbury, 275. Makes peace with the Dutch, 281. Makes another treaty with Louis, 287. Negotiations with Louis, 291. Position after Peace of Nimeguen, IB, 293. Attitude during the Popish plot, 297. Plan for the succession of James, 307. Struggle with Shaftesbury, 311 to 313, 321. Recalls James, 315. Resists the exclusion, 321. Dissolves the Parliament, 322. Turns again to France, IB, 323. Action in 1681, 323, 324. Persecutes nonconformists, recalls James, and arrests Monmouth, 335. His triumph 7. 1. Policy in his last years 2. Dealings with the towns 3. Increases his guards 4. Sickness IB. Death 5. Authorities for his reign 6. 157, 158. Charles IV, Emperor 2. 236, 348. Charles V, son of Philip of Austria 3. 208. Relations with England and France 232, 233. King of Spain 234. Treaties with Francis I.B. Emperor 240. Visits England 241. Betrothed to Mary 242. War with Francis I.B. League with Henry VIII. And the Pope 243. Successes in Italy 244, 248, 250. Treachery to Henry and Wolsey 248, 249. New alliance with Henry 250. Expels Luther 254. Marriage 266. Relations with Lutherans 275. Proposes alliance with France against Henry 336. His religious policy 4. 1819. Proposes a general council 20. Defeated in Hungary and Algiers 24. Attacked by Francis I.B. Alliance with Henry 27. Failure of his plans of reunion 30 to 32. Treaty with France 32. Attacks the League of Schmalkald 36. Victory at Mulberg 50. Policy towards Protestants 51. Persecutes them 58. Ruin of his plans 65. Treaty with Lutherans IB. Relations with Mary Tudor 79-80. Abdicates 98. Charles III, King of Spain 7. 126, 131. Emperor Charles VI. 142, 199, 200, 220. Charles VII, Emperor 7. 223, 225. Charles IV, King of France 2. 197, 198, 208. Charles V. of France, Duke of Normandy 2. 264, 265. King, 281, 282, 285, 288. Charles VI, King of France 3. 5, 26, 35, 39. Charles VII, Dauphin 3. 26, 39, 46, 48. Crowned 52. Received in Paris 56. Le Mans surrendered to 62. Regains Normandy IB. Conquers Guyenne 68, 69. Charles VIII, King of France 3. 170. Annexes Brittany 179, 180. Treaty with Henry VIII 180. Invades Italy 186, 206. Charles IX, King of France 4. 188, 298, 299, 301. Charles the Bad, King of Navarre 2. 258, 259. Charles II, King of Spain 7. 98. Charles IV, King of Spain 8. 185. Charles XII, King of Sweden 7. 183, 188, 189. Charles the Bald, King of the West Franks, I. 209. Charles the Simple, King of the West Franks, I. 155. Blois, Duke of Burgundy, 130. League with Edward I.B. Marries Margaret of York, 131. Negotiates with the Lancastrians, 140. Helps Edward, 141. Attacks Louis again, 145. His German possessions, 146. Alliance with the Emperor, I.B., 147. With England, 148. Besieges Neuss, I.B., 149. Slain, 150. Charlestown, capture of 8. 32. Charmouth, Battle of I. 103. Charter of Henry I. 198, 340, 341. Of Stephen, 216. Provisions for its execution, 353. Annulled by the Pope, 354. Reissued under Henry III, 213. Langton's Care 4-6. Confirmed by Henry I.B. 34. Archbishop Peckham's Appeal to 118. Confirmed by Edward I. 165, 166, 170. Of the Forest, 165, 166, 170. Charterhouse, in London 253. Its Martyrs 320, v. 77. Chateau Gallard I. 265, 266. Chatillon, Coligny, Cardinal of 207. Pitt. Withdraws from public life 3. From the ministry 6. Proposes reform of the House of Commons 9. Strives to avert war with America 26. Recalled to office 29. Death 30. Chaucer Geoffrey. His early life 358, 359. Early poems 359 to 361. Offices, person, temper 362, 363. Home at Westminster 366. Canterbury Tales 361, 363 to 366. Caxton's edition of 157. Chauntry's suppression of 3454. Cheek Sir John 134. Cherbourg. Henry of Lancaster at 259, 260. Held by England 316. Surrendered to Navarre 368. To Charles VII 362. Cheshire, Royalists rising in 150. Chester. March of the West Saxons on, 3856. Conquered by Ethelfrith 61. By William, 169. Raid of Llewellyn ap Gruffydd 85. Blockade of 38. Chester Ranulph, Earl of 345, 347, 5. Chesterfield, defeat of the disinherited at 87. Chesterfield, Philip Dormer Stanhope, 4th Earl of 170, 203, 226, 249. Chevy Chase 182. Chichester, Stephen Berkstead, Bishop of 71. Chichester, Adam Moliens, Bishop of, murdered 63. Chichester, Sir Arthur v. 287, 288. Child, Sir Josiah 169. Chile conquered by Spain 329. Chillingworth, William 134 to 137. Chinon. Henry II. Dies at 258. Charles 7. And Jeanne d'Arc at 3. 48. Chippenham, Northmen at I. 106. Chippewa, Battle of 8. 204. Chivalry influence of 2. 94. Cotusets, Battle of 7. 223. Christian Brethren. 3. 262. Brought to England I. 57. Progress in Kent, Essex, and East Anglia, 59. Reaction against 65. Its struggle with heathenism, IB, 66, 70-73. Christina, sister of Edgar the Etheling, I. 199. Chronica Angli 2. 177. Chronicle, the English, I. 3-6, 115, 173, 203, 221, 278. Chronicle of Queen Jane 4. 3. Chronicon Scotorum I. 8. Its foundation I. 57-59. Organized by Theodore, 81-84. Its parish system, 84. Share in resistance to the Danes, 145. William the Conqueror's dealings with, 187, 188. The Red Kings, 193. Decline of its political influence, 222. Revival during the Anarchy, 224. Henry II's dealings with, 235-237, 253. Relation of universities to, 292. Condition in early 13th century 2. 7-8. Its political teaching, 23. Beginnings of resistance to the papacy, 27. Edward I's policy towards, 118, 119. Papal demands on its revenues, etc., 222, 223. Under Edward III. Relations with the papacy, 273-275. Its wealth, 294. Despoiled by Pope and King, 296. Threatened in Parliament, 301. Proposals to confiscate its property 3. 1521. Condition during Wars of the Roses, 96-97. Reform of, demanded by Parliament, 290. Henry VIII's dealings with, 296, 297, 301, 302. Thomas Cromwell's dealings with, 295, 310-312. Spoliation of, under Henry VIII, 4. 13. Condition at Cromwell's fall, 1415. Spoliation under Edward VI, 66. Demands for restoration of its property, 102, 103. Hooker's influence on v. 113. Puritan demands for its reform, 118. The Long Parliament's dealings with, 352-355. Oliver Cromwell's dealings with, 6. 111. Settlement after the Restoration, 199, 208-210. James II's dealings with, 7. 18, 19, 24. Effects of the Revolution on, 63-66. Condition under the George, 169-172. Revival in, 205-211, 8. 46. Irish, its missionary zeal, I. 68-69. Later character, I. 80. Relations with the English Church, 250. English and Irish divisions, 3. 338, 339. Accepts the King's supremacy, 339, 340. Rejects religious change, 341. Condition under Elizabeth, 4. 314, 315. Roman, its revival under Paul, 4. 4. 99. Position at the accession of Pius v. 249. Kirk. Churchill, Arabella 7. 107, 108. His victory at Sedgemoor, 11, 109. Deserts James 2, 42. Marlborough. Cinque Ports. Support Party of Montfort 2. 70, 85, 86. Their Commerce 4. 279. Flemish exiles in 305, 323. Mariners of their victory off Dover 2. 3. Their fights with the French 141, 142, 3. 7. Sissa, King of the South Saxons I. 34. Cistercians. Settle in England I. 222. Their wool 350, 2. 107. Ciudad Rodrigo stormed 8. 199. Clairon Treaty of I. 155. Clare submits to the English 3. 329. Clare Richard 6th Earl of I. 343. Clarence George Duke of intrigues with Warwick 3. 133. Marries his daughter 134. Revolts IB 135. Relations with Edward and Warwick 137, 138, 141, 142. Impeachment and death 163. Clarence Lionel, Duke of 2. 264, 293, 302. Clarence Thomas, Duke of 3. 24, 26, 36. Clarendon, Assize of I. 238. Constitutions of 235. Council of I.B. Hyde. Lord Chancellor, I.B. 205. His political theory, 205 to 207. His foreign policy, 213 to 215. Relations with Charles II, 221. Advises a dissolution, 241. Banished, 243. His History of the Rebellion, v. 72. Life 6. 157. Clarendon, Edward Hyde, 2nd Earl of 7. 20, 76. Clark John 3. 262. Clarkson Thomas 8. 48. Clement 4, Pope 2. 18. Clement v. Pope 2. 172. Clement 6, Pope 2. 229, 236. Clement 7, Pope 3. 249. Prisoner, 269. Escapes, 272. Dealings with Henry VIII. S. Divorce, 271, 272, 274, 275, 277, 278. Threatens Henry with excommunication, 302. Annuls Cranmer's proceedings, 304. Refuses to hold a council for 20. Clement 8, Pope 4. 372. Clement Jacques 4. 368. Clergy, their privileges, I. 234. Attacked by Henry II, 235 to 237. Papal demands on 2. 27, 28, 42, 222. Relations with Edward I. 118, 120, 163. Summoned to Parliament, 157. Ceased to attend, 158. Strife of regular and secular, 295. Bondage to Pope and King, IB, 296. Decay of their moral influence, 296, 297. Excluded from state offices, 302. Attacked by John of Gaunt and Wycliffe, 308. Decline of their influence 3. 96-97. Wolsey's struggle with 246. Thomas Cromwell's policy towards 295. Charged with breach of Praemunire 296. Submission 297. Their enslavement 301, 302, 311, 312. Allowed to marry 4. 49. Their 5 Articles of 1559, 156, 157. Elizabeth's dealings with 161, 162. Their position and character in her reign 302 to 304. Growth of Puritanism among 340, v. 89-90. Required to subscribe all the Articles 156. Struggle with James II, 7. 18, 19, 24 or 30. Condition under the George 171, 172. Character in the 18th century 8. 47. Puritan expelled 4. 342, v. 156. Laud's dealings with 295 to 297. Their final expulsion 6. 209. Its results 210 to 213. Their sufferings 222, 223. Castlemaine. Clevy's quarrel about v. 178. Clericis Lycos, Bull 2. 163. Clifford Thomas 8th Lord 3. 74. Clifford John 9th Lord 3. 78. Clifford Sir Thomas, 1st Lord Clifford of Chudley. Commissioner of the Treasury 6. 245, 261. Lord Treasurer 271. Resigns 274. Clinton, Sir Henry 8. 32. Clive Robert 7. 233. Seizes Arcot 235. Victory at Plassey 261, 262. Clonmel stormed by Cromwell 6. 79. Gloucester 7, Convention of 7. 249, 262. Clydesdale, persecution of Catholics in 4. 218. Nightingale at Aldgate I. 223, 299. Nut, King of Denmark I. 143. Of England, 143 to 147. Nut II, King of Denmark I. 189. Cole, Discovery of 8. 56, 57. Coalition Ministry, the 8. 65 to 69. Cobham, Eleanor 3. 43, 58, 97. Cobham, Edward Brooke, Lord 3. 69. Oldcastle. Coinage. New under Edward I. 2. 119. Debasement of, under Henry 8. 4. 35. Under Edward 6. 57, 66. Reform of, under William 3. 7. 89. Coggeshall Ralph of, I. 174. Coke Sir Edward v. 202, 248, 263. Colchester, Camulodunum. Reduced by East Saxons I. 35. Protestant Martyrs of 4. 144. Siege of 6. 61. Surrender 64. Colchester, Thomas Besh, Abbot of, hanged 3. 350. Coleman, Edward 6. 293, 295, 298. Coleridge, Samuel Taylor 8. 135. Colet John. His Theology 3. 191, 192. Lectures at Oxford 192. Dean of St. Paul's 197. Found School 200. Addressed to Convocation, 202, 203. Charged with heresy, 203. Protected by Warham and Henry, 204. Protests against war, 210. Culpeper, Sir John v. 375, 378. Colgan's Lives of Irish Saints I, 8. Coligny Admiral, 4. 209, 216, 299. Coleman, Bishop of Lindisfarne, I, 7980. Columba, St. I, 69. Adamnant's Life of 8. Columban, St. I, 68. Commendation, System of I, 133, 321. Trade. Comines, Philippe de, His Comments on England, 3. 85, 107. Commission, Court of High. Established, 4. 216. Its new powers in 1583, 340. Laud's use of v. 295. Its civil jurisdiction abolished, 363. Restored, 7. 18. Dissolved, 39. Committee of Public Safety, 6. 113. Of the Two Kingdoms, 17. Commonalty, Scheme for its representation, 2. 61, 73. Summoned to Parliament, 2. 73, 153, 154. Their right to share in all legislative action established, 196, 202. House of, fully constituted, 203. Petitions against papal encroachments, 225. Its advance under Edward III, 231, 232, 298. Shrinks from meddling with administration, 299. Increasing share in legislation, 301. Resists John of Gaunt's demands, 303. Its action in the Good Parliament, 305. In Parliament of 1377, 311, 312. Struggle with Richard II, 370. Demands confiscation of church lands, 3. 1521. Changes in its character during Wars of the Roses, 99. Struggle with Wolsey, 245. Petition to Henry VIII, 290. First detailed account of its proceedings, 4. 5. Opposes Northumberland's policy, 66. Struggle with Elizabeth, 238, 239. Advance under her, v. 56, 57. Relations with James I, 154, 155, 160 to 163, 179 to 182. Action in Parliament of 1621, 221, 222, 224, 225. In that of 1625, 245 to 247. In that of 1626, 250, 253. Draws up the Petition of Right, 260. Action in 1640, 340. Resolves on the trial of Charles I, 6. 66. Abolishes monarchy, 68. Sets up a Commonwealth, IB. Passes the Exclusion Bill, 319. Rejects the Securities Bill, 320. Impeaches Fitzharris, 323. Its sovereignty, 7. 80. Position under William, 3. 81. Relations with Marlborough, 123. The Whigs' management of, 176. Proposals for its reform, 8. 9, 10, 63, 67, 75, 76, 195. Adopts Catholic Emancipation, 8. 196. Parliament. Commonwealth. Established in England, 6. 68, 69. Proclaimed in London, 73. Commune. The in towns I. 318, 2. 69. Companies trading the 161. Compine, Jeanne d'Arc taken prisoner at 3. 53. Complaint of the Commons of Kent. 3. 65, 66. Comprehension Bill. 7. 63. Compton, Bishop of London. 7. 18, 19, 28, 35. Compurgation I. 239, 313. Comyn, John, Regent of Scotland. 2. 170, 171. Comyn, John of Badenoch. 2. 173. Condé Louis I, Prince of 4. 188, 209, 264, 267. Condé Louis II, Prince of 6. 190. Congregation, Lords of the. Their relations with Mary of Guise. 4. 168. Occupy Edinburgh. 169. Relations with Elizabeth. 170 to 174. Treaty with Francis and Mary. 176. Rise against Mary. 245, 246. Congress. The First American. 7. 330. At Philadelphia. 8. 19, 20, 22. Connaught. Conquered by the English. 3. 329. Wentworth's dealings with v. 364, 365. Connecticut. First settlement of v. 319, 320. Refuses to join in war against England. 8. 203. Conqueror Battle of I. 212. Conservators of the Peace. 2. 123. Consilt, Battle of 2. 54. Constable, Sir Robert. 3. 325. Constable, the King's, origin of his office. I. 132. Constance of Brittany. I. 247, 260. Constantine, King of Scots. I. 119, 120. Constantinople. Captured by the Turks. 3. 189. English exiles at I. 167. Constitutional clubs. 8. 95, 100. Constitutions of Clarendon. I. 235. Contains, General. 7. 264. Continental System. 8. 175, 176. Its results. 177. Contract the Great v. 179. Convention. Of 1666. 152. Declares itself a Parliament. 194. Of 1689. 7. 44 to 47. Becomes a Parliament. 60. The Constituents. 6. 94 to 98. The French. 8. 101. Scottish, of 1659. 6. 150. Of 1689. 7. 51. Parliament. Convocation. Provincial of the Clergy. 2. 158. Its legislative power taken away. 3. 301, 307. Of 1413. 3. 20. Of 1512, Collett's address to 202, 203. Of 1531, 296, 297. Of 1532, 301. Of 1533, 303. Of 1604, its canons v. 156. Of 1689, 7. 63. Of Perth. 2. 171. Conway. Castle built at 2. 121. Captured by Owen Glyndwr. 3. 10. Recovered by Percy. 11. Cook, Captain. 7. 278. His early life, 215, 216. Attacks Cromwell's memory, 148. Advises the return of excluded members of the Rump, 151. Chancellor of the Exchequer, 194. Ashley. Cope, Sir John 7. 228. Copenhagen. Battle of 8. 163. Bombardment of 180. Copper export of from Cornwall 4. 279. Copyholders I. 323. Corfe, Edward the Martyr slain at I. 139. Cormac's Glossary I. 8. Cornwall John 2. 357. Cornwall. Conquered by Egbert I. 102. Royalists rising in 6. 5 6. Tin mines in I. 30. 2. 107. Export of tin from 4. 279. Of copper IB. West Welsh of become vassals of Ethelstan I. 120. Cornwall Henry Earl of I. 345. Richard. Cornwallis Charles, 2nd Earl and 1st Marquis. Captures Charlestown 8. 32. Surrenders at Yorktown IB. Lord Lieutenant of Ireland 130, 138. Victories in India 131. Coronation Stone, the Scottish 2. 162. Coroners I. 264, 2. 149. Corresponding Society 8. 106. Cortes Hernan 4. 329. Corunna. Drake's Descent on 4. 355. Siege of 367, 368. Battle of 8. 187. Codentin the. Conquered by William Longsword I. 155. Ceded to Robert by Henry I. 201. Cotton, Bartholomew de I. 274. Cotton manufacture of 8. 53, 59, 193. Council of Agitators 6. 52. The Continual 2. 114, 353, 3. 22, 23. The Great I. 256, 351. Changes in its character after Norman conquest 2. 144. Its importance under Henry II 144, 145. Powers over taxation recognized by the Great Charter 145. Mode of summons 2 146. Its composition under Henry III, IB. Claim to appoint ministers 38. Demands for reform 45. Its assembly regulated by provisions of Oxford 61. Becomes Parliament 156. The King's I 256. Its later developments 2. 112. Criminal jurisdiction 3. 178. Position under the Tudors v. 186, 187. Set aside by James I. 187. Character after the Restoration 6. 303. Reorganized by Temple, IB 304. Of 9 2. 275. Of the North v. 285, 363. Of officers 6. 49, 52, 64, 65. Its plan for a new Parliament 74. Forces Richard Cromwell to dissolve Parliament 149. Permanent of 15 2. 61. The Privy I. 256. Of State, under the Commonwealth 6. 72. Broken up 91. New one formed 94. New named by the Convention 99. Its organization 100. Councils. Church, their political results, I. 84, 224. Occasional, called by Edward III, 2. 292, 299. Provincial, of 1282, 120. Counties, restriction of franchise in 3. 101, 102. Preserved by William I. 185, 186. Towns represented in 2. 73. Its composition and functions, 149. Principle of representation in IB, 150. Election of Knights of the Shire in 151, 152. Country Party the 6. 272, 298. Corsi John de 2. 374. Courtney, Bishop of London 2. 309. Archbishop of Canterbury, 339 to 341, 346. Coutras, Battle of 4. 355. Covenant. The Scottish 4. 115, 116. Renewed in 1638 v. 333. Taken by the English Parliament 6. 14, 16, 17. Forced on the army 50. Taken by the Convention of 1660, 152. Burnt in Westminster Hall, 204. Coventry. Parliament at 3. 75. Mary Stuart imprisoned at 4. 269. Coventry, Sir William, 6. 245, 272. Coverdale, Miles 3. 334. Cowell, John v. 169. Cowley, Abraham, 6. 165. Cowling Castle, headquarters of the Lollards, 3. 20, 27. Cooper, William, Lord Keeper, 7. 125. Chancellor, 175. Cooper, William, Poet, 8. 46. Cox, Richard, 4. 119. Crabbe, George, 8. 46. Craggs, Secretary of State, 7. 192. Cranfield, Lord Treasurer, v. 229, 236. Cranmer, Thomas, 3. 272. Supports the King's divorce, 291. Proposes an appeal to the universities, IB. Archbishop of Canterbury, 303. Crowns and Bullen, IB. Tenders the oath of allegiance to More, 318, 319. Attitude towards Lutheranism, 336. Opposes persecution, 346. Drifts into Protestantism, 4. 48, 59, 127. Welcomes foreign refugees, 51. His view of episcopacy, 60. Remonstrates against Edward's plan for the succession, 70. Sent to the Tower, 75. Tried for treason, IB. His political position, 103, 104. Share in the English liturgy, 103. Convicted of heresy, 104. Death, 105. Stripes life of 3. Cressy, Battle of 2. 237 to 239. Cremona, Battle of 7. 118. Crepy, Treaty of 4. 32-33. Cretan's History of Richard II, 2. 179. Crewe, Chief Justice v. 254. Crompton, Samuel 8. 60. Cromwell, Henry 6. 109. Cromwell, Oliver. His Youth v. 103. 6. 24-25. Alleged Scheme of Emigration v. 320. Share in Association of the Eastern Counties, 6. 8. At Marston Moor, 1922. Quarrel with Manchester at Newbury, 24. His person, 25. Regiment, 26. Temper, 27. Relations with dissidents, 33-36. His policy, 34. Victory at Naseby, 40-41. Pleads for religious liberty, 44-45. Resigns his command, 53. Rejoins the army, IB. Negotiates with the king, 57. Opposes the ordinance against heresy, 60. Besieges the royalists in Pembroke, 61, 162. Victory at Preston, 62. Marches into Scotland, IB. Charged with treason, 63. Suppresses a revolt of the army, 75. Campaign in Ireland, 76, 77, 79. Returns, 79. Lord General IB. Invades Scotland, IB. Victory at Dunbar, 80. Occupies Edinburgh, 82. Victory at Worcester, 84. Supports the demand for a new parliament, 87. Drives out the rump, 90-91. Resigns his power to the convention, 95. His political and social views, 97-98. Protector, 100, 102. His administration, 103. Quarrel with the Parliament of 1654, 102, 103, 105. His military despotism, 106-108. Settlement of Scotland, 108, 109. Of Ireland, 109, 110. Of England, 111, 112. Foreign policy, 114-117. Struggle with Parliament of 1655, 119. The Crown offered to IB, 120. Refuses it, 121, 122. Inaugurated as Protector, 122. Successes abroad, 123, 124. Failure at home, 125. His Theory of the Christian State, 127, 128. Failing health, 143. His House of Lords, 144. Dissolves the Parliament, 145. Last illness, 146. Death, 147. His corpse outraged, 201. Authorities for his history, v. 73. Cromwell, Richard 6. 147, 149. Cromwell, Thomas. His early life, 3. 282, 283. Relations with Wolsey, 283-285. Counsel to Henry about the divorce, 285. His policy, 294, 295. Lord Privy Seal, 304. Vicar General, 306. Dealings with the monasteries, 310, 311. With the clergy, 311, 312. His Reign of Terror, 312-315. Temper, 315, 316. Relations with the nobles, 321, 322. Reform of religion, 333. Church policy in Ireland, 341, 342. Orders removal of images, 343. Dealings with Parliament, 4. 8-9. Last struggle, 3. 347-351. Fall and death, 352. Results of his policy, 4. 7-14. Crawdoy relieved by Talbot, 3. 56. Crowland I, 86. Burnt by Northmen, 104. Chronicle of 2. 179, 180. Croix the 3. 122, 125. Crusades. Their effect on learning, I. 282. Of Richard I. 261. Of Edward I. 290. Henry IV. S. Project of 325. Henry vs. 3638. Cuba. Conquered by England 7. 307. Restored to Spain I.B. Cudworth, Ralph 6. 169. Culloden, Battle of 7. 230. Cumberland, William, Duke of 7. 227, 230, 248, 251. Cumberland, Henry Clifford, 1st Earl of 3. 323. Cumberland, Henry Clifford, 2nd Earl of 4. 162. Cumberland, George Clifford, 3rd Earl of 4. 353, 358. Cumbria. British Kingdom of I. 60. Conquered by Ecgfrith 87. By Edmund 123. Granted to Malcolm, King of Scots, I.B. Cupthane Butler, I. 132. Customs of the Realm, I. 235. Customs duties. Edward is 2. 107, 164, 172, 189. Granted to Edward IV. For life, 89, 152. New imposed by James I. The 172. Granted to Charles I. For a year only, 246. Cuthbert, St. I. 74 to 76, 87, 88. Cuthwolf, King of the West Saxons I. 37. Cynric, King of the West Saxons I. 34, 49. De Kers, William, 3rd Lord 4. 162. De Kers, Leonard 4. 269. Dagsaston, Battle of I. 60. Dalibor, Anthony 3. 262. Dalrymple, John, Master of Stair 7. 52, 53. Danby, Thomas Osborne, Earl of Lord Treasurer 6. 282. His policy, 282 to 286. Duped by Charles, 287. His Bill for the Security of the Church, 288. Foreign Policy, 289, 290. Impeached, 299. Dismissed, 300. Released from the Tower, 7. 2. Warns William against James, 2. 28. Signs the invitation to William, 35. Prepares for a rising, 37. Raises Yorkshire, 41. His policy in the Convention of 1689, 46. Lord President, 67. Danegeld I. 186, 207, 216, 350, 2. 104. Danelaw the I. 107. Its struggle with Elfred, 116, 117. Subdued by Edmund, 120. Rises against Edard, 123. Final submission IB, 124. Dunstan's policy towards, 137. Northman. Daniel, poet and historian v. 435. Darcy, Thomas, Lord of Aston 3. 323 to 325. Darien, Colony of 7. 89. Darnley, Henry Stuart, Lord 4. 220, 221. Marries Mary Stuart, 224. Quarrels with her, 227. Share in Rizzio's murder, 228. Dissolves Parliament, 229. Reconciled to Mary Ib. Plots against him, 242, 243. Death, 244. Dartford, Peasant Revolt at 2. 319. Dartmouth. Breton Descent on 3. 16. Warwick and Clarence Land at 138. Dartmouth, George Legge, First Lord 7. 77. Dawn, General 7. 263, 302. Davenant, Sir William, v. 303. David I, King of Scots, I. 217, 2. 133. His Laws 2. 171. Bruce. David of Scotland, Earl of Huntingdon 2. 134, 136. David, brother of Llewellyn ap Gruffydd 2. 119, 121. Davies, Sir John v. 303. Davison, Secretary of State 4. 352. Dean, Forest of Iron Mines in I. 30. Dean, General 6. 108. Det. The National 7. 87. Defenders 8. 119. Dara. Kingdom of I. 36. Conquered by Bernicians 52, 53. Submits to Oswald 67. To Penda 71. Northumbria. Decker Thomas v. 42. Delaware, Colony of 7. 236. Denham, Sir John 6. 325. Denmark. Its monarchy founded I. 128. Relations with Sweden and Hanover 7. 188, 189. Joins leagues against England 8. 162, 180. Its fleet captured 180, 181. Diorum, Battle of I. 38, 61. Derby. One of the 5 boroughs, I. 117. Conquered by Ethelflaed 118. Charles Edward at 7. 228. Derby, Henry Plantagenet 3, Earl of 2. 353. Henry 4. Derby, Edward Stanley 3rd Earl of 4. 267, 269. Derby, William Stanley, 9th Earl of 7. 23. Ferrars. Derbyshire, Lead Mines in 2. 107. Dearlin, General 8. 208, 209. Dermod, King of Leinster, I. 251, 252. Derry, Colonization of the 289. Derwentwater, James Radcliffe, 3rd Earl of 7. 184. Desmond, Gerald Fitzmaurice, or Fitzgerald, 15th Earl of 4. 315, 316. Desmond, James Fitzgerald, 17th Earl of the 62. Dispenser Hugh Justiciar 2. 64, 66, 87. Dispenser Hugh the Elder 2. 194, 198. Dispenser Hugh the Younger 2. 194, 195, 199. Dettingen, Battle of 7. 224. Devon. Rises against William. I. 168. Against Somerset 4. 55. Secured by Prince Maurice for Charles I. 6. 13. Rising in, under Monmouth 7. 9. Cavendish. Signs the invitation to William 3. 35. Prepares for a rising 37. Heads the rising in the Midlands 41. Devonshire, Thomas Courtney, 5th Earl of 3. 69. Devonshire, Thomas Courtney, 6th Earl of 2. 80. Devon, Edward Courtney, Earl of 4. 78. Deus, Sir Simons 4. 5. v. 72. D'Iville, John 2. 84. Dieppe burnt by the English fleet, I. 333. Digby, Sir Everard, v. 159. Digby, Sir Kenelm 6. 168. Diggs, Sir Dudley, v. 251, 253. Diocese English. Origin of their limits, I. 82-83. Organized by Theodore 83. Directory, the French 8. 113. Disinherited, the 2. 84, 86-89. Dissidents, growth of 6. 30-32. Deoilists, the I. 284. Doomsday Book, I. 186. Domfront taken by Henry v. 3. 33. Dominic St. 2. 9. Dominicans Black Friars come to England 2. 11. Domremy, home of Jeanne d'Arc 3. 46. Don John v. 303. Dorset Risings in I. 168, 7. 9. Dorset, John Beaufort, Marquis of, Earl of Somerset 3. 7. Dorset, Thomas Grey, 2nd Marquis of 3. 209. Dorset, Thomas Sackville, 1st Earl of V. 22. Dorset, Charles Sackville, 6th Earl of 7. 23. Douay. English College at 4. 307. Oxford Refugees at 317. Douglas, Archibald, 4th Earl of 3. 13, 14, 39. Douglas, Sir Archibald, Regent of Scotland 2. 211. Douglas, James 2. 184, 204, 205, 210. Douglas, House of, Their Struggle with the Scot Kings 3. 184. Dover. Tumult at in 1051 I. 152. Resists Louis of France 355. 2. 2. Surrenders to Henry 3. 83. Treaty of 6. 257. Dowdal, Archbishop of Armagh 4. 62. D'Oysel, French Ambassador in Scotland 4. 173. Drake Francis. His Voyage Round the World 4. 333, 334. Expedition to the Spanish Main 349. To Cadiz and Corunna 355. In the Fleet against the Armada 361, 362. Expedition to Lisbon 367. Its beginnings v. 20-22. Development under Elizabeth 22-24. After the Restoration 6. 163, 164. Drayton Spally Albion v. 35. Drew captured by Henry v. 3. 36. Battle of 4. 210. Drogheda massacre at 6. 76, 77. Dryden, Sir Erasmus 6. 325. Dryden, John 6. 165, 324, 325. Founder of the School of Critical Poets, 326. His Tragedies, 327. Comedies, 328, 329. Annus Mirabilis, 330. Attitude in Politics and Religion, 331. Absalom and Ahithophel, 332-334. Influence on Literature 7. 154-157. Dublin, Sieges of I. 252, 6. 76. Dublin, John Allen, Archbishop of, murdered 3. 328. Du Bois, the Abbé 7. 187. Dudley, Lord Guilford 4. 69, 75, 84. Leicester. Dudley, Edmund 3. 199. Dudo of St. Quintin I. 6. Dumouriez, General 8. 101, 107. Duncan, Admiral 8. 127. Dundas, Henry 8. 171. Dundee, John Graham of Claverhouse, Viscount 7. 51-52. Dunes, Battle of the 6. 124. Dunkirk. Ceded to Cromwell 6. 124. Sold to France 214. Dismantled 7. 142. Done loose, ships of the Armada wrecked off 4. 363. Dunning, John, Solicitor General 8. 15. Dunois, Count of 3. 49, 50, 62. Duplex, General 7. 233 to 235. Duquesne, Fort 7. 243, 245, 266. Duns Scotus 2. 276. Dunstable, Annals of I. 273. Dunstan St.I. 120 to 123. His Struggle with Eadwig 136. Archbishop of Canterbury 137. Policy and Rule IB 138. Fall 139. Lives of 6. Durham. Historians of I. 243. King John at 340. Dury John v. 138. Edbert, King of Northumbria, I. 96-97. Edgar King I. 137, 138. His Law 144. Edgar King of Scots, I. 197. Edgar, the Etheling, I. 154, 165, 168, 170, 197. Edgith, wife of Edward the Confessor, I. 150, 165. Eadmer, I. 173, 243. Edmund, St., King of East Anglia, I. 104. Edmund, the Magnificent, King, I. 120, 122, 123. Edmund Ironside, King, I. 143. His children, 144, 153. Edard King, I. 123, 136. Edric, Ealdorman of Mercia, I. 142 to 144. Edward the Elder, King, I. 117 to 119, 305. Edward the Martyr, King, I. 139. Edward the Confessor, King, I. 149 to 153, 158, 160. His Laws 150, 199, 340. Life of 6. Eadwig, King, I. 136, 137. Eadwig, son of Ethelred II, I. 144. Edwin, King of Northumbria, I. 62 to 64, 66. Edwin, Earl of Mercia, I. 160, 165, 167, 170. Eadwulf, Earl of Northumbria, I. 146. Ealdorman the. His office, I. 48-49. Becomes a delegate of the King, 131. Rises again to independence, 134. Replaced by the Earl, 146. Ealdred, Archbishop of York, I. 166. Earl the I. 1150. Superseded by the Thane, 51. Earldoms. The Four Great, I. 146. Abolished, 185. Earls supersede Ealdormen, I. 146. East Anglia. Its conquest, I. 36. Christianity in, 59. Subject to Mercia, 91. Revolts, 102. Conquered by the Northmen, 104. Bridled by Edward the Elder, 117, 118. Earldom of, 146. Protestant martyrs in 4. 96. Easterlings. I. 303. Eastern Counties, Association of the 6. 813. East India Company 4. 284, 7. 63, 232. Their settlement I, 35. Conversion, 59. Ebbs Fleet I, 31, 32, 58. Ecclesiastical courts separated from civil courts I, 188. Egbert, King of Wessex I, 101 to 103. Ecgfrith, King of Northumbria I, 86 to 89. Equine, Bishop of Worcester I, 86. Eddyslife of Wilfrid I, 4. Edgecote, Battle of 3. 134. Edgehill, Battle of 6. 3. Edinburgh. Founded I, 63. Seat of the Scott Kings, 147. Won by Bruce 2. 191. Burnt by the English 4. 28. Castle of, besieged by Henry 4. 3. 9. Treaty of 4. 176. Riot at, against the new liturgy, v. 328. The covenant signed at, 333. Rises against James 7. 7. 50. James VIII. Proclaimed at, 228. Edinburgh Review the 8. 195. Eddington Battle of, I, 107. Matilda. Archbishop of Canterbury 2. 33. Obtains dismissal of Peter de Roches IB. Dealings with Llewellyn ap Jorworth 58. Retires to Pontigny 42. Edmund, Earl of Woodstock 2. 293. Edward I, son of Henry III. Defeated by the Welsh 2. 59. Joins Earl Simon 64, 65. Rejoins Henry 65. Marches against Llewellyn 67. Surrenders Windsor IB. Attempts to surprise London 70. Share in Battle of Lewes IB. Prisoner 71. Escapes 75. Seizes Gloucester 76. Defeats the younger Simon IB. Meets Simon at Evesham 77. Attitude after the battle 81. Marches against Axholme 85. Negotiations for peace IB. Captures Adam Gordon 87. Affects off his influence 89. Goes on crusade 90. King IB. His motto 41. His temper 91 to 93. Influence of chivalry on 94, 95. Spirit of legality 96. Moral temper 97. Military skill IB 98. Political genius 98, 99. Constitutional aspect of his reign 100, 101. First measures 102, 103. Progress of art and trade in his reign 105 to 107. Brings Llewellyn to submission 108, 109. Judicial reforms 109 to 113. Policy towards the barons 116, 117. Towards the church 118, 119. Conquest of Wales 119 to 121. Legislation 122 to 124. Visit to Aquitaine 123. Expels the Jews 131. Relations with Scotland 135 to 140. Quarrel with France 141, 142. Summons Scotch barons to war in Guienne 143. Admits burgesses to Parliament 154. His scheme for representation of clergy in Parliament 157. Storms Berwick 160, 161. Scotland submits to 161, 162. Struggle with the clergy 163. Exactions from merchants 164. Quarrel with barons 164, 165. Goes to Flanders 165. Confirms the charters, IB, 166, 170. Truce with France, 168. Victory at Falkirk, 169. Treaty with France, 170. Second Conquest of Scotland, 171. His new custom, 172. Absolved by the Pope from his oath to observe the charters, IB. His vow on the Swan, 173, 174. Death, 174. Edward II, son of Edward I, II. 173, 174. Character and policy, 184 to 186. Marriage, 186. Relations with Gaveston and the Barons, 186 to 188. Struggle with the Ordainers, 188 to 191. Marches on Scotland, 191. Defeated at Bannockburn, 192, 193. Accepts the ordinances, 194. Campaign of 1319 IB. Relations with the Dispensers, 194, 195. Truce with Scotland, 196. Relations with France, 197, 198. Flies to Lundy Island, 198. Deposed, 199, 200. Murdered, 200. Authorities for his reign, 177. Edward III, of Windsor, son of Edward II, 198. Proclaimed king, 199. Arrests Mortimer, 207. Relations with France, 208, 209. Acknowledged as suzerain by Edward Balliol, 211. Takes Berwick IB. Receives Balliol's homage, 212. Declares war on France, 213. Number of his forces, 216. Continental alliances, 216 to 219. Vicar General of the Empire, 219. Negotiations with France, IB. Besieges Cambrai, 220. Complains of papal exactions, 225. Alliance with Flemish towns, 226, 227. Besieges Tournai, 228. Losses in Scotland, 229, 230. Relations with Parliament, 230 to 233, 292, 299. Supports John of Montfort in Brittany, 233. Invades Normandy, 235. Marches on Paris, IB. Victory at Crécy, 237 to 239. Causes of his military success, 242, 243. Besieges Calais, 243. His treatment of the 6 burgesses, 245 to 247. The imperial crown offered to, 248. His character, 249 to 251. Founds the Order of the Garter, 252. Rebuilds Windsor Castle, IB. Alliance with Charles of Navarre, 258. With David Bruce, 263, 264. Ravages France, 265. Treaty with Burgundy, IB. With the Regent of France, 266. Forbids entry of papal bulls, 273. Policy in Spain, 287. Truce with Charles V, 288. His evil rule, 290, 291. Compromise with the Pope, 296. Death, 311. Victory at Mortimer's Cross, 78. King, 80. His finance, 89, 152. Protection of trade, 106. His temper, 112, 116 to 118. Relations with Louis XI, 120, 121, 123, 124. Marriage, 124. Double dealing with Louis and Charles the Bold, 129, 130. League with Charles, 130. Relations with Warwick, 131 to 135. Driven out, 139. Returns, 141. Victory at Barnet, 142. Marches against Margaret, 143. Defeats her at Tewkesbury, 144, 145. New alliance with Charles against Louis, 148. Invades France, 149. Makes peace with Louis, 150. His rule, 151 to 153. Death, 163. Edward v. King 3. 163, 167. Morse life of 83 to 18. Edward, 6, son of Henry 8. Born 3. 326. Scheme for his marriage 4. 26. His temper 67. Plan for the succession 69, 70. Death 70. Journal 3. Hayward's life of I.B. His grammar schools 62. Edward the Black Prince. Proposed as Count of Flanders 2. 233. Exploits at Cressy 237, 238. Ravages Guienne 259, 260. Campaign on the Loire 260. Victory at Poitiers 261 to 263. Invested with Aquitaine 281. Supports Pedro the Cruel 283. Victory at Navarette 284. Imposes hearth tax on Aquitaine IB. Summoned by France to answer the Gascon appeal 285. Storms Limoges 286. Marriage 293. Sickness 286, 302. Action in the Good Parliament 305. Death 306. Edward, son of Henry VI, 3. 71, 137, 140, 145. Egypt. Conquered by Bonaparte 8. 132. The French driven from 165, 166. Icon Basie like 6. 72. Elba, Napoleon at 8. 205. Eleanor of Castile, wife of Edward I, 2. 93. Eleanor of Poitou, wife of Henry II, I. 226. Her claims on Toulouse, 233. Turns against Henry, 254. Imprisoned, 255. Joins Richard in Sicily, 260. Secures Aquitaine for John, 268. Besieged at Mirbeau IB. Dies, 270. Eleanor of Provence, wife of Henry III, 2. 32, 69, 72, 74. Eleanor, daughter of King John, 2. 36. Eliot John v. 195, 248, 249. Attacks Buckingham, 249 to 252. Sent to the Tower, 253. Released IB. Proposes a remonstrance, 262. Share in the avowal, 268. Death, 273. Elizabeth, daughter of Henry VIII, 4. 46. Her classical scholarship, 3. 212. Thomas Seymour's attempt to marry her, 4. 56. Sent to the Tower, 85, 136. Parliament refuses to oust her from the succession, 89. Her person, 134. Scholarship, IB, 135. Relations with Mary, 136. Philip's policy towards, 137, 138. Set free, 138. Accession, 146. Religious policy, 148 to 150, 152, 153. Coronation, 153. Refuses to marry Philip, 154. Relations with Paul IV, 155, 156. Her title acknowledged by Parliament, 156. Restores the prayer book, 158, 159. Drops the title, Head of the Church, 160. Dealings with the clergy, 161, 162. Relations with Parker, 165, 166. With the Scotch Lords of the Congregation, 170, 172 to 175. Treaty with Mary and Francis, 176. Character, 177 to 181. Statesmanship, 182 to 186. Supports the Huguenots, 189. Temporizes with Pius IV, 192. Refuses to send envoys to Trent, 193, 194. Schemes for her marriage, 193, 195, 199. Refuses a safe conduct to Mary Stuart, 200. Difficulties with Mary, 202 to 204. Treaty with the Huguenots, 209, 210. With France, 219. Her changes in the system of the monarchy, 232. Policy in Ireland, 240. Drift of her religious policy, 247, 248. Difficulties with Mary and Alva, 257, 258. Demands Mary's release, 259. Refuses to recognize Murray's government IB. Renews marriage negotiations with Austria, 260. Negotiates for Mary's restoration, 262. Her temporizing policy, 264. Bull of deposition against her, 265, 270. Her relations with England, 274, 275, 287 to 289. Checks the liberty of prophesying, 290. Relations with Parliament, 292, 293, v. 56 to 58. Resists Puritan pressure for 293, 294. Scheme for her marriage with Henry of Anjou, 297. Expels the water beggars, 298. Attitude towards the Netherlands, 300. Persecutes the Catholics, 308, 309. Alliance with the Netherlands, 311. Scheme for her marriage with Francis of Anjou, 313, 316,337, 338. Dealings with the Catholics, 319, 320. Relations with Drake, 334. Confers new powers on the Ecclesiastical Commission, 340. Refuses Protectorate of the Netherlands, 349. Sends them aid IB. Alliance with James VI, 350. Plots against her IB. Signs the death warrant of Mary Stuart, 352. Her victory over party disunion, 364, 365. Sends an expedition to Portugal, 367. Help to Henry IV, 371. League with France and the Netherlands v. 60. Her loneliness, 63. Waning popularity, 64-65. Last days, 65-66. Death, 67. Materials for her history, 4. 3-5. Elizabeth, Tsarina of Russia, 7. 246, 306. Elizabeth, daughter of Edward, 4. 3. 133, 167, 168, 170, 171. Mary's Henry, 7. 175. Elizabeth, daughter of James I. v. 210. Woodville. Elizabeth of France, wife of Philip II. Of Spain, 4. 372. Ellendun, Battle of I. 102. Eliot, General, 8. 3141. Elmet conquered by Edwin I. 63. Elmham's Life of Henry v. 2. 179. Ely. Burnt by Northmen I. 104. Nutt at 145. The Etheling Elfred blinded at 148. Surrenders to William 170. Seized by the Disinherited 2. 88. Emma of Normandy, wife of Ethelred II. I. 141, 156. Emperor's Men. The I. 303. Empson, Sir Richard 3. 199. England I. 138. England, Old I. 9. Character of its settlement, I. 44-48. Work of the Northmen in 129. First use of the name, 138. Its peace under Nutt, 146. Prosperity under Edward and Harold, 153. Effects of foreign rule on 176-178, 278. Fusion of Normans and English in 281. Invaded by Robert of Normandy, 201. Civil War in 219, 220. Anarchy in 220, 221. Revival of national feeling in 280, 281. Norman immigration to 302. Effects of loss of Normandy on 325, 326. Under interdict 330, 331. Friars arrive in 211. Provençals and Poitevins in, under Henry III. 32-33. Early finance, 103. Relations with the papacy, 26-28, 218, 219, 221-223, 225, 273-275, 303. Social changes after the Black Death, 254, 255. Social strife in 266-268, 289, 316, 317. Sufferings under Edward III, 290, 291. Constitutional, its beginnings, 100. Its freedom established, 385. Moral and intellectual decay during Wars of the Roses, 97, 98, 115. Social condition in 15th century, 104-107. Agricultural changes in 107, 108. Evictions and enclosures in 109, 110. Definition of its foreign policy, 128. Intellectual progress under Edward IV, 153, 154. The New Learning in 191-196, 201. Relations with the papacy under Henry VIII, 288, 289, 299, 300, 302. Rejects papal jurisdiction, 305. Foreign Protestants in 4. 51, 58, 59, 305. Condition under Somerset, 54-55. Religious disorder in, 61. Condition under Northumberland, 66. Religious changes in, under Mary, 75. Submits to Rome, 88-89. Effects of the Reformation on, 121, 122. Attitude in Mary's later years, 134, 138, 139. Condition at her death, 146, 147. Religious chaos under Elizabeth, 162-165. Becomes Protestant, 166, 167, 247, 248. Its importance to the papacy, 253, 254. Parties in, 263. Social condition under Elizabeth, 274-277, 283-287. Religious condition, 289-291, 302-305. Volunteers from in the Netherlands, 324. Unites against the Armada, 358. Effect on, of the fight with Spain, 364. Its maritime warfare with Spain, 370, 371. Intellectual development under Elizabeth, v. 1-11. Condition at her death, 75-76. Growth of wealth and social advance, 77. Rise of the squires, 78. Growth of national spirit in, IB, 79. Growth of the religious spirit in, 81. Foreign rule of the Stuarts in, 148, 149. James I's proposal for its union with Scotland, 154. Change in its attitude towards the Crown, 171, 172, 183, 184. Condition under Charles I, 280-282, 315, 316. Declared a Commonwealth, 6. 68-69. Scheme of union with Holland, 81. With Scotland, 85. With Ireland, 86. War with Holland IB, 88. Condition under Cromwell and the Major Generals, 106-108. Progress of the Puritan ideal in, 125-128. Scientific movement in, 131-133. Latitudinarians in, 133-137. Modern, its beginnings, 160-161. Intellectual progress after the Restoration, 163-171. Union with Scotland and Ireland dissolved, 180. Restoration settlement of, 196-198. Quarrel with the Dutch, 223, 224. War with Holland, 225-226, 238, 239, 261. Attitude towards Louis XIV, 228. Its diplomacy under Charles II, 247, 248. Declares war against Louis XIV, 7. 49. Alliance with Holland, 102, 104, 105. Union with Scotland, 127, 128. Its European position after the Revolution, 147, 148. Its European policy, 149-151. Its intellectual influence, 151-153. Character of political controversy in, 161. Strength and weakness of public opinion in, 162-164. Social condition under the Georges, 170, 171. Alliance with France and Holland, 187. Condition under Walpole, 195 to 198. Alliance with France and Prussia, 199. Quarrel with Spain for trade in America, 216, 217. Declares war, 218. Intercourse with India, 232. Relations with America, 240, 241, 243, 244. Treaty with Frederick II, 247, 248. War with France, 248, 249, 264. Becomes a world power, 274 to 277. Annexations in the Pacific, 278, 279. Its empire, 279. Relations with America after the 7 Years' War, 280 to 283. Results of the Revolution in 286, 287. Intellectual advance in the 18th century, 292, 293. War with Spain, 306. Conquests in the West Indies, 307. Its gains by the Treaty of Paris, IB. English and American theories of its relation to America, 321 to 325. Growing influence of public opinion in 8. 1, 2, 10, 11. War with America, 22 to 26, 32, 41. Relations with Ireland, 33. Position after the American War, 45. Religious movement in 46, 47. Industrial progress, 53 to 60. Growing influence of the trading class in 61. Its condition as compared to the rest of Europe, 80. Alliance with Prussia and Holland, 85. Attitude towards the French Revolution, 87, 88, 93 to 95. Panic in 103 to 106. War with France, 108, 109. Its colonial acquisitions in 1795, 112. Condition during the French War, 114. Its dogged temper, 115, 116. Effects of the war on its industry and trade, 157, 158. League of Neutrals against her, 159, 160. Declares war against Bonaparte, 170. Effects of the continental system on its industry and trade, 177. Condition during the French War, 192 to 195. War with America, 198, 203 to 205. Last strife with Napoleon, 207 to 211. English people. Angle their early home, 9, 10. Settle in East Anglia and the North, 36. Conquer British Nisha, 52. English. Mercians. South Angle. Their life in Old England, 10 to 22. Religion, 22 to 24. Temper, 24 to 26. Love of the sea, 27. Character of their conquests, 39 to 44. Of their settlement, 44 to 48. Changes in organization after the conquest, 48 to 52. Tendencies towards unity, 53 to 55, 61, 83, 130. Union under Egbert, 103. Fusion of Northmen with 126, 127. Effects of struggle with the Northmen on 129, 130. Tendencies towards disintegration, 133, 134. Effects of foreign rule on 176 to 178. Fusion of Normans with 200, 281. Support William Rufus, 191, 192. Support Henry I, 201, 202. Revival of national feeling, 280, 281. Attitude under George III, 7. 312 to 314. New Life in America, 8. 43-44. England. Episcopacy. Abolished in Scotland v. 140. Restored, 143, 166, 167. Again abolished, 335. Proposal to abolish it in England, 354. Erasmus, Desiderius, 3. 193, 194. His relations with Warham, 196, 212. Teaches Greek at Cambridge, 201. Protests against war, 211. His praise of folly, 199, 219. Edition of St. Jerome, 212, 213. Of the New Testament, 213, 215. His Theology, 214. Defends the New Learning against Luther, 256. Eric, King of Sweden, I, 128. Essayists, the English, 7. 158 to 160. Essex. Settled by the East Saxons, I, 35. Submits to Wulfhere, 85. Peasant Revolt in 2. 321. Protestantism in, under Mary, 4. 144. Royalist Rising in, 6. 59. Essex, Arthur Capel, 1st Earl of. Commissioner of the Treasury, 6. 301. Supports Shaftesbury and the Exclusion, 315, 319. Plots with Monmouth, etc., 336. Death, 337. Essex, Robert Devereux, 2nd Earl of the 43, 62, 63. Essex, Robert Devereux, 3rd Earl of. Marries Frances Howard v. 190. Divorced, 191. Resists a forced loan, 255. Captain General of the Parliamentary Army, 6. 1. Movements in 1642-3. Captures Reading, 5. His inactivity, 6-8-10. Retires to Uxbridge, 12. Relieves Gloucester, 13-14. Movements in 1644, 19, 22, 23. Retires, 35. Fitzpeter. Mandeville. Howard. Estates of the Realm, various groupings of, in Parliament, 2. 202, 203. Etheridge, Sir George, 6. 157. Eugene of Savoy, Prince, 7. 118, 120, 121, 131, 134. Euphuism v. 5. Eustace, Count of Boulogne, I, 152, 167. Eustace, son of King Stephen, I, 226, 227. Eustace the Monk, 2. 2. Eva, daughter of Dermot of Leinster, I, 252. Evelyn's Diary, 6. 157. Evesham. Founded, I, 86. Battle of 2. 77, 78. Evroe, Charles of 2. 315. Exchange, the Royal, founded 4. 280. Exchequer, Court of, I, 206, 2. 109. Richard Fitzneill Stylogian, I, 174, 244. Closed 6. 261. Excise. Walpole's Scheme of 7. 195, 201, 202. Revived by Pitt, 8. 77. Exeter. Northman at I, 106. Welsh driven from, 120. Subdued by William I, 167, 168. Taylor's Guild at 318. William of Orange received at 7. 40. Exeter, Henry Holland, Duke of 3. 140, 142. Exeter, John Holland, Duke of, Earl of Huntingdon, 3. 78. Exeter, Edward Courtney, Marquis of 3. 322, 348, 350. Exton, Sir Piers, 3. 8. Exclusion Bill, the 6th. 307, 308, 319, 320. Eylau, Battle of 8. 175. Fabian Chronicle, 2. 179. Fairfax, Edward, his version of Tasso v. 2. Fairfax, Ferdinando, 2nd Lord, 6. 4. Fairfax, Sir Thomas. His victory at Nantwich, 6. 18. Commander-in-Chief of the New Model Army, 35-36. Victory at Naseby, 40-41. In the West, 41. Marches on Oxford, 46. Suppresses Royalists rising in Kent, 61. Colchester surrenders to, 64. Marches on London, 65. Suppresses mutiny, 75. Superseded by Cromwell, 79. Joins Monk, 151. Falaise. Birthplace of William the Conqueror, I. 157. Treaty of 2. 140. Reduced by Henry v. 3. 33. Falkenberg, William Neville, Lord 3. 113. Falkirk, Battles of 2. 168, 169, 7. 229. Falkland, Lucius Carey, 2nd Viscount. His Plans of Church Reform v. 354. Abandons Strafford's impeachment, 356. His political position, 368. Becomes Charles's minister, 375. Joins Charles at York, 378. Death 6. 14. Influence on religious thought, 133. Family Compact the 7. 215. Farm of a Borough 2. 152. Farmer, Anthony 7. 25. Farmers' Rise of 2. 240. Farn Islet of I. 71. Fastolf, Sir John 3. 46, 162. Fawkes, Guido v. 158, 159. Feckenham, Abbot of Westminster 4. 106. Felton John v. 264, 265. Ferdinand I, Archduke of Austria 3. 208, 243, 4. 19. Emperor 98, v. 174, 175. Ferdinand II, Archduke of Austria v. 213. King of Bohemia, 216. Emperor, 217. Ferdinand v. King of Aragon 3. 186, 187, 207. Forms the Holy League, 209. Seizes Navarre IB. Dies 234. Ferdinand 7, King of Spain 8. 185. Ferrer, Bishop of St. David's 4. 91. Ferrars Robert 8th Earl of Derby 2. 87. Feudalism. Tendency to, in England after Danish Wars I. 133, 135, 136. The Conqueror's dealings with 181 to 185. Antagonism of the universities to 289 to 291. Revives under Henry III, 2, 4, 5. Its military basis, 239. Ruin 3, 92 to 94. Fielding, Henry 7, 297. Fifth Monarchy meant 6, 182. Filmer, Sir Robert 6, 171. Finance, Early English 2, 103. William I.'s System of I. 186. Finch, Sir John. Chief Justice v. 331. Lord Keeper, 351. 1st of June, Battle of the Eight. 111. Fisher, John, Bishop of Rochester, 3. 201. His reply to Luther, 257. Quarrel with the Commons, 290. Sent to the Tower, 319. Beheaded, 321. Fitzgerald, Lord Edward 8. 121, 128. Fitzgerald, Lord Thomas 3. 328. Fitzhamo, Robert 2. 48. Fitzharris, Edward 6. 323. Fitzmaurices, the Earls of Desmond 2. 377. Fitzmaurice, James 4. 315. His Dialogue on the Exchequer, 174, 244. Fitzosborne, Roger, I. 189. Fitzosborne, William, I. 167, 168, 183. Fitzralph, Richard, Chancellor of Oxford 2. 295. Fitzstephen, Robert I. 252. Fitzurse, Reginald I. 241. Fitzwalter, Robert, Captain of the Londoners I. 305. Conspires against John, 335. Leader of the Barons, 343. Marshal of the Army of God and Holy Church, 346. Council's alliance with France, 355. Besieges Lincoln 2. 2. Fitzwarren or Fitzwarren, Fulk, the 3rd, I. 343, 2. 42. Fitzwarren, Fulk, the 5th, 2. 116. Fitzwilliam, William, 4th Earl, 8. 104, 120. 5 boroughs, the I. 117, 120. 5 members, the V. 373 to 376. Flambard Ranulph, I. 192, 199. Flamsteed, John 6. 166. Flanders. Its will trade with England 2. 107, 226. Interdictin, 219, 224. Alliance with Edward 3. 226, 227. Civil strife in 233. Joins Edward again, 244. Struggle with France, 349. English Guild of Merchant Adventurers in 3. 155. Decay of its trade 4. 281. Refugees from, in England, 305, 323. Attacked by France 6. 124. Flanders, Louis le Mail, Count of 2. 244, 286. Flanders, Margaret of 2. 286. Created by Alfred, I. 116. Successes under John, 333, 337. Under Hubert de Burgh 2. 3. Repulse from a Burman I 54. Reduces Anglesey, 109. Victory at Sluys, 228. Defeated by Spaniards, 313. Harries the coast of Brittany 3. 16. Henry 8, s. 4. 28, 29. Elizabeth's, 360. Its fight with the Armada, 361, 362. Declares for Charles I, 6. 59. Recreated by Vane, 78. Increased under William 3, 7. 105, 107. Blockades Cadiz and threatens Naples, 223. Its share in the war with France 8. 111, 127, 133. Blockades Malta, 162, 165. Attacks Copenhagen, 163, 180. Fleetwood, General 6. 121, 145, 150. Flemings. In Pembrokeshire 2. 48-55. Settle in England under Edward III. 226. Besiege Bouvines, 234. Attack France, 244. Fletcher Giles v. 304. Fletcher Finis v. 304. Fleurus, Battles of 7. 75, 8. 109. Flint. Richard II. Taken prisoner at 2. 381. Castle captured by Owen Glyndwr 3. 11. Flodden, Battle of 3. 210. Flood, Henry 8. 37. Florence. Revival of letters at 3. 189. Commercial treaty with 4. 282. Florence of Worcester I. 6. 173. 280. Florida. Huguenot colony in 4. 330. Ceded to England 7. 307. To Spain 8. 41. Flushing pledged to Elizabeth 4. 349. Folliot, Gilbert, His Letters I. 173. Folk the I. 19. Folkland I. 47. Folkmoot the I. 19, 20. Fontenoy, Battle of 7. 227. Fort John v. 303. Forests. Assize of the I. 267. Charter of the 2. 165, 166, 170. Law of the 34. Commission of, under Charles I. v. 277. New, disafforested by Great Charter, I. 352. Forster, Thomas 7. 184. Fort St. George, Madras 7. 232. Fort William, Calcutta 7. 232. Fort William, Inverness-shire 7. 52. Fortescue, Sir Faithful 6. 3. Fortescue, Sir John 3. 86. Fotheringay, Mary Stuart beheaded at 4. 352. Fowgers sacked by the English 3. 62. Formigny, Battle of 3. 62. For Masters, Annals of the I. 7. Fox, Edward, Bishop of Hereford 3. 336. Fox, Richard, Bishop of Winchester 3. 202, 216, 230, 285. Fox, Charles James, Leader of the Whigs 8. 63, 64. His Jealousy of Shelburne 65. His India Bill 67, 68. His Joy at the Capture of the Bastille 84. Supports the Prince's claim to the Regency IB. His Libel Act 92. Supports Pitt in giving self-government to Canada 92. Burke's quarrel with him IB. Returns to office 174. Death 178. Fox Spook of Martyrs 4. 3. War of William the Conqueror with I. 190. Invaded by Otto of Germany 338. Regency offered to Simon of Montfort 2. 40. Relations with Scotland 141, 170, 171, 197, 213. Treaty with Edward I. 170. Claim of Edward III. To the throne 208. Edward III. Declares war with 213. Greatness at opening of 100 Years' War 215, 216. Relations with the Papacy 217, 224. Condition after Battle of Poitiers, 264. Ravaged by Edward III, 265. Edward III renounces his claims on 266. Renewal of war with 285. Invaded by John of Gaunt, 287. Relations with Scotland and Flanders, 349. Truces with Richard II, 354, 368. Relations with Henry IV, 3. 6. With the Percys, 1214. With Owen Gyndwr, 1518. Civil War in 16. Relations with the Council of Henry IV, 23, 24. Truce with 26. Henry vs claims on 28, 29. Treaty with him 35, 36. Political position at close of 100 Years' War 119. Relations with Maximilian and England 170, 171. Growth of its power 205, 206. Attacked by English, Germans, and Spaniards 247. Mary Tudor's war with 4. 108. Relations with Scotland under Mary of Guise 169 to 173. Growth of the Huguenots in 174, 206 to 208. Huguenot rising in 209. Massacre of Protestants in 299. Parties in on death of Henry III, 369. Reunited under Henry IV, 373. League with England and the Netherlands v. 60. Alliance with Holland, 316. Growth of its power 6. 113, 114. Treaty with Cromwell, 117. Its growing prosperity, 187 to 189. Alliance with England and Holland, 7. 187. Alliance with England and Prussia, 199. Position after Treaty of Utrecht, 212. Union with Spain, 213, 214. Supports her against England, 219. Alliance with Prussia, 221. Claims on America and India, 232. War with England, 248, 249, 264, 265. Withdraws from India and America, 307. Policy in American War, 8. 28. League with America and Spain, 30. Pitt's Treaty of Commerce with 79. Condition in the 18th century, 81-82. Volunteers from, in Washington's Army, 83. Revolution in, IB, 86, 95, 96, 101. Attitude towards England, 97 to 100. Attacked by the coalition, 101. Royalty abolished in IB. Attacks Holland, 102. Declares war on England, 103. Reverses in 1793, 107. Successes, 109, 110. Directory in, 113. Dealings with Ireland, 121, 123 to 125. Attacks Austria and Italy, 122. Conquers Switzerland, 134, 135. Takes Rome, 136. Relations with Russia, IB, 137. Conquers Italy, 139. Forced to evacuate it, 140. Consulate in, 142. Position after the Peace of Lunéville, 144, 145. Driven from Egypt, 165, 166. Invaded by the Allies, 202. The Bourbons returned to, 203. Napoleon's last struggle in, 206. Literature of its influence on Chaucer, 2. 359, 360. Franchise restriction of 3. 99 to 102. Francis of Assisi St. 2. 9, 12, 13. Francis II, Emperor 8. 96. Francis I, King of France 3. 232. Campaign in Italy, 233. Treaties with Maximilian and Charles, 234. With Henry 8, 235. Meeting with Henry, 241. Struggle with Henry and Charles, 247. Defeats in Italy, 248, 250. Prisoner, 250. Treaties with Henry, 266, 270. Released, 267. Intrigues with Lutherans and Papacy 4. 22. Attacks Charles 24. Negotiations with Scotland IB. Treaty with Charles 32. With Henry 33. Sends explorers to America 330. Francis II of France. Marries Mary Stuart 4. 53, 169. King 174. Treaties with Elizabeth and the Scots 176. Death 188. Franciscans, Grey Friars, in England 2. 11. Frankfurt. English Protestants at 4. 118, 119. There. Troubles. 127, 128. Franklin Benjamin. His plan for the defense of the American colonies 7. 243. Sent as their agent to England 326. Council's submission to the Stamp Acts 330. Relations with Chatham 8. 20. Mission to France 28. Frank Pledge I. 238, 322. Frederick II, Emperor I. 293, 2. 7, 27. Frederick III, Emperor 3. 146, 147. Frederick, Elector Palatine. Marries Elizabeth of England v. 210. King of Bohemia, 217. Driven out, 220, 226. Frederick II, King of Prussia 7. 220. Alliance with France, 221. Victory at Kotusitz, 223. Silesia ceded to IB. Seizes Prague, 225. Driven from Bohemia IB. Victory at Hohenfriedberg, 227. Treaty with England, 247, 248. Seizes Dresden, 248. Victory at Prague IB. Defeated at Kolin IB. Victories at Rossbach, Luthen and Zorndorf, 263. Defeated at Hochkirch and Kunersdorf IB. At Plauen, 264. Campaign of 1760, 302. Share in partition of Poland 8. 85. Death IB. Frederick, Prince of Wales 7. 218. Free companies the 2. 281, 282. Freeholders succeed the villains 2. 333. Freemen the English I. 1112. Sinks into the villain 133, 321. Freeteval. Henry II. And Thomas reconciled at I. 240. Richard I. Surprises Philip's treasure at 263. Friars the 2. 10 to 14. Lord Bacon's comment on 21. Their political influence 22, 23. Character and effect of their preaching 24. Attempt conversion of Jews 127. Oppose Wycliffe 335. Friedland, Battle of 8. 175. Frisians in Alfred's fleet I. 116. Frith of Wedmore, I. 107. Frobisher Martin 4. 331, 361. Froissart Jean 2. 178. Fuentes d'Honor, Battle of 8. 191. Fyrd the I. 116, 161, 257, 2. 103, 122, 240. Gage, General 8. 19. Gaimard Geoffrey I. 174, 247. Gainsborough, Swain dies at I. 143. Gall St. 68. Gardiner Stephen 3. 272, 279. Bishop of Winchester, 298. Expelled from the council, 348. Supersedes Norfolk in the King's councils, 4. 24. Excluded from the Regency, 46. Imprisoned, 54. Chancellor, 74. Proposes Mary's marriage with Courtenay, 78. His aversion to the Spanish match, 80. Attitude towards Rome, 87. Tract in true obedience, IB. Change in his attitude, 88. Threat to the Protestant refugees, 119. Desires to go roundly to work with Elizabeth, 137. Death, 98. Garnet Henry, Provincial of the Jesuits, v. 159. Garter, Order of the Founded, 2. 252. Gascony. Simon of Montfort's rule in 2. 38-40. Seized by Charles 4. 197. Restored to Edward 3. 266. Resists the hearth tax, 285. Barons appeal to France against the Black Prince, IB. Its final loss, 3. 70-71. Gates, General, 8. 26. Gaudin, Doctor, 6. 72. Gaunt, Elizabeth, 7. 11. John. Gavokind, I. 324. Gaveston, Piers, 2. 186-188, 190. Gay John, 7. 161. Gemblers, Battle of 4. 312. Geneva, Calvin at 4. 126. Genoa annexed by Napoleon, 8. 172. Genoese at Battle of Crécy, 2. 236, 238. Geoffrey, Archbishop of York, I. 330. Geoffrey of Brittany, son of Henry II, I. 247, 254, 257. Geoffrey of Monmouth, I. 246, 2. 57. George I. King 7. 146. His temper, 173. Foreign policy, 187-189. Death, 200. George, Duke of Cambridge, George II, 7. 144. His character, 173. King, 200. His foreign policy, 221, 223, 226, 247. Victory at Dettingen, 224. Death, 283. George III, King 7. 283. His character and aims, 284, 285. Importance of his action, 285, 286. His power, 300. Relations with Pitt, 305, 316, 328, 331, 339. With the Whigs, 305, 316, 328, 339. With Parliament, 309. Urges the expulsion of Wilkes, 8. 6. Renews the quarrel with America, 13. His personal government, 16, 17. His rejoicing at the quarrel with America, 19. Madness, 84, 196. Refuses emancipation to Catholics, 154, 155, 179. George, Prince of Wales, George IV, Regent 8. 84, 196. Georgia, Colony of 7. 236, 237. Germany. Its relations with the papacy, 2. 218. Growth of Protestantism in 4. 31 v. 175. Catholic reaction in 176. Attacked by Louis XIV, 7. 38-48, 118. Gervas of Canterbury, I. 174. Gesta Stephanie, I. 173. Gesith the I. 50. Gewisses I. 34. Ghent. Charters confirmed at 2. 166. Revolt at 233. John of Gaunt born at 293. Reduced by the French, 349. Pacification of 4. 310, 311. Gibbon, Edward 8. 46. Gibraltar. Ceded to England 7. 142. Besieged by the Spaniards, 199. Eliot's defense of 8. 31-41. Gifford Bonaventure 7. 26. Gilbert Sir Humphrey 4. 345. Gilbert William discovers terrestrial magnetism 6. 131. Gilbert William, papal emissary in Ireland 4. 317. Gildas I. 3. Guilds I. 298 to 300, 304. Of English merchant adventurers in Flanders 3. 155. Of St. John at Bruges, 154. Of the Staple 2. 304. Of Tailors I. 318. Offweavers 317. Ordinances of 274. Suppression of 4. 54. Craft Guilds. Merchant Guild. Jinkle, General 7. 73. Gerald. Girondists 8. 96. Glamis, Patrick Lyon, Master of V. 124. Glamorgan. Conquered by Robert Fitzhamo, 2. 48. By Llewellyn A. P. Gruffydd, 58. Glamorgan, Edward Somerset, Earl of 6. 16. Glanville, Ranulph de I. 255, 259. His Treatise on Law, 174, 244. Glastonbury. St. Dunstan at I. 121, 123. Arthur's Tomb at 247, 2. 57. Glastonbury, Richard Whiting, Abbot of Hanged 3. 350. Glencoe, Massacre of 7. 53-54. Glyndwr. Gloucester. Northman at I. 106. Henry 3. Crowned at 2. 1. Seized by Edward 76. Besieged by Charles I. 6. 13. Relieved 14. Parliament at 2. 289, 315. Gloucester, Humphrey Duke of 3. 33. His marriage with Jacqueline, 38-42. Regent of England 40. Set aside 41. Protector I.B. His love of literature 40-41. Character 41. Recovers Hainault 42. Struggle with Beaufort 44. Represses Lollard Risings 96. Retires 58-59. Arrest and death 61. His library 161. Richard. Head of Continual Council 353. Struggle with Richard II. IB 354. Withdraws from court, 370. Arrested IB. Dies, 371. Gloucester, Richard de Clare, Earl of 2. 64–66. Gloucester, Gilbert de Clare, Earl of. Supports Simon de Montfort 2. 67, 70, 71. Quarrels with him, 75. His policy after Evesham, 81, 85, 86, 88. Occupies London, 89. Marries Johanna of Acre, 123. Robert. Gloucester, Thomas Spencer, Earl of 3. 7. Godolphin, Sidney 6. 315. Takes office 7. 98. Lord Treasurer, 112, 113. Supports occasional conformity, 123. Dismissed, 139. Godfrey Sir Edmondsbury 6. 294, 295. Godwine, Earl of Wessex, I. 146–153. Goliath Bishop, I. 248. Gondomar, Count of V. 226, 229. Goodman, Godfrey, Bishop of Gloucester, v. 298. Goodman, Christopher 4. 130, 131. Goodrich, Bishop of Ely 3. 336. Gorm, King of Denmark, I. 128. Government. Act of 6. 122. Instrument of 99, 102, 105. Gower, Caxton's edition of 3. 157. Gowrie, William Ruthven, 1st Earl of V. 128, 138. Grafton, Augustus Henry Fitzroy, 3rd Duke of 7. 170, 348. 415. Grafton Chronicle, 3. 83. Gramont, Count, Memoirsoft 6. 157. Granby, John Manners, Marquis of 8. 15. Grantmesnil, Evo of I. 201. Carteret. Gras, Admiral de 8. 40. Grattan, Henry. Demands repeal of Poynings Act 8. 37. Leads the Protestants in the Irish Parliament, 79. Strives for its reform, 117, 118, 120. Gravelines, Battle of 4. 108. Greater and Lesser Folk. I. 318. Greek. Study of, at Canterbury, I. 92. Revival of, in 15th century 3. 189, 190, 194, 195, 200. Green, General, 8. 32. Green, Robert v. 8, 25, 26, 30, 31. Greenville, Sir Bevil, 6. 5, 6. Greenway, Oswald v. 159. Greenwich, Elfie Martyrdad, I. 142. Gregory the Great Pope. His interview with English slaves, I. 53. Sends Augustine to England, 57. His pastoral book translated by Alfred, 114. Gregory 7, Pope, I. 187. Gregory 9, Pope 2. 27. Gregory 13, Pope 4. 299. Urges Philip to attack Elizabeth, 301. Heads the Catholic movement, 306. Plans a descent on Ireland, 315. Sends Jesuits to England, 317. Grenada conquered by England, 7. 307. Grenville, William Wyndham, Lord 8. 155. Leader of the Old Whigs, 156. Refuses office, 171. Accepts it, 174. His orders in council, 178. Fall of his ministry, 179. Grenville, George. Adherent of Pitt, 7. 247, 250. Deserts Hymn, 303, 328. Head of the Admiralty, 311. Prime Minister, 314. Character and Policy, 316, 317, 320. Death 8. 16. Grenville, Sir Richard 4. 370, 371. Gresham, Sir Thomas 4. 280. Gresham College, Meetings of the Royal Society at 6. 165. Grew, Nehemiah 6. 167. Gray, John de Bishop of Norwich, I. 329. Gray of Ruthin, Reginald, 3rd Lord 3. 10. Gray of Wilton, William, 13th Lord 4. 175. Gray of Wilton, Arthur, 14th Lord v. 12. Gray, Lady Catherine 4. 70, 238, v. 121. Gray, Lady Jane 4. 69. Proclaimed Queen 70. Imprisoned 71. Trial 75. Beheaded 84. Chronicle of 3. Gray, Lord Leonard 3. 330. Gray, Sir John 3. 124. Gray, Sir Thomas 3. 30. Grimbald, Abbot of Winchester, I. 113. Grimston, Sir Harbottle, v. 324. Grindal, Edmund. Protestant exile 4. 119, 132. Tutor of Elizabeth, 134. Archbishop of Canterbury, 290, v. 17. Stripes Life of 4. 4. Grindcob, William 2. 330, 332. Grosson, William 3. 190, 197, 256. Grosseteste, Robert, Bishop of Lincoln. His Letters I. 274. His Constitutions 2. 8. Lectures at Oxford 14. Friendship with Bacon 18. Remonstrates against policy of Henry III 34. Friendship with Simon de Montfort 41. Grouchy, Marshall 8. 208, 210. Gruffyd ap Llewellyn, Prince of Wales 2. 47. Gruffyd ap Conan, Prince of North Wales 2. 54. Guader Ralph de I. 189. Gwalchmai 2. 52-54. Gualo, Legate 2. 1. Gesklin, Bertrand du 2. 281, 283 to 287. Seized by Philip the Fair 2. 142. Restored to Edward III, 266. The Black Prince's ravages in 259. Attacked by Du Guesclin, 285. Attacked by Armagnac 3. 16. Conquered by Charles 7, 68-69. Aquitaine. Guineas the first 6. 223. Guise Francis, Duke of 4. 108, 174, 208, 210, 216. Guise Henry, Duke of 4. 355, 356, 367. Mary. Gisons. Ceded to Edward III, 2. 266. Meeting of Henry VIII. And Francis I, at 3. 241. Surrendered to France 4. 108. Gunpowder, effects of its introduction 3. 95. Gunpowder plot the v. 158, 159. Gordon, Sir Adam 2. 86, 87, 94. Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden, v. 275, 276. Guthlac Sti, 86. Guthrum, King of East Anglia, I. 104, 106. Guy, Bishop of Amiens, I. 6. Gwent the I. 34. Gwent, in Wales, rises against Edward the Elder, I. 118. Gwyn Nell 6. 176. 7. 5. Gyrth, son of Godwine, I. 164. Jirwas, I. 117. Jitha of Hordaland, I. 128. Hainault Jacqueline, Countess of 3. 38, 42, 43. Hainault William I, Count of 2. 198, 217. Hainault William II, Count of 2. 220. Hakluyt's Voyages v. 10. Hale, Sir Matthew 6. 85, 96, 200. Hales, Sir Edward 7. 15. Hales, John, Theologian 6. 134, 136, 137. Hales, John, Leader of Peasant Revolt 2. 319. Halidon Hill, Battle of 2. 211. Halifax, Nova Scotia, its foundation 7. 242. Halifax, George Saville, 1st Viscount, Earl, and Marquis of 6. 280. Correspondence with Barillon, 298. Takes office, 301. Against the exclusion of James, 307. Plans for the succession, 308. Throws out the Exclusion Bill, 320. His Bill of Securities IB. His Limitation Bill, 323. Advises calling a new Parliament, 334. Dismissed from the Privy Council 7. 14. Joins William III, 43. Prays him to accept the crown, 47. Lord Privy Seal, 67. Opposes the war and the Bank, 88. Death, 182. Halifax, George Montague, 2nd Earl of 7. 242 to 244. Hall, Joseph, Bishop of Norwich and satirist, v. 303. Halley's Chronicle, 3. 83. Halley, Edmund, 6. 166. Hamilton, James, 3rd Marquis and 1st Duke of v. 275, 334 to 336, 364. Supports Charles I. 6. 58, 59. Defeated at Preston, 62. Executed, 72. Hamilton, William, 2nd Duke of 6. 82-84. Hamilton, James of Bothwell half 4. 271, v. 122. Hamilton, General Gustavus 7. 58. Hamilton, Colonel 7. 53. Hammond, Colonel 6. 59. Hampton, Griffith v. 320. Hampton, John. His Youth v. 320. In Parliament of 1621, 321. Resists forced loan, IB, 255. In Parliament of 1628, 321. His home, 321, 322. Character, 322. Friends and kindred IB. Refuses to pay ship money, 323. Trial of his case, 324, 330, 331. Judgment against him annulled, 352. One of the 5 members, 373. Urges the abolition of episcopacy, 6. 14. Member of Committee of Public Safety, 1. His Grecoats, 6-7. His services in the war, 6-8. Fight at Chalgrove, 10. Death, 11. Burial, 12. Hampton, John the Younger, 6. 336. Hampton Court. Wolsey's Palace at 3. 236, 253. Treaty of 4. 209. Conference on Religion at v. 152. Hanover, Convention of 7. 231. Harold Fairhair, King of Norway, I. 128, 129. Harold Hardrada, King of Denmark, I. 161, 162. Harold Harefoot, King of England, I. 147. Hardwicke Philip York, 1st Earl of 7. 203, 245. Harding Chronicle, 2. 179. Harfleur taken by Henry v. 3. 30. Hargreaves John 8. 59. Secretary of State, 124. Intrigues against Marlborough, 132. Dismissed, 138. Returns to office, 139. Rivalry with Bolingbroke, 143. Countenances the South Sea Bubble, 192. Oxford. Harold, son of Godwine, Earl of East Anglia, I. 150. Governor of the realm under Edward, 153. Campaign in Wales IB 2. 47. His oath to William, I. 159. King, 160. Struggle with Tostig and Harold Hardrada, 161, 162. Slain at Senlac, 165. Harrington's version of Ariosto v. 2. Harrison, General, 6. 90-91, 195. Harry Blind I, 275. Harthacnut King I, 147, 148. Harvey Gabriel v. 11-12. Harvey William v. 52, 55, 6. 131. Hazelrig Arthur. One of the 5 members v. 373. Charges against him, 6. 85. Opposes the dissolution of the Rump, 89. In Parliament of 1654, 101. Denies the legality of the government, 102. Demands the dismissal of Fleetwood and Lambert, 150. Hastings, I. 116, 117. Hastings, Battle of, I. 162 to 165. Hastings, John, 2nd Lord, Claimant of Scotland 2. 136. Hastings of Ashby, William, 1st Lord 3. 163, 164. Huntingdon. Hastings, Warren 8. 31, 50, 51. Havana conquered by England 7. 307. Havre. Surrendered to Elizabeth 4. 210. Capitulates to France 217. Hawarden Castle captured by Owen Glyndwr 3. 11. Hawke Admiral 7. 265. Liverpool. Hawkins John 4. 283, 361. Hawley, General 7. 229. Haxey Sir Thomas 2. 370. Haywood's Life of Edward 6. 4. 3. His Annals IB 4. Heathenism, Its Struggle with Christianity in England, I. 65, 66, 70-73. Heathfield, Battle of the I. 66. Heavensfield, Battle of I. 67. Hebrides, Northmen in the I. 129. Hemmingford or Hemanber, Walter of 2. 177. Hengist I. 3149. Henrietta Maria of France, wife of Charles I. v. 241, 376, 6. 4. Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans 6. 192, 257. Henry I, King I, 198. Charter and Marriage IB, 199. Relations with the English People, 198, 200-202. With the Barons 202. Conquers Normandy IB. Dealings with Wales 2. 48. His rule I. 203 to 205. Administration 205, 206. Death 214. Literature at his court 246. His charter produced by Langton 340. His charter to London 304. To Oxford 309. Laws of 339. Henry II, Fitz-Empress I. 226. Comes to England 227. Treaty with Stephen I.B. King 228. Person and character 229 to 231. Results of his rule 231. First measures 232. Welsh War I.B. 2. 53-54. Extent of his continental dominions I. 232, 233. War of Toulouse 233. Relations with the barons I.B. With the Church 235 to 237, 253. Struggle with Thomas 236, 237, 239, 240. Penance at his shrine 255. Legal reforms 235 to 239, 255, 256. Reforms of the King's Court 2. 110, 111. Visits Arthur's tomb at Glastonbury I. 247, 2. 57-58. Dealings with Ireland I. 250, 251, 253. Rebellions against him 254, 255. Receives homage of Scotland I. 255, 2. 134. Reorganizes the FYRD 257. Revolt of his sons IB. Introduces taxation of personal property IB. Death 258. Charter to Oxford 309. Crown 2. 1. Crown again 5. Character and policy 25-26. Relations with Rome 26-27-59. Campaigns in Brittany and Poitou 29. Quarrel with Hubert de Burgh IB. Personal government 31. Marriage 32. Foreign favorites IB 33. Misrule 34. Confirms charter IB. Second campaign in Poitou 35. Quarrels with Simon of Montfort 39-40. Contributes to Matthew Parish Chronicle 44. Goes to France 64. Forbids summoning of Parliament IB. Gets the provisions of Oxford annulled by the Pope 65. Tries to surprise Simon at Southwark 69. Prisoner 71. Vengeance after Evesham 79-83. Dies 90. One of the Lords Appellant 353. Position and policy 369. Supports Richard II 370. Duke of Hereford 372. Quarrel with Norfolk IB. Exiled IB. Returns 373, 379. Captures Richard II. At Flint 381. King 3. 2. Relations with Parliament 3-4. With the Church 4. With France 6. With the Lords 7. Plot against him 8. Marches against Scotland 9. Against Owen GlynDWR 10-11. Imprisons James of Scotland 15-16. Epilepsy 22. Struggle with Council and Parliament 23-25. Vow of Crusade 25. Death IB. Henry v. Son of Henry of Lancaster 2. 378. His campaigns in Wales 3. 10, 17, 18, 22. Person and character 17, 18. Friendship with Oldcastle 20, 27. Policy, 22. Struggle with the Council, 24, 25. King, 25. Coronation, 26. First measures IB. Action against Lollards, 27. Claims French crown, 28. Plot against him, 30. Takes Harfleur IB. Victory at Agincourt, 30 to 32. Alliance with Burgundy, 32. Conquers Normandy, 33-34. Marriage and treaty with France, 35. Enters Paris, 36. Captures Dreux IB. Repulsed from Orleans IB. Besieges Meaux IB. His plans, 37-38. Death, 36. Life of, by Titus Livius, 3. 41. Authorities for his reign, 2. 179. Henry VI, King, 3. 39. Crowned at Paris, 55. His court at Rouen IB. Struggle with York, 68 to 70. Idiocy, 71. Recovers, 72. Prisoner, 74-75. Escapes to Scotland, 80. Recaptured, 123, 127. Sent to the Tower, 127. Restored, 139. Imprisoned again, 142. Death, 145. Library, 161. Authorities for his reign, 2. 179, 180. Early life, 165, 166. Expedition to England, 167. Goes to France, 171. Lands at Milford Haven IB. Victory at Bosworth, 172. Person and character, 173. Title to the crown, 174, 175. Marriage, 175. His government, 176 to 178. Expedition to France, 179, 180. Dealings with Ireland, 181, 182. With Scotland, 184, 185. With Spain, 186 to 188. Patronage of Caxton, 161. Chapel at Westminster, 174. Death, 198. Lives of 83. Betrothed to Catherine of Aragon, 3. 187. King, 198. Person and tastes, IB, 199. Protects the new learning, 202, 204. Temper, 204. Policy towards France, 205, 207. Marries Catherine, 207. Relations with Ferdinand IB. Attempt on France, 209, 210. Treaty with Louis XII, 232. With Charles, 233. Relations with Charles, 235. Treaty with Francis IB. Seeks the Empire, 240. Designs on France IB. Interview with Charles, 241. With Francis IB. League with Charles and the Pope, 243. Financial difficulties IB, 244, 251, 252. New alliance with Charles, 250. Supports the papacy, 255. His assertion of the seven sacraments IB. Named Defender of the Faith IB. Protects Latimer, 263, 265. Treaties with France, 266, 270. Joins the Holy League, 266. Seeks a divorce, 268, 272. Relations with Bullen, 267, 270, 273, 274, 276. With Parliament, 288. Forbids the circulation of Tyndall's Bible, 290. Appeals to the universities about his divorce, 292. Claims to be head of the church, 296. Banishes Catherine from his house, 298. League with France, 302. Threatened with excommunication IB. Marries in Bullen, 303. Takes title of Supreme Head of the Church, 306. Cromwell's hold over him, 313, 314. Marries Jane Seymour, 326. Dealings with Ireland, 327, 328, 330 to 333. Turns to the Lutherans, 335, 336. His Articles of Religion, 337, 338. Attitude towards Protestantism, 345. Excommunicated, 350. Marries and of Cleves, 351. Divorces and marries Catherine Howard, 4. 17. Marries Catherine Parr, 24. Dealings with Scotland, 25 to 29. Alliance with Charles, 27. Campaign in France, 30. Treaty with Francis, 33. Financial difficulties, 34. Offers aid to the League of Schmalkald, 36. Drift of his religious policy, 37. Address to Parliament in 1545, 38. His scheme for union of England and Scotland, 52. Death, 45. Will, 46, 69. Henry v. Emperor I, 208. Henry VI, Emperor I, 262. Henry II, King of France 4. 53, 65, 174. Anjou. Henry, King of Navarre 4. 348, 355, 367. King of France, Henry IV, 368. Victory at Ivry, 369. Besieges Paris IB. Besieges Rouen, 371. Conversion, 372. Assassinated v. 178. Henry, son of Henry II. Betrothed to Margaret of France, I. 233. Crowned, 240. Rebels, 254, 257. Dies, 257. Henry of Almaine, 2. 87. Henry, Bishop of Winchester, I. 224, 225. Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony, I. 264. Henry, son of David I. of Scotland, 2. 134. Henry of Essex, 2. 54. Henry of Trastamara, 2. 282 to 284, 287. Carries the invitation to William III, 7. 35. Earl of Torrington, 68, 75. Herbert George v. 113, 303. Herbert Philip Lord 6. 101. Herbert Sir Thomas v. 72. Bohun. Henry IV. Hereward I. 170. Hereford Nicholas II. 336, 339, 341, 343. Herrick Robert v. 303. Herring's Battle of the 3. 46. Expedition to Scotland, IB, 29. Head of the New Med, 45-46. Sends aid to the German Protestants, 50. Somerset. Hertford, Edward Seymour, 1st Earl of V. 121. Hertfordshire, Royalists rising in, 6. 59. Hexham. Battle of 3. 123. Chroniclers of I. 173, 243. Heywood Thomas v. 42. Hayworth Moor, meeting of Yorkshire freeholders at v. 378. Higden, Ralph 2. 356. Caxton's edition of 3. 157. Highlands. Rising Inn, under Montrose 6. 23. Under Dundee 7. 52. Under Mar 183. Under Charles Edward 228. Conquest of 230. 231. Hild, Abbess of Strienshiel, I. 77. Hilsey, Bishop of Rochester 3. 336. History English. Its beginning I. 31. Compilation of Under Alfred 115. New School of Under Henry II 173, 174, 244. Revival under Elizabeth v. 3-4. Municipal Materials 4 I. 274. Horde the at Winchester I. 180, 188. Hobbes Thomas 6. 138 to 141, 170. Holby Sir Edward v. 57. Hoche General 8. 121, 123, 124. Hochkirch Battle of 7. 263. Hohenfriedberg Battle of 7. 227. Hohenlinden Battle of 8. 143. Hollandse History 3. 83. Holland. Its alliance with France v. 316. Recognizes Charles II. 6. 70. Relations with the Commonwealth 81. War with England 86-88. Alliance with Cromwell 116. Relations with Charles II 186, 187. Quarrel with England 223, 224. War 225, 226, 238, 239, 242. Policy of Louis XIV. Towards 251. War with England 261, 268. Attacked by Louis 268. Declares war against him 7. 49. Acknowledges Philip V. as King of Spain 101. Alliance with England 102, 105. With England and France 187. With England and Prussia 8. 85. Attacked by France 102. Conquered 110. Made a kingdom for Louis Bonaparte 185. Annexed by Napoleon 199. Holland, Henry Rich, 1st Earl of 6. 62-72. Hollis Denzel, v. 373. Member of Committee of Public Safety 6. 1. His policy in 1646, 48, 49. Ecclesiastical policy 50. His expulsion demanded 54. Takes office under Charles II, 301. His memoirs v. 72. Holmby House, Charles I, seized at 6. 53. Holy Island, Lindisfarne, I, 69. Homildon Hill, Battle of 3. 12. Homilies, Book of 4. 59. Honorius 3, Pope 2. 1. Hood, Samuel, 1st Baron and Viscount 8. 109. Hooke, Robert 6. 166. Hooker, Richard v. 110 to 112. Hooper, Bishop of Gloucester 4. 61, 91, 120. Hopton, Sir Ralph 6. 5, 6. Horder, Treasurer the I. 132. Horn, Robert 4. 119. Horsa I. 31. Horstein, Constable I. 132. Hospitals, suppression of 4. 34. Hotham, Sir John v. 378. Hoff, John, President of Magdalen College, Oxford 7. 25, 26. Hounslow, Campat 7. 16. Howard of Effingham, Charles, 2nd Lord 4. 358, 360, 361. Howard of Iscrick, Edward, 1st Lord v. 343. Howard of Iscrick, William, 3rd Lord 6. 336. Howard John 8. 48 to 50. Howard Catherine 4. 17, 24. Of Somerset, 193, 205 to 207. Howard Sir Robert 3. 286. Howard's the 3. 286. How Richard, 1st Earl 8. 111. How John 6. 210. Refuses the indulgence 7. 22. How General Sir William 8. 23, 25. Howell da Laws of 2. 46. Howden Roger of I. 174, 244. Rolf the Ganger, I. 154, 155. Hubert Walter, Bishop of Salisbury, I. 262. Archbishop of Canterbury and Justiciar I.B. His administration, 264. Puts down tumult in London, 320. Resigns justiciarship, 267. Opposes John, 328. Dies, 329. Hubertsburg, Treaty of 7. 306. Huddleston, Father John, 7. 4. Hugh St. Bishop of Lincoln, I. 174, 267. Hugh St. Martyr of Lincoln 2. 127. Hugh the Wolf, Earl of Chester 2. 47. Supported by Elizabeth, 189. Growth of their power, 206 to 208. Rising of, 209. Treaty with Elizabeth, I.B., 210. With Catherine, 217. Defeated at Jarnac, 267. At Moncontour, 268. Massacre of, 299. Refugees at Canterbury, 306. Settle in Florida 4. 330. Persecuted by Louis XIV, 6. 317, 335, 7. 13. Fly to England, 14. Hull, Charles I. Refused eminence to v. 378. Humbert, General 8. 130. Hundred the I. 1947. Hundred Court the I. 20. Preserved by William I. 185, 186. Grand Jury elected in 264. Hundred Rolls 2. 117. 100 Years' War. Its beginning 2. 213. Change in its character 3. 29. Its effects 2. 214, 215, 3. 103, 104. Huntingdon. Reduced by Edward I. 119. Granted to David of Scotland 2. 134. Hastings. Huntingdon, John Holland, Earl of, Duke of Exeter 3. 7-8. Huntingdon, Henry of I. 4. 173, 243. Henley Alexander Gordon, 4th Earl of 4. 199, 205. Henley George Gordon, 5th Earl of 4. 226. Henley George Gordon, 6th Earl of V. 139, 140. Henley George Gordon, 2nd Marquis of V. 336, 337. Huscarls. Nuts I. 144, 146. Harthacnuts, 148. Harold's, 163, 164. Huss, John 2. 349. Hussey, John Lord 3. 322, 325. Hutchinson, Colonel, v. 8197. Memoirs of 72. Houghton, Ulrich von 3. 256. Wickes I. 66. Hyde and 6. 221. Organizes the Royalist Party in Parliament, 367. Joins Charles I. at York, 378. Chancellor of the Exchequer, 6. 205. Clarendon. Hyder Ali 8. 131. Iceland colonized by Northmen, I. 129. Ida the Flame-Bearer, I. 52. Impositions of James I. v. 160. Income Tax 8. 137. Independence v. 308. Emigrate to America, IB 310. Return 6. 28. Their petition to Charles II, 200. India. Alfred's intercourse with I. 109, 113. English settlements in 7. 232. French attack on 233. Portuguese settlements in 232. French withdraw from 307. Warren Hastings rule in 8. 31, 32, 50. Fox's scheme for its government, 67, 68. Bonaparte's designs on 131, 132. Indulgence. First Declaration of 6. 219, 220. Second, 262, 273. Third 7. 22. Fourth, 29, 30. INE, King of Wessex, I. 89, 90. Ingelger of Anjou, I. 209. Innocent III, Pope. Quashes elections to Canterbury, I. 329. Appoints Stephen Langton, 330. Lays England under interdict, IB. Sentences John to deposition, 333. Annuls the charter, excommunicates the barons, and suspends Langton, 354. Interdict. In England, I. 330, 331. In Flanders, 2. 219, 224. Interim. The 4. 51. Inquisition, the 4. 31, 101. Inverlochi, Battle of 6. 38. Iona, I. 69. Ireland. Materials for early history of I. 7, 8. Its condition after the Danish invasions, 249, 250. Slave trade with Bristol, 250. Bull for conquest of 251. Anglo-Norman invasion of 252. Henry II. In 253. Gerald de Barry's treatises on 245, 285. Students from, at Oxford, 291. Condition after the Norman invasion, 2. 373 to 375. Barons of Rise Against John, I. 332, 333. John and 2. 375, 376. Gaveston in 187. Edward Bruce's expedition to 376. Condition under Edward III, 377. Richard II. In 367, 378. Henry VII. S. dealings with 3. 181, 182. Condition under Henry VIII, 326, 327. Conquest of 328 to 330. Henry's government of 330 to 333. Effects of Cromwell's ecclesiastical policy in 339 to 342. Attempts to force the Reformation on 462-63. Condition under Mary 109 to 111. Trade with Bristol 282. Condition under Elizabeth 314, 315. Rising in 315, 316. Condition after the fall of Smerwick v. 61. Rising in, under Hugh O'Neill, 62. Condition under James I. 287, 288. Wentworth's rule in 290 to 292, 364. Rising in 365. Charles I.'s dealings with 16. Success of Ormond's diplomacy in 71. Royalist successes in 75. Cromwell's campaign in 76, 77, 79. Proposal for its union with England 84-86. Its first representation in the English Parliament 99. Cromwell's conquest and settlement of 109, 110. First union with England 110. Union dissolved 180. Condition under Charles II 181, 182. Under James II 17, 55 to 59. War in, between James and William 70 to 72. William's conquest of 73-74. Relations with England 33. Condition in 18th century 34 to 36. Demand for independence 37-38. Made independent 39. Pitt's dealings with 78, 117, 118. Peasant risings in 119. Host descent on 124. Panic in IB 125. Revolt in 129. Second union with England 139. Ireton Henry supports the independence 45. His influence with the army 51. Policy 54, 56, 57, 81. Irish campaign and death 109. His corpse outraged 201. Irishmen united 8. 118 to 120, 127, 128. Manufactures of 279. Mines I 32. 107. Trade in 18th century 54, 57. Isabel I, Queen of Castile 3. 186, 187. Isabella of Angoulême, wife of King John II 33. Isabella of France, wife of Edward II 186, 197, 198, 207, 208. Isabella of France, wife of Richard II 368. Isabella, daughter of Philip II. Of Spain 372, v. 121. Islip, Archbishop of Canterbury 290. Italy. The Renaissance in 189, 190. Northern, conquered by Charles VIII. Of France 206. By Francis I, 233. By Bonaparte 8. 122, 123, 125. Itinerarium Cambri, I, 274. Itinerarium Regis Ricardi, I, 174. Ivar the Boneless, I, 104. Ivry Battle of 369. Jack the Carter, 318. Jack the Miller, 318. Jack Truman, 318. Jackson, General 205. Jacobins 8. 96. Jacobites 7. 68. Their plots 102, 103, 105. Relations with the Tories 166 to 168. Rise in 1715 183, 184. In 1745 228 to 230. Jackery the 265. Jamaica conquered by the English 6. 117. James I, son of Robert III. Of Scotland 3. 15. Prisoner in England 16. King IB 183. Murdered 184. James IV, King of Scots 3. 184, 185, 210. James V, King of Scots 3. 248, 4. 23, 25, 26. James VI, of Scotland. Born for .231. Crowned 259. Relations with Lennox and the Guises 346. Alliance with Elizabeth 350. Relations with Essex and Robert Cecil v. 63. King of England 122. His early life 122 to 124. Character and purpose 124, 125. Struggle with the nobles 128. With the Kirk 133, 134, 139 to 143. His Basilican Doran 143. Enters London 146. Person and character 146 to 148. Policy 144, 149, 150. Gives relief to the Catholics 150. Refuses Puritan demands 152, 153. Proposes union with Scotland 154. Takes title of King of Great Britain 155. His impositions 160, 161. Struggle with the Assembly and the Kirk 164 to 166. With English law 168. His True Law of Free Monarchy 169. His Theory of Monarchy IB 170. Financial Straits 172. Struggle with Parliament 179 to 182. His Own Minister 185, 186. Sets aside the Council 187. His Favorites 188, 189. Backs the divorce of Lady Essex 190, 191, 193. Immorality of his court 193, 194. Summons Parliament 195. Dissolves it 196. Revives benevolences 197, 198, 229. Checks the growth of London 198, 199. Increases the peerage 200. Relations with the judges 201, 202. Dismisses Coke 202. Policy towards Spain 211, 212. Towards Germany and Bohemia 218, 219. Revives monopolies 222. Quarrel with Parliament 228, 229. Tears its protestation 229. Overborne by Buckingham 235. Death 239. Letters of 4. Authorities for his reign v. 71. James, Duke of York, King James II, 6. 182. Lord Admiral, 193. Marys and Hyde, 221. Fight with Oppim off Lowestoft, 225. Conversion, 255. Fight with the Rooter, 268. Owns himself a Catholic and resigns his office, 274. Second marriage, 278. Exempted from the Act excluding Catholics from Parliament, 297. Sent to Brussels, 300. Plans for excluding him from the succession, 306. Recalled, 310. Goes to Scotland IB. Again recalled, 315, 335. King 7. 5. His character IB 6. First measures 6 7. Increases the army 11. Relations with France 12. Refuses to let William visit England IB. Dealings with the Catholics and the Parliament 14 15. With the judges 15. Establishes a camp at Hounslow 16. Restores the High Commission 18. Struggle with the Tory nobles 19 to 21. Issues declarations of indulgence 22 29. Attempts to pack Parliament 23 29. Dealings with the universities 24 to 26. Relations with William of Orange 26 to 28. Struggle with the 7 bishops 30 31. Reinforces his army with Irish troops 33. Sides with Louis against the Empire and Holland 36. Reverses his policy 39. Flight 42 to 44. Received as king by Louis 49. Policy in Ireland 55. Lands at Kinsale 56. His rule at Dublin 58 59. Returns to France 71. His plans 77. Death 106. His autobiography 6. 157, 158. James William 2. 340. Jamestown, foundation of the 308. Jarnac, Battle of 4. 267. Jarrow I, 91-92. Plundered by Northmen, 101. Procesta 2. 179. Jeffreys, George, Chief Justice 7. 10-19. Lord Chancellor, 31. Jahan Lebel 2. 178. Jemappes, Battle of 8. 101. Jena, Battle of 8. 174. Jenkins's Ear 7. 217. Jenkinson, Charles, 1st Earl of Liverpool, 7. 311. Jenkinson's Travels v. 9. Jersey, Charles 2. In 6. 78. Jerusalem. Alfred's intercourse with I. 113. Taken by Saladin, 257. Jervis, Admiral 8. 127. Jesuits. Order of, founded 4. 31, 101. Missionaries in England, 317 to 320, 353. Banished v. 156. Returned 7. 16. In England, materials for their history 4. 5. Jewel John 4. 119 v. 106. Jews in England I. 187 2. 125, 130, 284, 307. Expelled 2. 131. Returned 6. 112. Jean. Joan, daughter of Edward II, 2. 206. Joan of Kent, wife of the Black Prince 2. 293, 306. Jocelyn of Brakeland, I. 174. Johanna, daughter of King John 2. 54. Johanna, daughter of Edward I. 2. 123. John of Beverley St. I. 77. John, son of Henry II. I. 258. Lord of Ireland 2. 374. Struggle with Longchamp, I. 260, 261. With Hubert Walter I.B. King, 268. Victory at Mirbeau I.B. Loses his French dominions, 269. His character, 326 to 328. Prepares for war with France, 328. Welsh rise against him, 333. His continental alliances, IB, 334. Campaigns in Wales, 2. 54-55. Struggle with the Church, I. 329 to 331. Relations with the baronage, 332, 338. Sentenced by the Pope to deposition, 333. Becomes the Pope's vassal, 337. Absolved, 338. Struggle with Langton, 340, 341. Goes to France, 342. Defeat and return, 343. Struggle with the barons, 344 to 347. Assents to Great Charter, 348, 353. Gets it annulled by the Pope, 354. Takes Rochester and marches on the north, IB. Struggle with Louis of France, 355. Divides the Pale into counties, 2. 376. Charter to Oxford, I. 309. Death, 356. His submission to the Pope repudiated by Parliament, 2. 275. John, King of Bohemia, 2. 236, 239. John, Duke of Normandy, 2. 234, 235. King of France, 258. Normandy rises against, 259. Campaign against the Black Prince, 260, 261. Prisoner, 262, 263. Death, 281. John of Austria, Don 4. 310 to 312. John of Cambridge, Prior of St. Edmunds, 2. 329. Position and policy, 302, 303. Corrupt administration, 303. Opposed by the good Parliament, 305 to 307. Action after its dismissal, 307. Attacks Wykeham, 308. Supports Wycliffe, 309. Withdraws from court, 311. Expedition to St. Malo, 315. Turns against Wycliffe, 337, 341. Goes to Spain, 350. Intercedes for the Lords Appellant, 354. Patron of Chaucer, 359. Aquitaine granted to, 369. Death, 373. John the Litster, 2. 325, 331. John of London, pupil of Roger Bacon, 2. 16. John of Northampton, Mayor of London, 2. 345, 350. John the Old Saxon, I. 113. John of Salisbury, I. 173, 174, 250, 282, 283, 285. Johnson, Samuel, 7. 204, 217, 8. 11. Johnson, Ben v. 42. Joseph, 2. Emperor, 8. 81, 85, 86. Journalism, Development of, in the 18th Century, 7. 298. Juana of Castile, wife of Philip of Austria, 3. 186, 208. Judges. Limitations of their powers, 2. 110, 111. Circuits of I. 207. Organized by Henry II, 256. Regulated by the Great Charter, 350. Julius II, Pope 3. 187, 188, 209, 274. Julius III, Pope 4. 86. Junius 8. 9. Junto the 7. 85. Jurors 2 classes of I. 238. Their functions in the Shire Court 2. 149. Jury. Trial by its origin I. 238. The Grand IB. Mode of its election 264. Petty 239. Justice. In Old England I. 12 13 49. Henry II's organization of 256. Administration of, in towns, 297. Provisions for, in Great Charter, 350, 352. Justices of the Peace 2. 123. Justiciar the I. 206. Barons claim right of electing 2. 3860. Made responsible to Permanent Council 61. Jutes their early home I. 10. Land in Thanet 31-32. Their victories in Kent 33. Settlements in White and along Southampton Water 85. Juxon, Bishop of London and Treasurer, v. 298. Ken Thomas, Bishop of Bath and Wells 7. 4. Kenilworth. The younger Simon Montfort defeated at 2. 76. Richard of Cornwall prisoner at 80. Its garrison refused to surrender 86. Surrender 89. Edward II. In ward at 199. Henry VI. At 3. 66. Ban of 2. 87 to 89. Round Table of 95. Kent. Conquest of I. 33. Its rise under Ethelbert 56. Conversion 59. Relations with Edwin 64. Conquered by Ione 90. Submits to Mercia 91-98. Revolts against Offa 98. Against William I 167. Risings in 2. 319 3. 64. Complaint of the Commons of 3. 65-66. Resists benevolences 251. Protestant martyrs in 4. 96. Iron manufactures in 279. Royalists rising in 6. 59-61. Kent, West Kingdom of I. 83. Kent, Edmund, Earl of, son of Edward I. 2. 206, 207. Kent, Joan of 2. 293, 306. Kent, Thomas Holland, Earl of, Duke of Surrey 3. 7 8. Kent, the Nun of 3. 319. Kerry, rising in 4. 315. Kettle of St. Edmunds I. 313. Kildare, Gerald Fitzgerald, 8th Earl of 3. 175, 181, 182. Kildare, Gerald Fitzgerald, 9th Earl of 3. 328. Killiecrankie, Battle of 7. 52. Killigrew Tom 6. 175. Kilmarnock William Boyd, 4th Earl of 7. 230. Kilsyth, Battle of 6. 41. Nature and limits of his power, 49, 132. His comrades, 50-52. Increase of his importance through struggle with Northmen, 131. His household officers become officers of state, 132. Relations with England after loss of Normandy, 326. His revenue, 2. 103. Relations with Parliament, 181-183. Position at opening of Wars of the Roses, 3. 85-86. The Convention settlement of his position, 6. 197. In Council, I. 256, 2. 110, 111. Monarchy. King's Bench Court of 2. 109. King's County English Settlement of 4. 111. King's Court the I. 186. Its organization under Henry I. 206. Under Henry II. 255, 2. 110, 111. Regulated by Great Charter, I. 350. Divided into 3 tribunals 2. 109. Its organization, the 131, 132. Relations with the people and the king, 132 to 136. Its triumph, 140. New struggle with James, 164 to 166. Dealings of Charles I. and Laud with, 326, 328, 330, 331. Re-established, 335, 7. 54. Kirkhope 4. 244. Knighthood. Compulsory under Edward I. 2. 118, 164. Under Charles I. The 277. Their complaint against the barons 2. 62. Right of attendance at the Great Council 145. Growth of their importance after the Barons' War 147. Relations with the Crown IB 148. Of the Shire, summoned to Parliament 66, 71, 73, 150, 151. Result of their election in County Court 151, 152. Relations with the Lords 202. Grouped together with the Burgesses as the Commons 203. Petition for due election of 300. Knowles' History of the Turks v. 4. Knowles, Sir Francis 4. 119, 215. Knox, John 4. 113 to 115, 119, 128. Denounces Mary Tudor 130. Resists Mary Stuart 201, 212, 218. Breaks with Murray 218. Defies Mary 220. Calls for her death 259. His character and influence v. 130, 131. His liturgy 327. His history of the Reformation 4. 4. Knighton, Henry II. 177, 179. Colin, Battle of 7. 248. Hunersdorf, Battle of 7. 263. Laborance I. 322, 323. Commutation of 324. Attempts to revive 2. 257, 266, 267. Labourdonnais besieges Madras 7. 233. Laborers. Their position after the Black Death 2. 255. Condition under Richard II. 314. In 15th and 16th centuries 3. 109 to 111. Under Elizabeth 4. 275, 276. Lacy, Henry de 2. 188. Lacy, Robert de I. 201. Late the I. 14, 15. Lafayette, Marquis de 8. 83. Lagos, Battle off 7. 273. La Hire 3. 49. La Hogue, Battle of 7. 78. Lake, Gerard, 1st Viscount 8. 130. Lambert, General. His campaign against Hamilton 6. 62. Pursuit of Charles II, 83. Resigns his command, 121. Relations with Monk, 150, 151. Escape and defeat, 152. Exempted from pardon, 195. Lambeth. Harthacnut dies at I, 148. Treaty of 2. 3. The Archbishop's Chapel at, its transformations v. 90. Laud's restoration of, 299, 300. Lancashire, reluctance of its boroughs to send members to Parliament, 2. 155. Lancaster, Blanche of 2. 287. Edmund. Lancaster, Henry, Earl of 2. 199, 203, 206. Derby. Lancaster, Thomas, Earl of 2. 188, 191, 193 to 195. Lancelot, Legend of I. 247. Land tenure. In Old England I. 14. After Norman conquest, 322 to 324. Edward I.'s legislation concerning 2. 124, 125. Land tax I. 186, 207, 350, 2. 103. Landless man. The I. 322, 323. Lanercost, Chronicle of I. 273. Lanfranc, Abbot of Bec I. 159. Archbishop of Canterbury, 187. Crowns William II, 191. Langdale, Sir Marmaduke 6. 40. Langland, William II. 178, 179, 269 to 272. Langport, Battle of 6. 41. Langside, Battle of 4. 261. Langton, Simon, I. 355. Langton, Stephen, Archbishop of Canterbury, I. 330. Comes to England, 338. Relations with John and the Charter, 340, 341. Suspended, 354. Goes to Rome, IB. Returns 2. 3. Supports Hubert de Burgh, 5. His care for the Charter, 6. Death, 26. Langton, Thomas, Bishop of Winchester, 3. 196. Language, English. Its literary revival in 13th century, I. 174. Effects of Norman conquest on, 278. Henry III's proclamation in 2. 62. First used in opening Parliament, 300, 356. Ordered to be used in law courts, 356, 7. 201. Supersedes French 2. 356, 357. Changes in Caxton's time, 3. 159, 160. Replaces Latin in church service 4. 49. Welsh 2. 50. Shelburne. Lansdowne Hill, Battle of 6. 6. Latham House, Siege of 6. 19. Latimer, William Latimer, 4th Lord 2. 304, 306. Latimer, George Neville, 1st Lord 3. 114. Latimer, John Neville, 3rd Lord 3. 323. Latimer, Hugh 3. 262 to 265. Bishop of Worcester, 336. Imprisoned, 347. Forced to resign, IB. Denounces Warwick's government, 4. 57. Sent to the Tower, 74. Burnt, 92. Latimer, William, 3. 201. Latitudinarians, the 6. 133 to 137, 168. Laud, William, Bishop of St. David's, v. 293. His views and character, 245, 292 to 294. Bishop of London, 266. Archbishop of Canterbury, 295. Dealings with the Puritans, 295 to 297. Revives the Bishop's Courts, 298. Restores Lambeth Chapel, 299, 300. Revives Ritual, 300. Dealings with Prynne, 306, 329. Relations with Wentworth, 318. Dealings with Scotland, 325 to 327. Arrested, 351. Lauderdale, John Maitland, 2nd Earl and 1st Duke of 6. 181, 245, 259. Lawful Battle of 7. 231. Lawson, Count of 7. 71, 72. Law. Common 2. 110, 113. Ecclesiastical, New Code of 4. 60. English, Glanville's Treatise on I. 174, 244. Of the Forests 2. 34. Roman, Revived Study of I. 282. In England, 283. Influence of its Imperial Theories 2. 95-96. Lawmen of the Five Boroughs I. 118. Laws. Old English 2 classes of I. 5. First put in writing 59. Of Ethelred I. 138. Of David of Scotland 2. 171. Of Edgar I. 144. Of Edward Confessor 150, 199, 340. Of Henry I. 339. Of Howell Da 2. 46. Lyman I. 174, 279. League. Of Cambrai 3. 206. The Catholic in Germany v. 177, 232. The Holy 3. 209, 210, 266. In France 4. 348, 355, 356. Of Neutrals 8. 162 to 164. Of Schmalkald 3. 336, 4. 3650. Of the Public Weal 3. 122, 125, 126. Learning. The New 3. 194 to 198, 201, 202. Its Protest Against War, 210. Attitude After Wolsey's Fall, 289, 291. Leicester. One of the Five Boroughs, I. 117. Surrenders to Ethelflaed, 118. Condition under its Earls, 297. Regains right of compurgation, 313 to 315. Stormed by Charles I. 6. 38. Leicester, Robert de Beaumont, Earl of I. 254. Dudley. Leighton, John v. 305. Leinster, Kingdom of I. 251, 252. Leipzig, Battle of 8. 202. Leith. Sacked by the English 4. 29. Siege of 175, 176. Leland, John v. 4. Lennox, Matthew Stewart, Earl of 4. 227, 244, v. 123. Lennox, Margaret, Countess of 4. 220, 221. Leo X, Pope 3. 249, 253, 254. Leofa, Slayer of Edmund the Magnificent, I. 123. Leofric, Earl of Mercia, I. 150, 152. Leopold II, Emperor 8. 95, 96. Leopold V, Duke of Austria, I. 261. Lepanto, Battle of 4. 297. Laven. Leslie David 6. 79, 80, 83, 84. Knights. Levant Company, v. 161. Leslie. Lever Thomas 4. 119, 128, 132. Lewis. Battle of 2. 70, 71. Mice of 71. Protestant Martyrs at 4. 96. Louis of Bavaria, Emperor 2. 217 to 219, 221, 229, 235, 248. Louis d'Outre-mer, King of France, I. 210. Louis VII, King of France, I. 233, 254. Louis VIII, of France. The English crown offered to, I. 355. Successes in England IB. Defeated 2. 2. Withdraws 3. Louis IX, King of France 2. 35, 40, 68, 90. Louis XI, King of France 3. 119. Relations with Edward IV. 120, 121. With Burgundy IB. With Margaret of Anjou, 121. Negotiations with Warwick, 122, 123. Struggle with League of the Public Weal, 126, 127. Again seeks treaty with Edward, 128. Edward's negotiations with, 129. League against, 130. Attacks Brittany, 132. Captured and released by Charles IB. Stirs Warwick against Edward, 136. Reconciles Warwick and Margaret, 137. Alliance with Henry VI, 139. Treaty with Edward, 150. Seized Picardy, Artois, etc. IB. War with Maximilian, 151. Treaty with him, 170. Refuses to recognize Richard III, 169. Death IB. Orleans. Louis XIII, King of France v. 256. Louis XIV, King of France 6. 188 to 189. His policy, 190, 191. Alliance with Charles II, 192. Relations with England and Holland, 227. Sends his fleet to join the Dutch, 239. Attacks Flanders, 247. His offers to Spain, 249. Treaty with her, 250. Policy towards Holland, 251. Treaties with Charles, 257, 258. Attacks Holland, 268. Position after Peace of Ningwen, 291, 316. Persecutes the Huguenots, 317, 335. New agreement with Charles, 323. Seizes Strasbourg, Casale, and Luxembourg, 335. Relations with James II, 7. 12. Revokes the Edict of Nantes, 13. Relations with James and Holland, 36-38. Attacks Germany, 38-48. Receives James II. At St. Germain, 49. War declared against, by England and Holland IB. His fleet, 68. Sends troops to Ireland, 71. His successes, 75-76. Turn of his fortune, 79-80. Treaty with William, 90-91. Seizes the Dutch barrier, 102. Acknowledges James's son as King of England, 106. Attacks Germany again, 118, 119. His losses, 131, 134. Offers terms, 134, 135. Death, 183, 185. Louis XV, King of France 7. 185, 225. Louis XVI, King of France 8. 28. Summons the States General 83. A Constitution forced on 86. Attempts flight 95. Imprisoned 101. Executed 103. Louis XVIII, King of France 8. 206, 211. Lexington, skirmish at 8. 22. Leyva Alonso de 4. 363. Libert Albusoff London, I. 274. Liber de Antiquis Legibus, I. 274. Liber Customarum of London, I. 274. Lichfield, Diocese of I. 83. Liege taken by Marlborough 7. 117. Liegnitz, Battle of 7. 302. Ligny, Battle of 8. 207. Lilbin, John 6. 28, 75, 78. Lille reduced by Marlborough 7. 134. Lillibulero 7. 33. Lilly, William 3. 200. Limerick, Siege of 7. 72, 73. Limitation Bill 6. 323. Limoges. Welcomes to Guesclin 2. 285. Stormed by the Black Prince 286. Limousin restored to Edward 3. 2. 266. Linacre, Thomas 3. 190, 197, 256. Lincoln. One of the 5 boroughs, I. 117. Battles of 219, 2. 2. Relieved by John, I. 356. Jews at 2. 126, 127. Lincolnshire. Surrendered to Eckforth by Wulfhere, I. 86. Rising in 3. 323. Lindesay of the Byres, Patrick, 6th Lord 4. 225, 228, 230. Lindisfarne, I. 69, 79, 87, 97. Lindiswarras, I. 73, 117. Linen manufacture Irish, its foundation, v. 291. Lisbon, Drake's and Norris's expedition 2-4. 367, 368. Lisle, Alice 7. 11, 66. Warwick. Litany the English 4. 40. Literature English. Its beginnings, I. 77, 93, 96. Decay during struggle with Danes, 113. Alfred's influence on, 114, 115. After Norman conquest, 242, 243, 246, 278. Under Henry II, 174, 244 to 249. Under John, 278, 279. Popular during Peasant Revolt, 2. 318, 319. Wycliffe's influence on, 338. Revival in 14th century, 357, 358. Effects of the Renaissance on v. 1 to 3. Development under Elizabeth, 3 to 11. After the Revolution, 154. In poetry, 156, 157. In prose, 157 to 161, 292, 293. Beginning of a new development with Dryden, 333. Welsh 2. 49 to 54. Drama. Listman of London, I. 300. Liturgy. The English 4. 49. Knox's v. 327. The Scottish Lauds of 1636 IB. Rejected, 328. Prayer Book. Liverpool, Its Rise 7. 196. Hawkesbury. Livery. 2. 311, 355, 3. 105. Llewellyn ap Gruffydd, Prince of North Wales 2. 58. Alliance with Montfort, 67, 76. Raid upon Chester 85. Defeats Mortimer at Brecknock 88. Submits 89. Refuses homage to Edward I 108. Submission and marriage 109. Last revolt and death 119, 120. Llewellyn ap Jorworth, Prince of North Wales 2. 5, 54-58, 108. Lywarch Hen 2. 49-53. Loans forced. Under Richard 2, 2. 372. Demanded by Wolsey 3. 244. By Charles I. 254, 255. Loch C. Annals of I. 7. Lecleven, Mary Stuart imprisoned at 4. 257, 258. Loch John 6. 170, 171, 259. Logic, Study of, at Oxford I. 288. Lollardry 2. 339. Suppressed at Oxford 341. Its later phases 344 to 348. Influence in Bohemia 349. Attitude under Henry IV 3. 1921. Sympathy of the Commons with 21. Rising under Oldcastle 27. Suppression of 27, 28. Its lingering existence 96, 258. Legal prohibitions of rescinded 4. 48. Its influence in Scotland 111. Lodi Battle of 8. 122. London. Middle Saxons settle round I. 54. Subject to the East Saxons 59. To Mercia 85. Beginnings of its commercial greatness 138. Resists Sweyn 142. Submits to him 143. To the Conqueror 165. Its election of Stephen 215. Expels Matilda 219. Its share in religious revival 222, 223. Normans in 303. Henry I's Charter 2, 304. Relations with Oxford 308, 309. Strife of classes in 318 to 320. Meeting of barons at 340. Joins the barons against John 346. Its liberties secured by Great Charter 352. Barons blockaded by John in 355. Defies the Pope IB 2. 8. Franciscans settle in 12. Archbishop Boniface driven from 32. Supports Earl Simon 67, 69, 70. Its charter annulled 82. Its mayor imprisoned 83. Occupied by Gilbert of Gloucester 89. Supports Wycliffe 309, 310. Threatened by revolted peasants 321, 322. Its Lollardry 345. Welcomes Henry of Lancaster 379. Richard II. Brought captive to 381. Betrayed to Edward IV. By Archbishop Neville 3. 142. Its petition to Richard III 168. Evades Wolsey's demand for a benevolence 251. Protestants in 347. Walloons in 4. 51. Unfavorable to Jane Grey's succession 71. Its Protestant sympathies IB 75. Attitude in Wyatt's Rising 83 to 85. Protestant martyrs in 96, 144. Supplies sent from, to refugees abroad, 119. Its Commerce under Elizabeth, 280. Flemish settlers in, 281. Traders of, send help to the Prince of Orange, 324. Its Contribution for defense against the Armada, 358. Its Advance under Elizabeth, v. 77. Its Increase checked, 198, 199, 277. Its Welcome to Prince Charles, 233. Colonizes Derry, 289. Sides with the Parliament against Charles I, 372, 375, 376. Fortified by the Parliament, 6. 4. Train bands of, at Battle of Newbury, 14. Independents and Baptists in, 28. Petitions against toleration, 37. Rises against the Parliament, 56. Plague at, 226. Fire at, 239. Supports the Exclusion Bill, 308. Riots in, 322, 323. Supports Shaftesbury, 334. Turns against him, 335, 336. Huguenot refugees in 7. 14. Methodists in, 208. Supports Pitt, 256, 305. Supports Wilkes, 319, 8. 6, 8, 12. Petitions to George III, 16, 20. Supports the younger Pitt, 69. Riot in, 113. Barons of, I, 319. Boatmen, of, 308. St. Paul's Cathedral in, 223. Dooms of, 300. Guilds of, 299. Listmen of, 300. Merchants of IB. Merchant adventurers of 4. 283, 284. Materials for its municipal history, I. 274. Port Reeves of I. 303. First theaters in V. 22, 23. Tower of I. 166. Weavers of 317, 318. Woodenagemotes at I. 152, 153. Londonderry. Colonized v. 289. Siege of 7. 57, 58. Longchamp, William, Bishop of Ely and Justiciar, I. 260, 261, 264. Lord and Man. Their mutual relations, I. 133. And villains, I. 323 to 325. Origin of its judicial character, I. 256. Its composition under the houses of Lancaster and York, 3. 94-99. Under Henry VIII, 4. 13-14. Rejects proposals of the Commons to confiscate church property, 3. 15-22. Its dealings with the Duke of York's claim to the Crown, 77. Assents to bills for church reform, 291. Its address to the Pope, 297. Increase in its numbers under the Stuarts, v. 199-200. Relations with Crown and Commons in 1641, 360. Charges Cromwell with treason, 6. 63. Rejects the ordinance for the trial of Charles I, 66-67. Abolished, 67-69. Cromwell's substitute for, 144. The bishops restored to, 204. Rejects the Exclusion Bill, 320. Proposal to limit its numbers, 7. 190, 191. Its dealings with Wilkes, 318. Rejects Chatham's bill for repeal of the Stamp Acts, 8. 1920. Refuses Catholic emancipation, 196. Argyll. Lorraine annexed by France, 7. 215. Lorraine, the Cardinal of 4. 267. Lothian ceded to Malcolm I. 147. Loughborough, Alexander Wedderburn, First Lord, 8. 154. Louisbourg, capture of 7. 266. Louisiana. French settlement in 7. 242. Ceded to England, 307. Louviers captured by Henry v. 3. 33. Lovat, Simon Fraser, 13th Lord, 7. 230. Lovelace, John, 3rd Lord, 7. 42. Lowestoft, Battle of 6. 225. Lowlands, alleged grant of Bynut to the Scots, 2. 132. Lucy, Geoffrey de I. 345. Lucy, Richard de I. 343, 344. Luddite riots, 8. 194. Ludlow, General, 6. 109. His Memoirs, v. 72. Lumley, John, Lord, 4. 267, 268. Lumley, Richard, 2nd Viscount, 7. 35-37. Luneville, Peace of 8. 143. Luther Martin, 3. 253 to 257. In England, 3. 262. Their progress on the continent, 275. Importation of their books forbidden, 304. Henry VIII's alliance with, 336. Growth in Germany, 4. 31. Refused to send representatives to Trent, 35-36. Reject Henry VIII's advances, 36. Defeated at Mulberg, 50. Take refuge in England, 51. Again invited to Trent, 193. Position after Peace of Passau, v. 176. Lutterworth, Wycliffe at 2. 343, 344. Luttrell, Colonel, 8. 8. Luttrell's Diary, 6. 158. Lutzen, Battle of 8. 201. Luxembourg. Seized by Louis XIV, 6. 335. Restored to Spain, 7. 91. Luxembourg, Francis Henry de Montmorency, Duke of 7. 75, 79, 80. Luxembourg, Jacquetta of 3. 124. Lydgate John 3. 1740. Caxton's edition of 157. Lilly John v. 5. Limney its fall I. 33. Lynn. King John at I. 356. Its charter annulled 2. 79. Lyons Richard 2. 304, 306, 323. Littleton, Lord Keeper, v. 378. Littleton, George, First Lord, 7. 249. Mabinogion I. 7, 2. 50-51. Macclesfield, Fitton Gerard, 3rd Earl of 7. 37. Mackin's Diary 4. 3. Mackay, General 7. 52. Madison, James, President of the United States, 8. 198. Madras. Its origin, 7. 232. Raised by La Bourdonnais, 233. Magdalen of Valois, Queen of Scots, 4. 23. Magdeburg Siege of 4. 64. Magicidas, I. 66. Charter the Great. Marathas 7. 234, 235, 8. 31. Maidstone, Protestant Martyrs at 4. 96. Maine. Conquered by Counts of Anjou, I. 212. By William of Normandy, 158, 213. By Philip Augustus, 269. Ceded to France, 2. 63. Maintenance, 2. 311, 3. 105. Mainwaring Dr. Roger v. 254, 267. Major Generals Cromwell's 6. 107, 118, 119. Malcolm I, King of Scots, I. 123. Malcolm II, King of Scots, I. 146. Malcolm III, King of Scots, I. 170, 197. Malden Battle of, I. 139. Mallet Robert I. 201. Mallet William I. 343. Malignants 6. 47, 83, 99, 194, 201. Malmesbury, James Harris, First Lord 8. 121, 123. Malmesbury, William of I. 4, 6, 173, 243, 244. Malplaquet, Battle of 7. 136. Malta. Conquered by Bonaparte, 8. 132. Blockaded by a British fleet, 8. 162. Surrenders, 165. Maltote, 2. 166. Man Olive, conquered by Edwin I. 63. Manchester seized by Edward the Elder, I. 119. Its rise 7. 196. Mandeville. Head of the Association of the Eastern Counties 6. 8 13 18. Quarrels with Cromwell 24 34. Retires 35. Manchester. Manor the I. 322 to 323. Mans le. Seized by Geoffrey Martel I. 212. Rebels against William Rufus 197. Henry II. Besieged in 258. Surrendered to Charles 7. 3. 62. Mansell John 2. 8. Mansfield Count v. 239. Mansfield William Murray, 1st Earl of 7. 259. Mansion Colid 3. 155. Mantes William the Conqueror wounded at I. 190. Manton Thomas 6. 252. Mantua. Siege of 8. 123. Surrenders to Bonaparte 125. Manufactures. Growth of, under Elizabeth 4. 278 to 280. In Yorkshire there rise v. 281. English, in 18th century 8. 53, 54, 59, 60. Altered conditions of 193, 194. Of linen in Ireland v. 291. Of silk at Spitalfields 7. 14. Manumissions sale of, to the King's serfs, I. 325. Map Walter I. 174, 247 to 249. Mar John Erskine, 6th Earl of 7. 145, 183. Edward IV. Mortimer. March Roger Mortimer, 4th Earl of 2. 378. Marchers the Lords 2. 67, 75, 80 to 82, 85. Mardyke capture of, by the French 6. 124. Mayor Sir Peter de la 2. 306, 307, 311. Marengo, Battle of 8. 142. Maria Theresa of Austria 7. 199. Queen of Hungary 220. Her struggle with Frederick the Great 221, 223, 225, 246. Margaret of Anjou, wife of Henry VI, 361. Her policy, 72-74. Flies to Scotland, 75. Victory at St. Albans, 79. Defeated at Toten, 80. Appeals to Louis XI, 121. Defeated at Hexham, 123. Reconciled with Warwick, 137. Lands at Weymouth, 143. Captured at Tewkesbury, 145. Margaret, wife of Malcolm III, King of Scots, 170. Margaret, daughter of Henry VII, wife of James IV. Of Scotland, 185. Her second marriage, 231. Strife with Albany, 232, 235, 247, 248. With her husband, 22. Margaret the Maid of Norway, 135. Margaret of York. Schemes for her marriage, 128 to 130. Marries Charles the Bold, 131. Patroness of Caxton, 155. Supports Lambert Simnel, 176. Supports Perkin Warbeck, 180. Beaufort. Marignano, Battle of 233. Marsh. Marlborough, Parliament at 89. Churchill. Campaign in Ireland, 72-73. Plans of treason, 77. Relations with William III. NN 111, 112. Captain General, 112. Relations with the Allies, 113, 114. His temper, 115, 116. His military genius, 117. Campaign in 1702 IB. Difficulties with the Dutch, 118. Duke IB. Campaign of 1704, 119 to 122. Supports occasional conformity, 123. Relations with the Tories, IB, 124. With the Whigs, 125. Troubles with the Allies, 125. Campaign of 1706, 126, 127. Difficulties at home, 131 to 133. Campaign of 1708, 134. Of 1709, 136. Attacked by the Tories, 138, 140. His fall, 141. Imbecility, 182. Marlborough, Sarah Jennings, Duchess of 110, 111, 133, 136, 138. Marlowe, Christopher v. 26, 27, 29, 31, 35. Marmont, General 8. 199. Prelate Martin. 4. 5, 342, 343. Marseilles besieged by Charles v. 3. 248, 249. Opposes John I. 328, 329. Character and position, 345. Counsels John to accept the charter, 347. His fidelity to John, 2. 1. Governor of king and kingdom. 2. Death, 3. Marshal, William, 2nd Earl of Pembroke, I. 343, 2. 36. Marshal, Richard, 3rd Earl of Pembroke, 2. 33-34. Marshal, Stephen, v. 354. Marston, John, v. 42. Marston Moor, Battle of 19. Martinengo, Papal Nuncio, 4. 193. Martinico conquered by England, 7. 307. Restored to France, I.B. Marvel, Andrew, 6. 329. Mary, daughter of Henry VIII. Betrothed to the Dauphin 3. 235. To Charles v. 242, 250. Refuses to conform to Protestantism 4. 58. Proclaimed Queen 71. Enters London 74. Person and character IB. Her aim 75-76. Schemes for her marriage 78 to 80. Relations with Parliament 81-85. Revolt against her 82 to 84. Marriage 86. Persecutions 91, 95, 96, 144. Disappointment 98. Relations with Paul 4. 102, 103, 106. Refounds abbeys 106. War with Franco 108. Dealings with Ireland 109, 111. Effect of her persecutions 118. Protestant denunciations of 130, 131. Death 145. Mary, daughter of James, Duke of York 6. 282. Plan for her marriage 283. Married 290. Refuses to reign alone 7. 46. Declared Queen 47. Death 88. Mary Stuart. Born 4. 25. Proposal for her marriage with Edward 6. 26, 28. Crowned 28. Marries the Dauphin 53, 169. Her claims to the English crown 79, 153. Treaties with Elizabeth and the Lords 176. Returns to Scotland 196, 201. Person and character 196 to 198. Policy 199 to 201, 208, 211, 212. Relations with Elizabeth 205. Scheme of marriage with Leicester IB. With Don Carlos 206, 213, 221. Relations with Knox and the Calvinists 218. Turns to the Lennoxes 222. Proposes to marry Darnley 223. Expels Murray 225. Demands to be recognized as Elizabeth's successor 226. Her plans for Scotland and England IB. Quarrel with Darnley 227. Captured 229. Escapes to Dunbar IB. Returns 230. Birth of her son 231. Relations with Darnley and Bothwell 242, 243. Sanctions the establishment of Protestantism 245. Marries Bothwell IB. Captured by the Lords 246. Prisoner at Lochleven 257, 258. Forced to resign 259. Escapes 260. Defeated at Langside 261. Flies to Carlisle IB. Refuses to clear herself 262. Plans for her marriage with Arran 263. For her marriage with Norfolk IB 265. Plots with Norfolk 265, 271, 272. Given in charge to Lord Huntingdon 268. Imprisoned at Coventry 269. Scheme of marriage with Don John 310. Joins Babington's plot 351. Trial and death 352. Bequeaths her claims to Philip 353. Materials for her history 4. Regent 112. Relations with the Protestants 118, 168. With France 170. Death 176. Mary of Medina, wife of James II, 6. 278, 7. 2934. Mary, daughter of Henry 7, 3. 232, 4. 46. Maserfeld, Battle of the I, 71. Masham, Mrs., 7. 132. Massachusetts. First settlement in v. 310. First charter granted to 311. Protests against English taxation 7. 326. Proposes a Congress 330. Its assembly dissolved 8. 14. Resists the tea duty 15. Its charter altered 18. Takes up arms against England 19. Repudiates English government 23. Refuses to join in war against England 203, 204. Messina, General 8. 140, 189 to 191. Massey, Dean of Christ Church, Oxford 7. 25. Massenger, Philip v. 303. Matilda of Flanders, wife of William the Conqueror, I. 159. Matilda or Maud, daughter of Henry I. 208, 213, 219, 220. Matthias, Emperor, v. 177, 213, 217. Matilda. Mouney, Sir Walter 2. 234, 246, 253. Maurice, Bishop of London, I. 223. Maurice, Prince 6. 13, 19, 22. Maximilian I. of Austria 3. 147. Mary's Mary of Burgundy, 151. War with Louis XI, IB. Treaty with him, 170. Supports Perkin Warbeck, 180. Relations with France, 232 to 234. Death, 239. Policy towards Luther 4. 18. Magistracy of the Long Parliament, v. 72. Mayenne, Charles of Lorraine, Duke of 4. 367, 372. Mayflower, the v. 309. Maine, Cuthbert 4. 309. Maine is stormed 3. 328, 329. Mayor of a town. Successor of Portreeve, I. 303. Right of electing, 315. Of Oxford, 310. Mazarine, Cardinal, 6. 114, 117, 190. Measures uniformity of, enacted by Great Charter, I. 352. Mode taken by Henry v. 3. 36. Medina Sidonia, Duke of 4. 360, 362. Medway, the Dutch in this 6. 242. Melfort, John Drummond, 1st Earl of 7. 17. Melrose. Cuthbert at I. 75. Chronicleaf, 273. English Raid on 4. 29. Melville, Andrew v. 133, 136, 138, 164, 165. Manu, General 8. 164, 166. Mianwaras I. 85. Merchade I. 265. Merchant Adventurers. English, in Flanders 3. 155. Of London 4. 283, 284. Merchant Associations 4. 233, 283. Struggle with Craft Guilds 316 to 318. Of London 319. Mercia. Under Penda, I. 66, 70 to 73. Submits to Oswiu 73. Becomes Christian IB. Its revival under Wulfhere, 78–85. Struggle with Wessex, 90–91. Greatness under Offa, 97–98. Struggle with Wales, 2–46. Civil strife in I, 101. Conquered by Egbert, 102. Attacked by Northmen, 104. Conquered by them, 105. English, under Ealdorman Ethelred, 117. Annexed to Wessex, 118. Revolts against Eadwig, 137. Submits to Nut, 143. Earldom of, 146. Mears Francis v. 32–41–42. Merlin. Legend of I. 247. Prophecies of 257–119. Merton School of I. 225. Methodists 7. 204–207, 210, 211. Their influence 8. 46. Mullen captured by John of Bedford 3. 39. Mullen Robert Count of I. 201. Mexico conquered by Cortez 4. 329. McKeel, Giovanni 4. 3. Middle English. Settle round Leicester I. 37. Become Christian 72. Middlesex elects Wilkes 8. 5–7. Middleton Thomas v. 42. Milan Decree Napoleon's 8. 181. Mile End Meeting of Richard II. And the Kentishman at 2. 322. Milford Haven, Richard II. Lands at 2. 380. Millenary Petition v. 151. Milton John. His Early Life v. 98–101. Life at Horton, 302, 303. Early Poems, 304. Comus, 305, 306. Lycidas, 332. Views on Church Reform, 355. Change in his ecclesiastical views, 6. 32. His Sonnet on the Vaudois, 123. His Offense of the English People, 231. His Later Life, 232, 233. Paradise Lost, 234–237. Areopagitica, 305. Minden Battle of 7. 264. Mines in England I. 30, 2. 107, 8. 57. Minorca. Ceded to England 7. 142. Lost 248. Restored 307. Ceded to Spain 8. 41. Mirbeau, Arthur of Brittany captured at I. 268. Mice. Of Amiens 2. 68. Of Lewis 71. Army. Modus tenendi Parliamentum, I. 275. Mughal Empire, the 7. 234. Monaco, Soldiers of, at Cressy 2. 236. Growth of its strength 3. 88–89. New policy 89. Causes of its power 111. Its position at Thomas Cromwell's death 4. 7. Changes in its system under Elizabeth 232. James I.'s theory of v. 169–171. Change in its relations to the country 183, 184. Abolished 6. 68. Proposal to restore it 119–121. Restored 152. Character after the Restoration 172, 173, 183, 184. Character since the Revolution 7. 60. Its insignificance under the House of Hanover 7. 172–175. King. Monasteries, suppression of 3. 310, 311, 346, 4. 13. Monasticism. Revival of, under Henry I. and Stephen I. 222. Its condition in the 16th century, 309 to 310. Subdues the Highlands, 6. 108. Commander in Scotland, 150. Gathers a convention at Edinburgh, IB. Leads his army to London, 151. Restores Charles II, 152. Duke of Albemarle, 193. Fight with the Ruyter, 238. Monmouth, James, Duke of 6. 176, 309. Schemes for his succession, 309, 310. Comes to court, 312. Ordered to leave London, IB. Returns, 314. His progresses, 316, 322. Arrested, 335. Flight, 337. Finds refuge at The Hague, 7. 8. His attempt on England, 9. Defeat and death, 10. Monmouth, Humphrey, 3. 258. Monopolies. Sale of, by Edward III, 2. 291. Abolished by Elizabeth v. 58. Revived by James I. 222. By Charles I. 279. Mons. Surprised by Louis of Nassau 4. 298. Captured by Louis XIV. 7. 76. Montacute, Henry Pole, Lord 3. 349, 350. Montague, John Neville, First Lord 3. 113. Victory at Hexham, 123. Relations with Edward IV, 137, 138. Joins Warwick and Clarence, 139. Joins Warwick again, 142. Slain IB. Montague, Ralph 6. 299. Montague, Anthony Brown, 1st Viscount 4. 267. Montague, Charles 7. 85. Founds the Bank of England, 86. Chancellor of the Exchequer, 88. Reforms the currency, 89. Dismissed, 98. Impeached, 105. Montague, Dr. Richard v. 245, 246. Bishop of Chichester, 267, 298. Montcalm, Marquis of 7. 244, 268, 269. Moncontour, Battle of 4. 268, 298. Monteagle, William Parker, 4th Lord v. 159. Montereau, Duke John of Burgundy assassinated at 3. 35. Montfort, a Maury of, brother of Earl Simon 2. 35. Montfort, a Maury of, son of Earl Simon 2. 83. Montfort, Eleanor of 2. 109. Montfort, Henry of 2. 81. Montfort, John of, Duke of Brittany 2. 233. Montfort, Richard of 2. 83. Montfort, Simon 4. Of, Earl of Leicester 2. 35. Montfort, Simon v. of 2. 35. Marriage 36. Earl of Leicester IB 37. Relations with the Barons IB. Heads Reforming Party 37, 38. Protests against papal exactions 38. Seneschal of Gascony 38 to 40. Quarrel with Henry III 40. Regency of France offered to IB. Character 40 to 42. Returns to England 59. Swears to provisions of Oxford 63. Negotiations with France IB. Breach with Gloucester 64. Goes to France 66. Returns 67. Alliance with Llewellyn IB. Heads the barons in arms IB. Rejects the mice of Amiens 68-69. Victory at Lewes 70-71. His rule 71. Summons the Commons to Parliament 73-153. Quarrel with Gloucester 75. Last campaign 76-77. Death 78. His corpse mutilated 80. His adherents disinherited 82-83. Miracles at his tomb 83. Montfort Simon the Younger. Taken prisoner 2. 70. Defeated by Edward 76. Advances to Alcester 77. Falls back to Kenilworth 80. Releases his prisoners IB. Goes to Axholme 84. Surrenders to Edward 85. Flies over sea 86. Montgomery, Roger of 2. 47. Montreal taken by Amherst 7. 269. Montreux besieged by the English 4. 30. Montrose, James Graham, 5th Earl and 1st Marquis of V. 337, 342. Relations with Charles I. 359, 364. Raises the Highlands for the King 6. 23. His victories IB 38-41. Defeat at Philiphaugh IB. Executed 78. More Sir John 8. 186, 187. Moot the I 1718. Morat Battle of 3. 150. Randolph. More Hannah 7. 178. 47. More Thomas. His person and character 3. 216, 217. First appearance in Parliament 218. His home life IB 219. Returns to court 219. His lectures on the City of God 197. Life of Edward V 83, 218. Utopia 189, 220 to 228. Speaker of the Commons 245. His reply to Luther 257. Chancellor 286, 289. Resigns 299. Summoned to take the oath of succession 317. Refuses 318. Sent to the Tower 319. Beheaded 321. His reverence for Parliament 4. 9. Roper's Life of 3. 83. More Thomas de la 2. 177. Moreau, General 8. 122, 142, 143. Maury Encomium 3. 219. Morris, Sir William, Secretary of State 6. 194. Morcara, Earl of Northumbria, I. 160, 165, 167, 170. Wellesley. Morrison, Robert 6. 167. Mortimer, Battle of I. 158. Mortimer and 3. 56. March. Mortimer, Sir Edmund 3. 13. Supporter of Henry 3. 2. 64 72 85. Defeated by Llewellyn 88. Head of Regency 102. Mortimer, Roger, conspires against Edward 2. 2. 198. Earl of March 206. Fall 207. Mortimer's Cross, Battle of 3. 78. Morton, John, Bishop of Ely and Archbishop of Canterbury 3. 167, 285. His Fork 177. Morton, James Douglas, 4th Earl of 4. 114. Chancellor of Scotland 224. Aids Darnley against Mary, 228. Flies, 230. Recalled, 243. Joins Argyle against Mary, 245. Beheaded, 346. Morton, Dr. Nicholas 4. 265, 268. Moscow, Napoleon's Expedition to 8. 200. Mountbatten, Battle of I. 34. Mountjoy, Charles Blunt, 8th Lord v. 62. Mount Norris, Francis Annesley, Lord v. 290. Movables, Taxation of. Under Henry II. I. 257. Under Richard I. 350. Mowbray Robert, Earl of Northumberland, I. 192. Mowbray Roger I. 254. Mulberg, Battle of 4. 50. Munster. The Fitzmaurices in 2. 377. English conquest of 3. 329. Revolt in v. 62. Munster, Bernard van Galen, Bishop of 6. 227. Muirmouth, Adam of I. 274. 2. 177. Stuart. His policy, IB, 200, 201, 205. Opposes the Darnley marriage, 223. Plots with Elizabeth, 224. Rises against Mary IB. Defeated, 225. Returns, 229. Pleads for Morton's recall, 243. Goes to France, 244. Regent of Scotland, 259. Defeats Mary at Langside, 260, 261. His charges against Mary, 262. Murdered, 271, v. 122. Murray, Sir Robert 6. 166. Mysore, Sultans of 8. 131. Nalson's Historical Collections v. 72. Namur. Surrendered to Louis XIV. 7. 79. Taken by the Allies 88. Nancy, Battle of 3. 150. Nantes Edict of Revoked 7. 13. Nantwich, Battle at 6. 18. Naples. Threatened by an English fleet 7. 223. Attacked by Austria, 224. Bonaparte. His scheme for invading England 8. 170, 171. Victories at Ulm and Austerlitz, 173. At Jena, 174. At Eylau and Friedland, 175. His Berlin Decree, 176. Milan Decree, 181. Masters Spain, 185. Military successes there, 187. Victory at Wagram, 188. Seeks the alliance of America, 192. Marches on Russia, 198, 200. Retreats, 200, 201. Last victories, 201. Fall, 203. At Elba, 205. Re-enters France, 206. Raises an army, 207. Victory at Ligny IB. Defeat at Waterloo, 208 to 210. Exiled to St. Helena, 211. Narbonne sacked by the Black Prince 2. 260. Naseby, Battle of 6. 40. Nash Thomas v. 8. Nassau Louis, Count of 4. 298. Navarrete, Battle of 2. 284. Navarre, Anthony of Bourbon, King of 4. 206. Fleet. Nectansmere, Battle of I. 89. Neerwinden, Battles of 7. 88. 107. Nelson, Horatio, 8. 133, 172, 173. Nennius I 3. Netherlands. Their importance to Philip II, 4. 255. Rise against him, 256, 297, 298. Alliance with Elizabeth, 311. English sympathy with, 323, 324. Choose the Duke of Anjou for their sovereign, 336 to 338. Parma's successes in, 347. Prevent Parma joining the Armada, 359. League with France and England v. 60. Submit to Philip v. of Spain 7. 101. Marlborough's campaigns in, 117, 126, 127. Invaded by Louis XV, 7. 225. War in, 227, 231. Conquered by France 8. 109. Neufmarche, Bernard of 2. 47. Noise besieged by Charles the Bold 3. 147 to 149. Neville, Alexander, Archbishop of York 2. 353. Neville and 3. 137, 140. Neville, Cecily, Duchess of York 3. 73. Neville, George, Chancellor 3. 113, 123. Archbishop of York 113. Deprived of the seals 130. Betrays London to Edward 142. Neville, Ralph, Earl of Westmoreland 2. 379. Neville, House of 3. 73, 112, 113. Neville's Cross, Battle of 2. 243. New Amsterdam 6. 243. Newark. King John dies at I. 356. Siege of 6. 19. Newburgh, William of I. 174. Newbury, Battles of 6. 14, 23, 24. Newcastle on Tyne. Founded I. 189. Occupied by the Scots v. 342. Besieged by the Scots 6. 23. Charles I. and the Scots at 48. Parliament at 2. 160. Newcastle, William Cavendish, 1st Earl, Marquis and Duke of 6. 4 1819. Newcastle, John Holys, Duke of 7. 134. Newcastle, Thomas Pelham Hollis, Duke of 7. 218. Head of the Ministry, 246. Refuses subsidy to Russia, 247. Jealous of Pitt, 250. Resigns IB. Joins Pitt in forming a ministry, 251. Opposes Pitt, 304. Retires, 305. New England. Its settlement v. 310 to 314. Return of independence from 6. 28. Its progress 7. 237, 238. New Forest, William the Red slain in the I. 198. Newgate Friars at 2. 12. New Holland 7. 277. New Jersey 7. 236. New Met, the I. 325. New Orleans, English attempt on 8. 205. New River the v. 77. New South Wales 7. 278. Newton Isaac 6. 167. Newton John 8. 47. Newtown Butler, Battle of 7. 58. New York 6. 243 7. 236. Its assembly suspended 8. 414. New Zealand 7. 278. Nay Marshall 8. 208, 210. Niagara Fort 7. 243, 244, 267. Nicholas, Sir Edward 6. 194, 244. Nigel, Bishop of Ely and Treasurer, I. 218, 219. Nile, Battle of the 8. 133. Nimewin, Peace of 6. 291. Nithing, I. 151, 192. Noyles, Duc de 7. 224. Nonconformity, Rise of 6. 27. Nonconformists. Their position after 1662, 6. 212, 213. Attitude in 1665, 229. Persecution of I.B., 230. The Cabal's dealings with 251, 252. Renewed persecution of 335. Position under James II, 7. 22. Under William III, 64. Under N, 123. Under Walpole, 198. Non-jurors 7. 65. Nootka Sound, dispute about 8. 88. Norfolk, rising of John the Litster in 2. 325, 331. Norfolk, John Howard, 1st Duke of 3. 286. Surrey. Surrey. His policy, 291, 294. Puts down Pilgrimage of Grace, 324. Arrests Cromwell, 352. Returns to power 4. 17. Hostility to Protestants I.B. Marches against Scotland, 23, 24. Sent to the Tower, 45. Leads the Royal Guard against Wyatt, 83. Norfolk, Thomas Howard, 4th Duke of 4. 173. Plots with Mary Stuart, 265, 266. Sent to the Tower, 268. Released, 271. Again plots with Mary, I.B., 272. Arrest and death, 274. Norfolk, Henry Howard, 7th Duke of 7. 2142. Nottingham. Norfolk, John Mowbray, 3rd Duke of 3. 80. Norfolk, Thomas, Earl of, son of Edward I. 2. 206, 207. Bigod. Norham, Parliament at 2. 136. Norman, Prior of Holy Trinity, Aldgate I. 223. Its relation to English history, I. 154. Settlement of Northmen in 127, 141, 155. Relations with France, 155, 156. With English kings, 156. Ethelred II. In 143, 156. Condition under William the Conqueror, 158, 159. Pledged by Robert to William Rufus, 197. Conquered by Henry I, 202. Invaded by Louis VII, 254. By Philip Augustus, 263. Laid under interdict, 263. Conquered by Philip, 269. Ceded by Henry III, 263. Invaded by Edward III, 235. Conquered by Henry V, 3. 33-34. Bedford's rule in 55. Regained by Charles VII, 62. Historians of I. 6. Their settlement, I. 155. Temper I.B., 158. In England under Edward the Confessor, 151. Their flight, 153. Fusion with the English, 200, 281. Settlers in London, 303. In Wales, 2. 48. Norris Sir John 4. 367, 368. North Francis Lord Keeper 7. 10. North Frederick Lord 8. 16, 28, 33. Northallerton Battle of I. 217. Northampton. Reduced by Edward the Elder, I. 119. John's deposition proclaimed at 333. John and Langton at 340. Essex musters the parliamentary army at 6. 2. Assize of I. 255. Battle of 3. 75. Councils at I. 237, 2. 120. Treaty of 2. 205. Northampton William Bohun, Earl of 2. 237. Northampton George Compton, 4th Earl of 7. 23. Northampton Henry Howard, Earl of V. 191. Northampton William Parr, 1st Marquis of 4. 47. Norfolk I. 42. North Foreland battles off the 6. 238, 239. Their temper I. 100. Attack Britain 101. Settle in Ireland 103. Victorious at Charmouth IB. Defeated at Acklea IB. Conquer Northumbria and East Anglia 104. Attack Wessex 105. Defeated at Ashdown IB. Invade Mercia IB. Alfred struggle with 106, 107, 116, 117. Attack Wessex 118. Character of their attack I. 125, 126. Fusion with English 126, 127. Their work in England 129. Settle in Iceland, the Orkneys and Hebrides IB. Again threaten England 139. Victory at Malden IB. Bought off by Ethelred 140. Mercenaries in England massacred 141. Normandy. Normans. Northumberland. Granted to Henry of Scotland 2. 134. Lead mines in I. 30. Warwick. Northumberland, Henry Percy, 1st Earl of 2. 378, 380, 3. 12 to 14, 18, 19. Northumberland, Henry Percy, 2nd Earl of 3. 28, 73, 74. Northumberland, Henry Percy, 3rd Earl of 3. 80. Northumberland, Henry Percy, 4th Earl of 3. 138, 172. Northumberland, Thomas Percy, 7th Earl of 4. 268, 269, 274. Northumberland, Henry Percy, 9th Earl of 4. 353, 358. Greatness under Edwin, 62 to 63. Accepts Christianity, 64 to 65. Greatness under Oswald, 67. Irish missionaries in 69. Struggle with Penda, 70 to 73. Cuthbert's mission work in 75-76. Monasteries in 76-77. Religious strife in 78 to 80. Its power under Ecgfrith, 86-87. Struggle with the Picts, 88-89. With Mercia, 89. Schools and learning in 91. Repulses Ethelbald, 96. Anarchy in 97. Submits to Egbert, 102. Conquered by Northmen, 104. Submits to Edward the Elder, 119. Incorporated with Wessex and Mercia by Athelstan IB. Rises against him, 120. Against Edmund IB. Against Eadwig, 137. Earldom of 146. Revolts against Tostig, 160. against William I, 168. Northern, conquered by the Scots, 146. Norway, its monarchy founded, I, 128, 129. Norwich, French settlers in, I, 303. Clothiers of, resist benevolences 3. 251. Rising at against Somerset 4. 55. Centre of the worsted trade, 279. Nahelm, friend of Beda, I, 94. Nottingham. Ethelred I's treaty with the Northmen at I, 104. One of the 5 boroughs, 117. Submits to Edward the Elder, 119. Edward III. Arrests Mortimer at 2. 207. Charles I. Raises his standard at 6. 2. Nottingham, Daniel Finch, 2nd Earl of 7. 2888, 124. Norfolk. Nottingham, John Mowbray, 4th Earl of 3. 18. Nova Scotia. French settlers driven from 7. 242. Ceded to England, 307. Novi Battle of 8. 140. Noel Alexander, Dean of St. Paul's 4. 165. Noy William v. 317. Noyen Treaty of 3. 234. Oates Titus 6. 294 to 297, 7. 66. Occam William II. 276. Odo, Archbishop of Canterbury, I, 137. Odo, Bishop of Bayeux, I, 167, 183, 189, 191. Offa, King of Mercia, I, 96 to 98, 2. 46. Oglethorpe, General 7. 236. O'Hara, General 8. 109. Ohio Company 7. 242. Olaf, King of Norway, I. 140. Cobham. Oliveris, Count of V. 233. Olney Treaty of I. 143. O'Neill, Sir Philem, v. 365. O'Neill, Hugh 6. 79. O'Neill, Hugh, 2nd Earl of Tyrone, v. 61, 62. O'Neill, Owen Rowe 6. 71. O'Neill, Shane 4. 240, 241. Opdam, Admiral 6. 225. Orange, William I, Prince of 4. 264, 297, 300, 312, 338, 347. Orange, William II, Prince of 6. 70. William. Orangement, 8. 119, 120. Ordainers, the Lords 2. 188. Ordeal, Trial by, I. 239. Orderic I. 6. 173. Orders in Council. Lord Grenville's 8. 178. Canning's, 181. Repealed, 197. Ordinance. Self-denying 6. 35. For suppression of blasphemies and heresies 6. 60. Ordinances. Changed into statutes 2. 298. Of 1311, 189, 191, 194, 195. Orkneys, Northmen in the Eye, 129. Orleans. Henry v. Repulse from 3. 36. Siege of 45-46. Relieved 50-51. Orleans, Charles, Duke of 3. 24, 26, 28. Orleans, Louis I, Duke of 3. 5, 6, 12, 16, 17. Louis 12. Orleans, Philip II, Duke of, Regent of France 7. 185, 213. Ormond, James Butler, 12th Earl of 6. 16. Invites Charles II. To Ireland 71. Besieges Dublin 76. Duke 182, 193. Lord Steward 193. Retires 244. Returns to the Council 278. Supports parliamentary government 7. 1. Ormond, James Butler, 2nd Duke of. Warden of the Cinque Ports 7. 145. Joins the Pretender 168. Tries to stir up a rising 184. Commands a Spanish fleet 187. Orosius, Alfred's translation of I. 114. Orthez, Battle of 8. 202. Orvieto, Edward I. Visits the Pope at 2. 102. Osborne's Lives of English Saints, I. 243. Osgod Kloppa, I. 148. Osney. Abbey of I. 284. Annals of 273. Oswald, King of Bernicia, I. 67, 69 to 71. Oswiu, King of Northumbria, I. 72, 73, 78 to 81, 86. Audubon Chronicle, 2. 179. Otto of Saxony, King of the Germans, I. 264. His alliance with John, 334, 337. Invades France, 338, 342. Oudenarde, Battle of 7. 134. Overbury, Sir Thomas, v. 192. Oxford. First mention of, I. 305. Submits to Swain, 143. Siege of, 220. Condition after Norman conquest, 306, 307. In the 12th century, 283 to 285. Relations with Abbey of Abingdon, 306, 308. With London, 308, 309. Mayor substituted for Reeve, 310. Town Life, IB, 311. Barons swear fealty to Henry Fitz-Empress at 227. Richard I. Born at 259. Friars settle in 2. 12. Charles I. At 6. 3 4. Blockade of 19. Barge men of I. 308. Charters 309. Church of St. Martin, 283, 306, 310. Of St. Mary, 287, 288. Jews at 307, 2. 127 to 129. Merchant Guild I. 308. Parliament at 2. 60, v. 246, 6. 226, 322, 323. Portmanteau mode of I. 306, 309. Portmeadow, 296, 306. Provisions of 2. 61. University of I. 285 to 287. Gerald of Wales at 285. A papal legate mobbed at 287, 2. 42. Study of Aristotle at I. 288, 293, 294. Foreign students at 291. Revival of theology at 2. 14. Roger Bacon at 16, 17. Attitude towards English liberty in 13th century, 22. Wycliffe at 276. Ordered to condemn and arrest him, 310. Condemns him, 337. Displaces his opponents, IB. Wycomb's College at 308. Lollardry at 339 to 341. Duke Humphrey bequeaths his library to 340, 161. Decay of scholarship at 98. Revival of Greek at 190, 194, 202. Cardinal College at 202, 262, 265. Lutheranism at 262, 263. Forced to approve Henry VIII's divorce, 292. Opposes the royal supremacy for 162. Religious changes in 304. Catholic refugees from at Douai, 317. Protests against the millenary petition, v. 152. Declares for passive obedience, 177. 1. James II's dealings with 25-26. Jacobitism in 184. Methodists at 205. Supports the younger Pitt, 8. 69. Vere. Oxford, John de Vere, 12th Earl of 3. 142, 177. Oxford, Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of 4. 318, 353, 358. Oxford, Aubrey de Vere, 20th Earl of 7. 23. Harley. Pakenham, General 8. 205. Palatinate. War in the v. 220. The Elector driven from 226. Reconquered by Gustavus of Sweden, 276. Pale, the English. In Ireland, 374. Divided into counties, 376. Pamplona, siege of 8. 202. Pandulph, Cardinal, I. 333, 337, 344, 36. Papacy its relations with England under Henry III, 26 to 59. English protests against its exactions, 38-42. Its relations with the Empire, 217, 218. With France IB, 224. With England under Edward III, 218, 219, 221 to 223, 273 to 275, 303. Complaints of King and Parliament against 225. Private arrangements with Edward III, 296. Beginning of its struggle with Luther III, 253. England's relations with, under Henry VIII, 288, 289, 297, 299, 300. Appeals to forbidden, 302. Judicial and financial connection with, broken IB. Its jurisdiction transferred to the Crown, 305, 306. Submission to under Mary 4. 88-89. Its revival under Paul 4. 99, 100. Relations with Elizabeth, 155. Position and policy under Pius v. 250 to 253. Under Gregory XIII, 306, 313. Paris. Rises against the Regent Charles II, 264. Threatened by Edward III, 265. Henry VI. Crowned at 355. Welcomes Charles VII, 56. Besieged by Henry IV. Of France 4. 369. Relieved by Parma, 370. Rising in 8. 83. Surrenders to the Allies, 203. Peace of 7. 307. University of I. 225, 282, 285, 290. Paris, Matthew, I. 273, 2. 43-44. Parish System, its Introduction, I. 84. Parker, Matthew, Archbishop of Canterbury, 4. 165. His Historical Collections, v. 4. Strype's Life of 4. 4. Parker, Bishop of Oxford, 7. 25-26. Parkhurst, John, 4. 119. Its Origin, 2. 156. First Scheme for Representation of Commonalty in, 61. Its Summons forbidden by Henry III, 64. Knights summoned to, 66, 150, 151. Commons summoned to, 73. Representation of boroughs in, IB, 120, 121, 152 to 154. Finally constituted in 1295, 156. Attempt to include the clergy in, 157. Fixed at Westminster, 158. Edward I.'s Plan for Representation of Scotland in, 171. Relations with the Crown, 181 to 183. Protests against Papal Exactions, 38, 222, 223, 225. Demands the dismissal of Gaveston, 187. Deposes Edward II, 199. Growth of its power, 201. Internal Development, IB, 202. Grouping of estates in, 202, 203. Confirms recognition of Scotch independence, 205. Progress under Edward III, 230 to 232. Two Houses, 231. Repudiates John's submission to Rome, 275. Edward III's relations with, 292. Its assent made necessary for subsidies on wool, 298. English language first used in opening, 300, 356. Petition for due election of knights to serve in, 300. Acknowledges Richard II's claim to the succession, 307. Refuses to enfranchise serfs, 335. Struggle with Richard II, 352. Deposes him, 3. 1. Recognizes Henry IV, 2. Its relations with him, 3, 4, 22, 23. Importance at opening of Wars of the Roses, 86. Relations with York and Lancaster, 91, 92. Suspension under Edward IV, 91, 152. Recognizes Henry VII, 174. Henry VIII's relations with, 288. Asks for church reform, 290. Forbids appeals to Rome, 302. Cromwell's dealings with, 4. 8, 9. More's reverence for, 9. Development under Henry VIII, 9 to 11. Temper under Edward VI, 66. Packing of, 67, 234. Relations with Mary, 77, 81, 85. Advance under Elizabeth, 233 to 239, v. 56 to 58. Admonition to, 4. 296. Suspension under Charles I, 272. Pym's theory of, 346, 347. Schemes of the Convention for its reform, 6. 99. First representation of Scotland and Ireland in, IB, 101. New Constitution of, in 1657, 122. Its strength and its weakness, 301, 302. Secures control over taxation and the army, 7. 61. Annual Assembly, 62. Control over trade, 63. The Whigs' management of, 176. Its duration fixed at 7 years, 185. Relations with the people after the Revolution, 286 to 288. Need for its reform, 289 to 292. George III's dealings with, 308, 309. Its dealings with Wilkes, 318. Publication of its debates, 8. 11. Composition after union with Ireland, 139. At Berwick, 2. 162. At Coventry, 3. 75. At Gloucester, 2. 289, 315. At Marlborough, 89. At Newcastle, 160. At Norham, 136. At Oxford, 60, v. 246, 6. 226, 323. At St. Albans, 2. 66. At Shrewsbury, 121, 371. At Winchester, 66, 80, 82. At York, 195. The Adult v. 196. The Barebones, 6. 95. Moves to Oxford, 226. Its attitude towards France, 228. Relations with Charles, 240, 241. Rejects the scheme of Protestant comprehension, 252. Its distrust of the cabal, 253. Grants a subsidy for the fleet, 260. Action in 1673, 271 to 274. In 1674, 280, 281. Danby's dealings with, 284 to 286. Action in 1678, 290. Dissolved, 299. Its dealings with the regicides, 195, 196. Settlement of the nation, 196 to 198. Of the Church, 199, 200. Dissolved, 200, 201. The Club, 3. 91. The Good, 2. 177, 304 to 307. Proceedings in 1640, 350, 351. In 1641, 352 to 357, 362, 363, 369 to 371, 373 to 379. Raises an army, 377, 6. 1. Alliance with Scotland, 1415. Takes the Covenant, 16. Its ecclesiastical policy, 2930. Negotiates with Charles, 38. Attitude towards religious liberty, 45-46. Proposes terms to the king, 47. Sets up Presbyterianism, 50. Negotiates with the army, 54. Dealings with heresy, 60. Negotiates again with Charles, 63. Struggle with the army, 65-66. Its ruin, 67. The Merciless, 2. 354. The Rump, 6. 66. Its unwillingness to dissolve, 74, 77, 81, 84, 87. Struggle with the army, 89. Driven out, 90-91. Recalled, 149. Driven out again, 150. Second return and dissolution, 151. The Wonderful, 2. 354. Of 1246-38. Of 1248 IB. Of 1254-73. Of 1257-59. Of 1258-60. Of 1259-64. Of 1260 IB. Of 1261-66. Of 1264-71. Of 1265-72, 73, 75, 80, 82, 153. Of 1266-87. of 1267 89, of 1275 103 107, of 1283 121, of 1289 123, of 1295 143 154 156 157 160, of 1296 160, of 1309 187, of 1311 189, of 1313 191, of 1322 195 196, of 1327 199, of 1328 205, of 1340 231, of 1341 232, of 1351 256 273, of 1354 299, of 1365 274, of 1371 301, of 1376 289, of 1377 310 311, of 1378 289 312 315, of 1379 289 316, of 1380 316, of 1381 334, of 1385 352, of 1386 IB, of 1388 353, of 1397 370, of 1398 371, of 1399 3, 1, of 1404 15, of 1413 25, of 1426 91, of 1447 61, of 1450 68, of 1451 IB, of 1454 72, of 1455 74, of 1461 118, of 1484 168, of 1485 174, of 1515 221, of 1523 244, of 1529 284 288. Its action in 1531 297, in 1534 305, of 1539 345, of October 1553 4, 75, of November 1554 88, of 1559 156 157, of 1563 214 215, of 1570 272, of 1571 292, of 1581 319, of 1604 v. 153 to 155, 157, 160 to 163, of 1610 179 to 182, of 1614 195, 196, of 1621 220, 221, 225, 227 to 229, of 1624 235, of 1625 245 to 247, of 1626 249, 253, of 1628 259 to 264, 268 to 271. Long, short, of 1654 6, 101 to 106, of 1655 117, 123, reassembles in 1658 143. Its strife with Cromwell, 144. Dissolved, 145. Of 1659, 148, 149. The Convention. The Cavalier. Of 1679, 6. 299, 300, 304 to 306, 308. Of 1680, 312, 319, 320. Of 1681, 322 to 324. Of 1685, 7. 7, 9, 14, 15, 23. Of 1687, 23. Of 1689, 60 to 67, 69. Of 1690, 69, 88. Of 1695, 88, 89. Of 1699, 97, 98. Of 1701, 101 to 105, 107. Of 1702, 107. Of 1705, 125. Of 1714, 168. Of 1768, 8. 4, 7, 8, 11, 12. Of 1784, 69. Irish, of 1634, v. 291, 292. Its condition in 18th century, 8. 35. Rejects free trade with England, 79, 118. Action in question of the Regency, 138. Scottish, accepts Calvinism, 4. 187. The Drunken, 6. 180. Of 1543, 4. 26, 28. Of 1563, 218. Of 1566, 228, 200. Parsons, Robert, 4. 318, 320, 345. Partition Treaty, the first, 7. 93. Second, 96. Passau Treaty of 4. 65, v. 175. Paton Letters, 2. 183. 104, 154. Patterson, William, 7. 86. Patrick, St. 68. Patriots, the 7. 203, 204, 218. Paul III, Pope 3. 350, 4. 21, 35, 51, 64. Carafa. His demands on England, 102, 145. On Elizabeth, 155, 156. Death, 160. Paul, Emperor of Russia, 8. 137, 160 to 163. Paulinus, St. 64, 67. Pavia, Battle of 3. 250. Its results, 333 to 335. Peckham, Archbishop of Canterbury, 2. 118. Peacock, Bishop of Chichester, 3. 96. Pedro the Cruel, King of Castile, 2. 282 to 284. Peerage increase of. Under James I, v. 200. Under Charles I, IB. Under Charles II, 201. Lords. Peerage Bill 7. 190, 191. Peepo Day Boys. 8. 119. Pelham, Henry 7. 218, 226, 246, 250. Pembroke. Surprised by the Royalists 6. 59. Besieged by Cromwell 61. Surrenders 62. Pembroke, William Herbert, 1st Earl of 4. 65, 66, 70, 108, 268. Pembroke, William Herbert, 3rd Earl of V. 43. Pembroke, Thomas Herbert, 8th Earl of 7. 23. Clare. Marshall. Tudor. Valence. Pembrokeshire, Flemish and English settlement in 248. Pencrick, Richard 2. 357. Penda, King of Mercia, I. 66, 70–73. Penguern becomes Shrewsbury, I. 98. Peninsular War 8. 186–188, 190, 191, 199, 200, 202. Penn, William 6. 335. Pennsylvania, settlement of 6. 335, 7. 236. Penry, John 4. 343. Pepys, Roger 6. 203. Pepys, Samuel 6. 174. His Diary, 157. Perceval, Spencer 8. 189, 195, 196. Percy, Thomas, Count of 2. 2. Percy's the 2. 378, 379, 3. 12. Percy, Henry Hotspur 2. 378. Constable of North Wales 3. 10. Recovers Conway 11. Defeats the Scots at Homildon Hill 12. Plots against Henry 4. 13. Slain 14. Percy, Thomas v. 158. Perigord restored to Edward 3. 2. 266. Purris, Alice 2. 304, 306, 307. Perth. Convocation at 2. 171. Protestant riot at 4. 169. Perth, James Drummond, 4th Earl of 7. 17. Peru conquered by Pizarro 4. 329. Peter the Great, Tsar of Russia 7. 189. Peter of Savoy 2. 32. Peterborough. Founded I. 86. Burnt by Northmen 104. Peterborough, John Mordaunt, 1st Earl of 7. 37. Peterborough, Charles Mordaunt, 2nd Earl of 7. 126, 131, 133. Peters, Hughes 6. 28, 66. Petition of the Commons to Henry VIII, 3. 290. The Millenary v. 151. Of Right, 260, 261. Accepted by Charles I, 263. Petitions to the King in Parliament, 2. 159. Changed into statutes, 3. 90. Triers of 2. 159. Petitioners and abhorrers, 6. 314. Petrarch, his influence on Chaucer, 2. 360. Petre, Father Edward, 7. 20. Petty, Sir William, 6. 132, 169. Pevensey, William the Conqueror lands at I. 162. Phelps, Sir Robert v. 247, 248. Philadelphia, Congress at 8. 19. Philip I, King of France, I. 190. Philip Augustus, King of France. Leagues with Richard against Henry II, I. 258. Quarrels with Richard, 259, 260. Plots with John, 261. Struggle with Richard, 263, 264. Conquers Normandy, 268, 269. Conquers Aquitaine, 270. Charged by the Pope to depose John, 333. Philip III, King of France, 2. 102. Philip IV, the Fair, King of France. His relations with Scotland, 2. 141, 160. Seizes Guienne, 142. Truce with Edward, 168. Treaty, 170. Relations with the Papacy, IB, 217, 224. His Royal Book 3. 161. Philip VI. Of Valois, King of France 2. 209. Relations with Pope and Emperor, 218. Attacks the Agenais and occupies Cambrai, 219. Withdraws, 220. Supports Charles of Blois in Brittany, 233. Offers to restore Aquitaine, 235. Defeated at Crécy, 237 to 239. Fails against Edward and the Flemings, 244. Philip, son of Charles v. Philip II. Of Spain 4. 79-80. King of Naples 86. Marries Mary IB. Person and manners IB. Policy in England 89-90. Lord of Burgundy and King of Spain 98. Leaves England IB. Returns 107. War with France 108. Policy towards Elizabeth 137, 138, 154, 159, 175. Hopes for her conversion 190. Compels Pius IV to recall Parpalia 192. Urges Elizabeth to send envoys to Trent 194. Sends help to the Guises 209. Delays the bull for deposition of Elizabeth 214. Turns towards Mary Stuart 222. Relations with Mary and the Pope 254, 255. Difficulties in the Netherlands 255, 256. Refuses to join the French against England 268. His rule 326 to 328. Character 328. Policy IB 329. King of Portugal 335. Assembles the Armada 344. Dispatches it 356. Designs on France 369. Sends troops to the Leaguers 371. Sends a second Armada v. 60. Supports Irish Rising 62. Philip IV, King of Spain 6. 190. Philip, Duke of Anjou 7. 99-100. King of Spain Philip v. 101, 141, 142, 186. Philip, Archduke of Austria 3. 170, 186, 208. Philippa, Battle of 6. 41. Philippa of Hainault, wife of Edward III, 2. 198, 245 to 247. Philippines. The conquered by England 7. 307. Restored to Spain IB. Philpot John 2. 312. Picardy. Ceded to Burgundy 3. 120. Restored to France 122. Pichegru, General 8. 110. Pickering, Sir Gilbert 6. 325. Pix the I 30. Defeated by Hengist and Horsa 32. Own Eckforth's supremacy 88. Defeat him at Nectansmere 89. Piers the Plowman 2. 178, 269 to 272. Pilgrim Fathers the v. 308 to 310. Pilgrimage of Grace 3. 323. Pilnitz Conference at 8. 96. Pinkie Clough, Battle of 4. 53. Opposes treaty with Russia 247. His relations with Walpole and the Pelhams 249 to 251. His lofty spirit 251 to 255. Patriotism 255 to 257. Eloquence, 257 to 259. Statesmanship, 259, 260. Supports Frederick II, 262, 263. His place among English statesmen, 275, 276. Rejects peace with France and supports Frederick, 302. Plans of war in 1761, 303. Resigns, 304. Relations with George III. And the Whigs, 316. Denounces the Stamp Act, 327. Recalled to office, 328. Again withdraws, 329. Supports American resistance, 331. Demands repeal of the Stamp Act, 331. His policy towards America, 337. Attacks the Declaratory Act, 338. Forms a ministry, 339-340. Chatham. Pitt, William, the Younger, 8.52-62. His Reform Bill, 63-64. Chancellor of the Exchequer, 65. New Scheme for Parliamentary Reform, 67. First Lord of the Treasury, 69. His Temper, 70-72. Statesmanship, 72-74. His Plans of Parliamentary Reform, 75-76. Finance, 77. Treaty of Commerce with France, 79. Advocates abolition of slave trade, IB. Resists the prince's claim to the regency, 84. Attitude towards the French Revolution, 84, 86, 88, 89, 91, 95. Supports Fox's Libel Act, 92. Gives a constitution to Canada, IB. Endeavors to maintain peace, 102, 103. Position after the declaration of war, 104, 105. His financial difficulties, 113, 114. Negotiations with France, 121, 126. Introduces the income tax, 137. Affects union with Ireland, 138, 139. His position during the war, 148 to 151. Revives plans for Catholic emancipation in Ireland, 152 to 155. Retires, 148, 155. Opposes Russia, 161. Returns to office, 170. Subsidizes a league against Napoleon, 172. Death, 173, 174. Pittsburgh, 7. 266. Pius II, Pope 3. 162. Pius IV, Pope. His policy for 190, 191. Recalls the Council to Trent, 192, 193. Forbids attendance of Catholics at English church service, 214. Pius V, Pope 4. 226, 250. Relations with Philip II, 254, 256. Sends envoys to the English Catholics, 264. Issues a bull for deposition of Elizabeth, 265. Sanctions the plans of Mary and Norfolk, 272. Pius VI, Pope 8. 136. Pizarro, Francisco 4. 329. Place Bill 7. 6282. Plassey, Battle of 7. 261, 262. Plattsburgh, English attempt on 8. 205. Ploughan, Battle of 7. 264. Please. Common Court of 2. 109. Of the Crown, I. 264, 2. 109. Plymouth, Massachusetts, its foundation v. 310. Poinet, Bishop of Winchester, 4. 119, 129, 131. Poitiers. Captured by Henry of Derby, 2. 235. Battle of 261 to 263. Poitou. Henry III's campaign in 2. 35. Ceded to France, 63. Recovered by Henry of Derby, 243. Restored to Edward III, 266. Won by Du Guesclin, 287. Poland. Contested election to the throne of 7. 214. Partitions of 8. 85, 108. Pole, Sir Geoffrey III. 349. Pole, John de la Earl of Lincoln III. 176. Pole, Reginald III. 333, 349, 4. 20. His attainder reversed, 88. Received as legate IB. Chief Minister, 98, 99. Suspected by the Pope, 102. Deprived of the legation, 145. Dies, 165. Pole, Sir Richard III. 349. Suffolk. Politicals. The 4. 139, 141 to 143. Poll tax 2. 311. Renewed under Richard II. 316. Resistance to 319, 321. In 1641, v. 363. Pontefract seized by Henry v. 3. 33. Pontefract. Thomas of Lancaster executed at 2. 195. Richard II. Imprisoned at 3. 7. Pilgrimage of Grace at 323, 324. Ponthieu. Harold wrecked on coast of I. 159. Charles IV. Demands homage of Edward II. 4. 2. 197. Granted in full sovereignty to Edward III. 266. Seized by Charles v. 285. Pontigny, St. Edmund of Canterbury at 2. 42. Pont-l'Évêque, Battle of I. 212. Pontoise. Negotiations between France and England at 3. 35. Relieved by Talbot, 56. Poor Laws, Elizabeth's 4. 276, 277. Pope, Alexander 7. 204, 217, 294 to 297. Popish plot the 6. 294 to 298, 311, 313. Porter, John v. 82. Portland, Breton descent on 3. 16. Portland, William Henry Cavendish Bentinck, 3rd Duke of 8. 104, 180, 189. Weston. Port Mahon taken by the French, 7. 248. Port Manamote the I. 296. Of Oxford, 306, 309. Portobello, capture of 7. 219. Portreeve the I. 315. Of London, 303. Portsmouth. Robert of Normandy lands at I. 200. Bishop Moliens of Chichester slain at 3. 63. Portsmouth, Louise de Carrawale, Duchess of 6. 176, 315, 321, 7. 5. Portugal. Annexed to Spain v. 335. Its colonies, 330, 336. Revolts 6. 190, 192. Joins the Grand Alliance 7. 119. Conquered by Napoleon 8. 185. Wellesley's campaigns in 186 to 188, 190, 191. Portugal, Don Antonio of 4. 367. Postnati. V. 162, 163. Powell, Vavasseur 6. 223. Powys. Conquered by Offa I. 97. Annexed by Llewellyn ap Jorworth 2. 55. Poynings Sir Edward 3. 181. Pragmatic Sanction the 7. 199, 200. Prague. Seized by Frederick II, 7. 225. Battles of V. 220, 7. 248. Set aside, 76. Adopted in Scotland, 118. Retained in Essex, 144. Restored, 158. Declared schismatic by the Pope, 214. Bill for its reform, 292. Restored again, 6. 208. Scottish, of 1636 v. 327, 328. Preachers. Plur. 2. 317, 335. Unlicensed, forbidden by convocation, 3. 21. Under Elizabeth 4. 294, 296. Attempts to establish it, v. 58. Its relations with Puritanism, 59, 60. Established in Scotland, 137, 138, 140, 335. The Long Parliament's relations with 354, 355, 6. 1450. Re-established in Scotland 7. 54. Presbyterians. Their hostility to the sectaries 6. 45. Dominant position after the Restoration 193. Clarendon's policy towards 207. Charles II, s. 209. Press. Censorship of 4. 343. Liberty of, established 6. 305. Growth of its power 8. 11 to 13. Preston. Battle of 6. 62. Surrender of Jacobites at 7. 184. Prestonpans Battle of 7. 228. Pride's Purge 6. 65. Priests Simple 2. 317, 339. Primers English 4. 40. Printing Introduction of 3. 155. Prior Matthew 7. 138. Privy Seals Elizabeth's 4. 233. Proclamations James Is Use of v. 168, 172. Protector. Office of, offered to Oliver Cromwell 6. 100. Its area at accession of Pius v. 4. 249, 250. In England, its advance under Edward VI. 59. Effects of its spread among the people 121, 122. Growth under Elizabeth 292, 302 to 305. Position at her death v. 107 to 109. In Germany, growth after Peace of Passau 175. Progress in Scotland 4. 168, 169. More's dealings with 3. 289. Their outrages 343 to 345. Their position after Cromwell's fall 4. 15, 16. Their outrages 91, 97. Martyrdoms 91 to 96, 144. Growth of extreme views among 119, 120. Attitude towards the royal supremacy 122. Position under Elizabeth 149. Refugees, their leaning to Calvinism 127. Strife among IB 128. Their writings 128, 129, 133. Foreign in England 51, 74, 305. German Union of V 177. Protestation of the Parliament to James I. V 228, 229. Provisions. Of Oxford 2. 61. Of Westminster 62. Annulled by the Pope 65. By Mice of Amiens 68. Prussia. Its alliance with England and France 7. 199. Attacked by Napoleon 8. 174. Rises against him 201. Prin, John v. 305, 306, 329, 352. Puckelchurch, Edmund the Magnificent slain at I. 123. Pusat, Hugh, Bishop of Durham, I. 260. Pulteney, William 7. 204. Puritanism. Its beginnings 4. 132, 133, 339. Its relations with Presbyterianism, v. 59-60. With Calvinism, 86-88. Growth among the people, 88-89. Among the clergy, 89-90. Relation to politics, 91-93. Influence on society, 94-95. On conduct, 95-97. Its relation to culture, 97-98. Its narrowness, 101, 102. Its extravagance, 102-104. Its persecution of witches, 106, 107. Its doctrinal bigotry, 115. Hatred of sectaries, 116-118. Wish for reforms, 118, 119. Its ideal of the state, 6. 127, 128. Its political failure, 129. Reaction from IB 130, 142, 143, 162-165. Its fall, 153. Its after results, 154. Its epoch, 235-237. Puritans. Elizabeth's relations with 4. 339, 340. Their temper at her death, v. 109, 110. Appealed to James I. 151. Laud's dealings with 295-297. Their panic, 301, 302. Migration to America, 310-314, 319, 320. Charles II.'s dealings with 6. 208, 209. Purveyance. 2. 290, 298. Pym John v. 262, 344, 345. His political theory, 346, 347. Genius, 347, 348. Carries Strafford's impeachment, 350. Proposals for church reform, 354. One of the 5 members, 373. Member of Committee of Public Safety, 6. 1. Resists the abolition of episcopacy, 14. Agrees to the adoption of the covenant, 14, 15. Dies, 17. Outrage on his corpse, 201. Quakers. Persecution of 6. 230, 231. Their settlement in Pennsylvania, 335. Quarrels, Francis v. 303. Quebec, capture of 7. 267, 268. Queens County, English settlement of 4. 111. Queensberry, William Douglas, 1st Duke of 7. 19. Quiberon, Battle of 7. 265. Quincy Sahardel, Earl of Winchester, I. 343. Quo Warranto. 2. 117. Rakentage, I. 221. Radnor captured by Owen Glyndwr 3. 10. Raedwald, King of East Anglia, I. 59, 62. Rahere founds St. Bartholomew's Priory, I. 223. Raikes, Robert 8. 47. Raleigh, Sir Walter. Discovers Virginia 4. 345, v. 307. Sent to the Tower, 215. Last Expedition, IB, 216. Death, 216. His History of the World 4. Lives of 4. 5. Ralph Niger, I. 174. Ramillies, Battle of 7. 126. Moray. Rastad, Treaty of 7. 141. Rady, Leicester, I. 37. Ratisbon, Conference at 4. 101. Ravenspur. Henry of Lancaster lands at 2. 379. Edward IV. Lands at 3. 141. Ray John 6. 167. Reading John Cook, Abbot of Hang 3. 350. Redman Robert, His Life of Henry v. 2. 179. Reeves. Of Towns I. 296. Of Royal Domains, summoned to council at St. Albans, 339. Reformation. In England 4. 58 to 60. In Ireland, 62, 63. Calvinism. Calvinists. Huguenots. Lutherans. Protestantism. Protestants. Reginald, Sub-Prior of Canterbury, chosen Archbishop, I. 329. Religion. Of the Old English people, I. 22 to 24. Christianity. Church. Revival in 12th century, 222. Remonstrance. The Grand v. 369, 370. Of the Council of Officers 6. 64. On the State of the Realm v. 262, 264. Renaissance the 3. 188 to 190, 195. Its influence on English literature v. 1 to 3. Riol, Law, captured by Henry of Derby 2. 234. Representation. Principle of, in Old England I. 20. Parliamentary, its origin 2. 149, 150. Representation, humble, of the army 6. 53. Ripington, follower of Wycliffe 2. 340, 341. Requesens, governor of the Netherlands 4. 300, 301, 310. Reresby's Memoirs 6. 157. Reserves. Papal 2. 28. Revolution. The English, its effect on the monarchy 7. 60. On Parliament 62. On the Church 63, 64. France. Reynolds, Edward, Bishop of Norwich 6. 200. Rhode Island, settlement of v. 313. Rhys ap Tudur, Prince of South Wales, I. 246, 2. 48. Edmund. Richard I. Born at Oxford I. 259. Rebels against Henry II. 254, 258. Crowned, 259. Releases the Scot King from homage 2. 134. Crusade I. 259, 261. Prisoner, 261. Homage to the Emperor, 262. Return IB. Exactions for his ransom, 350. Character, 263. Struggle with Philip Augustus, IB, 264. Build Chateau Gallard, 265 to 267. Death, 267, 268. Richard II, son of the Black Prince II. 303. His claim to the succession questioned, 306. Acknowledged by Parliament, 307. King, 311. Dealings with the Peasant Revolt, 322 to 324, 331, 332. His person, character, and policy, 350, 351. Opposition to the Parliament, 352. Struggle with Gloucester, 353, 354. His rule, 354, 355. Campaign in Ireland, 367, 378. Change in his temper, 368. Marries Isabella of France IB. Quarrel with the Commons, 370, 371. Tyranny, 372. Seizes Lancastrian estates, 373. Second expedition to Ireland, 379. Return, 380. Betrayed to Henry of Lancaster, 381. Deposed 3. 1. Prisoner at Pomfret 7. Death 8. Burial 28. Authorities for his reign 2. 178, 179. Patron of Caxton 3. 161, 163. Expedition to Scotland 163. Protector 164. King IB. Rising against him 167. His policy 168, 169, 171. Death 172. Heads reforming party among the barons 37. King of the Romans 71. Taken prisoner IB. Spared by the younger Simon 80. Intercedes for him 85. Richard the Fearless, Duke of Normandy, 155, 156. Fitzneel. Richard of Devizes, 174. Richardson, Chief Justice, v. 297. Richardson, Samuel, 7. 297. Richelieu, Cardinal, v. 274, 338, 339. Richelieu, Duke of 7. 248. Beaufort. Ridley, Bishop of London, 4. 91. Ridolfi, Robert, 4. 265, 272, 273. Right. Claim of 7. 51. Petition of v. 260, 261, 263. Rights Book of I. 8. Rights Declaration of 7. 46, 47, 60. Rishanger Chronicler, I. 273, 274. Rising Castle, Queen Isabella imprisoned at 2. 207. Woodville. Scales. Rivoli, Battle of 8. 125. Rizzio, David, 4. 222, 226, 228. Robartes, Richard, 1st Lord, v. 200. Robartes, John, 2nd Lord, 6. 220, 301. Bruce. Robert II, Steward of Scotland, 2. 213. King, 286. Robert III, King of Scots, 3. 7, 15, 16. Robert the Magnificent, Duke of Normandy, I. 157. Robert, son of William the Conqueror, I. 190. Duke of Normandy, 191. Pledges Normandy to Rufus, 197. Goes on crusade IB. Returns, 198. Invades England, 201. Defeated at Tenchebray, 202. Robespierre, Maximilian 8. 96. Robinson, John v. 308. Rochelle, La. Protests against severance from France, 280. Surrendered to France, 287. Attempt to relieve it, 291. Revolts v. 256. Siege of IB. English expeditions to 259, 263. Surrenders, 266, 274. Roches, Peter de, Bishop of Winchester and Justiciar, I. 341, 347, 32-34. Rochester. Surrenders to William the Red, I. 192. To John, 354. Diocese of I. 83. Somerset. Hyde. Rochester, John Wilmot, 2nd Earl of 6. 162. Rockingham, Charles Watson Wentworth, 2nd Marquis of. Prime Minister 7. 329, 331. Relations with Burke, 332. Resigns, 339. Draws away from Chatham, 8. 16. Returns to office, 38. Opposes reform, 64. Death, 65. Rockrow, Battle of 6. 190. Rodney, Admiral, 8. 40. Roger, Bishop of Salisbury and Justiciar, I. 215, 218, 219. Roger, the Poor, Chancellor, I. 218. Rogers, John, 4. 91-95. Roland, Song of, I. 163. Romance, Growth of, I. 246, 247. Romances. The French, 2. 357. Their influence on Chaucer, 360. Rome. Disappearance of its influence in England, I. 41, 44, 45. Returns with Augustine, 58, 59. Alfred's intercourse with, 113. Stormed by the Duke of Bourbon, 3. 269. Romorantin taken by the Black Prince, 2. 261. Romsey, Abbey of, I. 199. Rookwood of Euston Hall, 4. 308. Roper's Life of Moore, 3. 83. Rosbeck, Battle of 2. 349. Roses, Wars of the. Their beginning, 3. 77. Their results, 86, 87. Ross, General, 8. 204. Rossbach, Battle of 7. 263. Rostophin, Count, 8. 162. Rooku, Battle of 7. 231. Rouen. William I. dies at I. 190. Besieged by Louis 7. 254, 255. Arthur murdered at 268. Siege of, by Henry v. 3. 33-34. Jeanne d'Arc burned at 54. Henry VI. S. court at 55. Besieged by Henry IV. Of France 4. 371. Relieved by Parma IB. Rouergue restored to Edward III. 2. 266. Roundheads v. 372. Roundway Down, Battle of 6. 6. Royal Society, its beginnings 6. 132, 165, 166. Rudolph II, Emperor v. 177. Runnymede I. 347. Rupert Prince. Captures Brentford 6. 3. His raid on Buckinghamshire 9-10. Bristol surrenders 2-12. Defeated at Marston Moor, 1922. Commands Royalist ships, 71, 78. Struggle with Blake, 78. Sea fights with the Dutch, 238, 277. Returns to the Council, 278. His drops, 166. Rushworth's collection of state papers, v. 72. Bedford. Russell, William, Lord. Head of the Country Party, 6. 272. Correspondence with Barillon, 298. Takes office, 300. Supports the exclusion, 306. Resigns, 315. Beheaded, 337. His attainder reversed, 7. 66. Russell, Edward. Signs the invitation to William, 3. 7. 35. Goes to The Hague, 37. Commands the fleet, 77. Victory at La Hogue, 78. Member of the Junto, 85, 88. Resigns, 98. Impeached, 105. Russia. Its alliance with Maria Theresa, 7. 246. Treaty with George II, 247. Invaded by Napoleon, 198, 200. Russia Company 4. 284. Ruthven burnt by Owen Glyndwr 3. 10. Ruthven, Patrick 3rd Lord 4. 225, 228, 230. Albemarle. Rutland, Edmund Earl of 3. 78. Rutland, John Manners, 9th Earl of 7. 23. Reuter Admiral de. His fights with Blake 6. 88, 115. With Monk and Rupert, 238. With the Duke of York, 268. Rye House Plot 6. 337. Rigg Robert, Chancellor of Oxford 2. 340. Ryswick Peace of 7. 90-91. Sacheverell, Dr. 7. 137. Sackville, Lord John 7. 265. Sabert, King of the East Saxons I. 59. St. Albans. Risings of Townsfolk at 2. 84, 322, 325, 330 to 332. Battles at 3. 73, 74, 78. Chroniclers of I. 174, 273, 2. 43, 177. Council at I. 339. Parliament at 2. 66. St. Andrews, Cardinal Beaton murdered at 4. 33. St. Asaph's, John Trevor, Bishop of 3. 10. St. Cloud, Battle of 3. 23. St. Domingo. Discovered 4. 329. English descent on 6. 117. St. Edmundsbury. Abbey of I. 104. Town of 311 to 313. Battle near 254. Meeting of barons at 344. Strife of town and abbey 2. 325 to 330. His political writings 138. Returns to office 139. Intrigues against Marlborough 140. Bolingbroke. St. John Oliver v. 341 6. 81. St. Ledger Sir Anthony 4. 62. St. Lucia conquered by England 7. 307. St. Malo, John of Gaunt defeated at 2. 315. Saintonge. Restored to Edward 3. 2. 266. Won by Du Guesclin, 287. St. Pierre Eustache de 2. 245. St. Pol, Walleran, Count of 3. 6. St. Quintin, Battle of 4. 108. St. Ruth, General 7. 73. St. Vincent, Cape, Battles of 8. 40. 127. St. Vincent, Island of, conquered by England 7. 307. Saladin Tithe, I. 257. Salamanca, Battle of 8. 199, 200. Salisbury Cathedral at 2. 106. Protestant Martyrs at 4. 96. Salisbury Margaret, Countess of 3. 349. Cecil. Salisbury, James Cecil, 3rd Earl of 6. 288. Salisbury, William Longsword, Earl of I. 337, 342, 343, 345. Salisbury, William de Montacute, 2nd Earl of 2. 306, 345, 352. Salisbury, John de Montacute, 3rd Earl of 2. 380, 3. 89. Salisbury, Thomas de Montacute, 4th Earl of 3. 45. Salisbury, Richard Neville, Earl of 3. 73, 74, 75, 78, 112. Salt Springs in Worcestershire 2. 107. Sancroft, Archbishop of Canterbury 7. 30, 45, 65. Sanders, Nicholas 4. 316. Sandwich, Edward Montague, 1st Earl of 6. 193, 214. Sangral, Poem of the I. 174, 247. San Sebastian, Siege of 8. 202. Santa Cruz, Blake's Victory at 6. 124. Saratoga, Burgoyne's Surrender at 8. 26. Sardinia. Conquered by Spain 7. 187. The Duke of Savoy made King of 188. Sarsfield, Patrick 7. 72-73. Sarum, Old, captured by the West Saxons I. 37. Saunders, Lawrence 4. 91. Sauter, William 3. 5. Seville, Sir Henry v. 229. Seville, Sir John v. 284. Savoy. Joins the Grand Alliance 7. 119. Joins the Triple Alliance 187, 188. Savoy. The 2. 32, 263, 321. Conference at 6. 204. Saxe, Marshal 7. 226, 231. Saxons. Their early home I. 10. Attack Britain 28, 29, 31, 33, 34. East Saxons. Middle Saxons. South Saxons. West Saxons. Saxony, Frederick III, Elector of 3. 254. Saxony, Maurice, Duke of 4. 50, 51, 64. Say and Seal, James Fiennes, First Lord 3. 66. Say and Seal, William Fiennes, 1st Viscount v. 320, 354, 358, 6. 194. Rivers. Scarborough. Piers Gaveston besieged in 2. 190. Peasant revolt at 324. Schmalkald, League of 3. 336, 4. 3650. Scholasticism 2. 21, 22. Its political influence 22, 23. Schomberg, Duke of 7. 70, 71. Schools. English language supersedes French in 2. 356, 357. Founded by Alfred I. 114. Under Henry VIII. 3. 200, 201. Under Edward VI. 201, 4. 62. Under Elizabeth, 3. 201. At Bec I, 159. At Canterbury, 92. At Jarrow, 91. At York IB. Of the Friars, 2. 14. Sunday, 8. 47. Science, Physical. Roger Bacon's Plea 4, 2. 20. Its Beginnings in England, 3. 190, 6. 131, 132, 166, 167. Scone. Crowning Place of the Scottish Kings, 2. 162. Robert Bruce crowned at 173. Edward Balliol crowned at 210. Charles II. Crowned at 6. 82. Scotland. Its relations with William the Conqueror, I. 189. With William Rufus, 197. Three divisions of the kingdom, 2. 131. Relations with England in 11th and 12th centuries, 132 to 134. English claims to its homage, 134, 135. Claimants of the crown, 136. Edward I. Acknowledged as its overlord, 137. Question of Appeals from, 140. Relations with France during Hundred Years' War, 141, 197, 213. Submits to Edward I. 161. Rises against him, 167 to 170. Its overlordship claimed by the Pope, 170. Edward's first conquest and settlement of, 171, 172. His plan for its representation in English Parliament, 171. Rises again, 173. Bruce's successes in, 191 to 193. Truce with England, 196. Renewed strife, 204. Its independence recognized, 205. Struggle with Edward III, 210 to 214. David Bruce's plans for the succession, 264. Relations with Henry IV, 3. 7-9. With Owen Glyndwr, 11. Condition after Neville's Cross, 182, 183. Relations with France and England, 184. With Henry VII, 185. Condition after 1524, 4. 22, 23. League with France, 23. Relations with Henry VIII, 26 to 28. Hertford's invasion of, 29. Somerset's relations with, 52, 53. Protestantism in, 111, 112, 115, 117. Condition under Mary of Guise and the Lords of the Congregation, 168, 169. Strife of religions in, 218. Unites against Mary, 245. Condition during minority of James VI, v. 122, 124. Work of the Stuarts in, 125, 126. Political effect of the Reformation in, 127. Character and rise of the people, 129, 130, 135. Proposal for its union with England, 154. Relations with Charles I, 325 to 328, 330, 333, 334. Revolution in, 334, 335. Rising in, 337. Seeks help of France, 338, 339. Struggle with Charles, 341, 342. Pacification, 363. Charles I. In IB, 364. Treaty with the English Parliament, 6. 14, 16. First union with England, 85, 108. Its first representation in the English Parliament, 99, 101. Condition under Cromwell, 108, 109. Its union with England dissolved, 180. Covenant abolished and episcopacy restored in, 181. Policy of Lauderdale in, 259. Condition under James II, 7. 16, 17. William III. Recognized as king in, 51. Jacobite risings in, 52, 183, 228 to 230. Presbyterianism restored in, 54. Union with England, 127 to 129. Scots I, 31. Submit to Edward the Elder, 119. League with Cumbrians and Welsh against Aethelstan, 119, 120. Alliance with Edmund, 123. Conquer northern Northumbria, 146. Cession of Lothian to, its results, 147. Invade England, 217, 254. Their mode of warfare, 204, 205. Recapture Berwick, 259, 263. Defeated at Homildon Hill, 3. 12. Besiege York, 6. 18. Besiege Newcastle, 23. Give up Charles I, to the Parliament, 49. Invade England again, 62. Defeated at Preston IB. Scrope, Henry, Lord 3. 30. Scrope, Richard, Archbishop of York 3. 18. Scutage I. 233, 257, 344, 350, 351, 2. 104. Sea Dogs, the 4. 331 to 333. Sectaries. Their Rise v. 117. In London, 6. 28. Sedgemoor, Battle of 7. 10. Sedley, Sir Charles 6. 163. Selden, John v. 306, 322. Seminary Priests, the 4. 307 to 309, 354. Banished v. 156. Senlac I. 162, 163. Serfs, manumission of I. 325. Villains. 7 Years' War. Its beginning 7. 248. Its importance 273 to 275. Its end 307. Seville, Treaty of 7. 200. Seymour, Sir Edward 6. 253. Seymour, Jane 3. 326, 351. Seymour, Thomas, Lord 4. 47, 56. Ashley Cooper, Lord Chancellor 6. 271. Speech on the War, 272. Relations with the King, 275. Change of policy, 276, 277. Dismissed, 278. His plans, 279, 280. Committed to the Tower, 288. Released, 295. Attitude towards the Popish plot, 295 to 297. Correspondence with Barillon, 298. President of the Council, 300. Supports the exclusion, 306, 307. Project for Monmouth's succession, 309, 310. Dismissed again, 311. Revives the plot, 312, 313. Struggle with Charles, 313 to 315, 321, 324. Arrested, 324. Bill of his indictment thrown out, 334. Popularity in London IB. Flight and Death, 336. Shakespeare William. His early life v. 27 to 31. First plays 31 to 35. Historical plays 35 to 36, 38 to 40. Attitude towards religion 37, 38. Political sympathies 39, 40. Prosperity 41, 42. Gloom 42 to 44. Last plays 45, 46. Demand for his works in the 17th and 18th centuries 7. 292. Sharp, Rev. Dr. 7. 18. Shaxton, Bishop of Salisbury 3. 336, 347. President of the Board of Trade 7. 315 to 319. Protests against the prosecution of Wilkes 318. Resigns 319. Advocates repeal of the Stamp Act 331, 338. Takes office under Chatham 340. Resigns office 8. 6. Heads a ministry 65. Makes peace with America IB. Resigns 66. Lansdowne. Sheldon, Archbishop of Canterbury 6. 162. Sheriff Muir, Battle of 7. 183. Sheriffs. Their position under William I. 185. Appointment regulated by provisions of Oxford 2. 61. Functions in the Shire Court 149. Disqualified from serving in Parliament 300. Shipmoney v. 317. Laud's development of 318. Hampden's resistance to 323. Its legality asserted by the judges IB. Trial of Hampden's case 324, 330. Judgment on 331. Declared illegal 352. Shires 185. Restriction of franchise in 3. 101, 102. The 6th of York 295. County Court. Shire Reeves 131. Shirley James v. 303. Shore Jane 3. 117. Shrewsbury Penguern 98. Castle at 168. Reduced by Llewellyn ap Jorworth 2. 55. Parliament at 121, 371. Battle of 3. 14. Charles at 6. 2. Talbot. Shrewsbury, Charles Talbot, 12th Earl and 1st Duke of 7. 23, 28. Signs the invitation to William, 35. Sends him funds, 37. Secretary of State, 67. Negotiates with James, 77. Member of the Junto, 88. President of the Council, 146. Shropshire ravaged by the Welsh, 3. 19. Sicily. Crown of, offered to Edmund of England, 2. 59. Ceded to Savoy, 7. 142, 186. Conquered by Spain, 187. Addington. Sidney Algernon. Supports the independence, 6. 45. Relations with Louis XIV, 229, 298. Holds meetings with Monmouth, etc., 336. Beheaded, 337. His attainder reversed, 7. 66. Sidney Sir Henry 4. 241. Sidney Sir Philip v. 6, 7, 11, 12. Seeks the 7. 234. Simeon of Durham, 6, 173, 243. Simnel, Lambert 3. 176. Seward, Earl of Northumbria, 150, 152, 153. Sixtus v. Pope 4. 353. Skeffington, Lord Deputy in Ireland 3. 328. Skelton, John 3. 273, 4. 43. Slanning, Sir Nicholas 6. 6. At Bristol, I. 250. Negro, its beginning 4. 283. In the 18th century 8. 52. Proposals for its abolition, IB 79. Abolished, 178, 179. Slavery. In Old England, I. 16, 17. Dies out, 321, 322. Sluis, C. Fight off, 2. 228. Smerwick, slaughter of its garrison, 4. 316. Smith, Adam 8. 73. Smith, John, settler of Virginia v. 307. Smith, Sir Sidney 8. 141. Smithfield. Priory of St. Bartholomew at I. 223. Archbishop Boniface's visitation of 2. 32. Smollett, Tobias 7. 297. Snowdon, Lords of 2. 53. Solway Moss, Battle of 4. 25. Summers, John 7. 46. Member of the Junto, 85. Lord Keeper, 88. Retires, 98. Impeached, 105. Arranges the Union with Scotland, 128. President of the Council, 133. Of the Royal Society, 6. 166. Death 7. 182. Somerset. Conquered by West Saxons I. 90. Rises against William I. 168. Lead mines in 30. Somerset, John Beaufort, 1st Duke of 3. 59. Beaufort. Regent of France 3. 62. Recalled 67. Arrested 68. Released IB. Captain of Calais 69. Committed to the Tower 71, 72. Released 72. Slain 74. Somerset, Henry Beaufort, 3rd Duke of 3. 78, 80, 126. Somerset, Edmund Beaufort, 4th Duke of 3. 140, 143 to 145. Rochester. Hertford. Protector 47. His policy 48, 53, 54. Relations with Scotland 52. Victory at Pinkie Clough 513. Revolts against 55. His misrule 56. Fall 57. Beheaded 65. Somerset, Charles Seymour, 6th Duke of 7. 21, 146. Howard. Somerset, Margaret, Duchess of 3. 161. Somerton captured by Ethelbald I. 91. Somerville, Plotter 4. 350. Soranzo's Dispatches 4. 3. Sophia, Electress of Hanover 7. 103, 144. Soult, Marshal 8. 188, 200, 202. Riotously. Southampton, Henry Riotously, 3rd Earl of V. 41, 43. Southampton, Thomas Riotously, 4th Earl of 6. 193, 244. Southey Robert 8. 135. Southfolk I. 42. South Sea Bubble 7. 192. Southwark. Burnt by William the Conqueror I. 165. Bishop Beaufort's palace at attacked 3. 44. Spain. Its relations with Aquitaine and France 2. 281, 282. Edward III's policy in 282, 283, 287. Its growth under Ferdinand and Isabel, 3. 186. Its greatness under Philip, 2. 4. 325 to 327. Possessions in the New World, 329. Ruin of its power, 366. Its relations with James I. V. 212 to 214, 226, 227, 230 to 233. Decline, 6. 113, 190. Cromwell's war with, 117. Relations with Charles II, 187. With Louis XIV, 249, 250. Joins the Grand Alliance, 7. 49. Dispute for the succession in 90, 92 to 94, 98, 99. English descent on 118. Peterborough's campaign in 126. Attempts to regain its lost possessions 186 to 188. End of the succession quarrel 188. Relations with Austria 199, 200. With France 213 to 216. Efforts to regain monopoly of trade in America 216, 217. War with England 219, 306. Cedes Florida 307. League with France and America 8. 30. Mastered by Napoleon 185. Rises against him 186. Wellesley's campaigns in 187, 188, 199, 200. The French driven from 202. Speedtronicle v. 4. Spencer, George John, 2nd Earl, 8. 104, 156. Spencer, Edmund v. 11 to 19. Spice Islands conquered by England, 8. 112. Spinola, Ambrogio v. 219, 220. Spires, Diet of 4. 19. Sports, Book of v. 296. Spottiswoode, Archbishop of St. Andrews, v. 326. Spriggs Anglia Rediviva v. 73. Spurs, Battle of the 3. 210. Stafford fortified by Ethelflade, I. 118. Stafford, William Howard, Viscount, 6. 321. Stafford, Henry, 3. 166. Stafford, Sir Humphrey, 3. 66. Stafford, Thomas, 4. 107. Stair, John Dalrymple, 2nd Earl of 7. 229. Stamford, one of the 5 boroughs, I. 117. Submits to Edward the Elder, 119. Stamford Bridge, Battle of, I. 162. Stamford, Henry Grey, 1st Earl of 6. 5. Standard, Battle of the I. 217. Heralds at Semlac, 163, 164. Of Wessex, the Golden Dragon, 96, 163. Stanhope, James, 1st Earl, 7. 182, 190, 192. Stanley, Thomas, Lord, 3. 171, 172. Stanley, Sir William, 3. 172. Staple, Guild of the 2. 304. Reform of, under Richard II. 355. Star Chamber, Court of, I. 256, 2. 112, 3. 178. Regulates the press, 4. 343. Development under Charles I. v. 278. Laud's use of, 329. Its civil jurisdiction abolished by Long Parliament, 363. States General, the French 8. 83. Become a National Assembly 86. Substituted for Ordinances 2. 298, 299. Petitions changed into 3. 90. Of Apparel 65. Of Appeals 302. Of Occasional Conformity 7. 123. Repealed 184. Conventicle 6. 220. Corporation 207. Declaratory 7. 338. Of Economical Reform 8. 64. 76. Of First Fruits 3. 302 304. 5 miles 6. 229. Of Grace 7. 69. Habeas Corpus 6. 305 306. Suspended 7. 184 8. 105 113. Of Heresy 3. 4 5. Repealed 4. 61. Reenacted 89. Of Indemnity and Oblivion 6. 194 196 204. Of Kilkenny 2. 377. Of Laborers 255. Attempts to enforce 289 313. Demand for their repeal 3. 65. Of Libel 8. 92. Of Liveries 3. 118 177. Of Maintenance 2. 355 3. 105. Of Merchants 2. 122. Mutiny 7. 61 62. Of Mortmain 2. 118 119. Navigation 6. 86 7. 310. Poor Laws 4. 276 277. Pointings 3. 181. Repealed 8. 37 39. Of Premunire 2. 274 355. Of Provisors 273 275 355. Quia Emptors 124 151. De Religiosis 118. Of Rights 7. 60. Schism 143. Repealed 184. Of Security 129. Septennial 185. Of Settlement 103 127. Stamp 326 327. American Resistance 2 330. Pitt and Shelburne demand its repeal 331. Repealed 338. Of Succession 3. 317 4. 45 67. Of Supremacy 3. 305 4. 157. Test 4. 215 273 308 6. 273. James 2. S. endeavors to procure its repeal 7. 22 23. Toleration 64. Of Treason 2. 292 3. 314 319. Triennial v. 352 7. 88. Of Union with Scotland 128. Of Union with Ireland 8. 139. Of Uniformity 4. 159 6. 208. Of Uses 2. 355. Of Wales 121. Of Westminster, the first 103. Second 122. Third 124. Of Winchester 122. Against Witchcraft v. 105, 106. Steam engine, invention of the 8. 57 to 59. Steel yard the 4. 282. Steele, Richard 7. 158. Steinkirk, Battle of 7. 79. Stephen of Blois, I. 214. Chosen King, 215. Crowned, 216. His charter I.B. Revolts against him, 216, 217. Quarrel with the Church, 218, 219. Struggle with Matilda, 219, 220. Proposes to crown his son, 226. Treaty with Henry, 227. Death, 228. Stigand, Archbishop of Canterbury, I. 161, 187. Stillingfleet, Edmund 6. 252, 7. 19. Stirling. Battle of 2. 168. Surrenders to Edward, 171. Invested by Bruce, 191. Lords of the Congregation muster at 4. 245. Stoke, Battle of 3. 176. Stokes, Peter 2. 340. Stowe, Battle of 6. 42. Stowe Chronicle v. 4. Wentworth. His War Policy, v. 340 to 342. Impeached, 350. Trial, 356. Attainder, 357. Death, 361. Stralsund Siege of v. 274. Strasbourg seized by Louis XIV, 6. 335. Stratford-on-Avon, Shakespeare's home at v. 28, 41, 46. Stratford-le-Bow, Protestant martyrs at 4. 144. Stratford, Archbishop of Canterbury 2. 232. Strathclyde. Its struggle with Ethelfrith I. 60. Submits to Edward the Elder, 119. Whitby. Strickland, Member of Parliament in 1571, 4. 292. Strode, one of the 5 members. v. 373. Clare, Richard of Strype's Historical Collections 3. 84, 4. 3, 4. Stuart, Arabella, v. 121. Stuart, Charles Edward 7. 227 to 230. Lennox. Stuart, James Francis, son of James II, 7. 34, 35. Known as the Old Pretender. 103. Acknowledged as king by Louis XIV. 106. Attainted, 107. Withdraws to Lorraine, 143. Plans a rising in Scotland, 183. Proclaimed as James VIII. At Edinburgh, 228. Murray. Stuarts Their work in Scotland v. 125, 126. Their lack of sympathy with England, 148, 149. Stubbs, John 4. 337, 338. Stukely, Sir Thomas 4. 315. Suchet, General 8. 191. Sudbury, Archbishop of Canterbury 2. 320, 323. Suffolk, Charles Brandon, Duke of His Campaign in France 3. 247. Policy at Home, 270, 277. President of the Council, 286. Marriage 4. 46, 69. Suffolk, Frances Grey, Duchess of 4. 69. Suffolk, Henry Grey, Duke of 4. 65, 69, 82, 84. Suffolk, Thomas Howard, 1st Earl of V. 191, 204. Pole. Sunderland, Robert Spencer, 2nd Earl of 6. 301. Opposes the exclusion, 307, 310. Urges Charles to yield to it, 319, 321. Relations with Charles 7. 2. With James 2, 12. Betrays James to William, 37. Urges the calling of a parliament, 39. Dismissed, 40. Character, 82. His ministerial system, 83, 84, 98. Sunderland, Charles Spencer, 3rd Earl of. Ambassador at Vienna, 7. 125. Secretary of State, 131. His policy, 132. Dismissed, 139. In the Stanhope Ministry, 190. Suraja Dowla, 7. 261, 262. Surrey, Rising in 3. 64. Surrey, Thomas Holland, Duke of, Earl of Kent, 3. 78. Surrey, Henry Howard, Earl of 4. 42 to 45. Norfolk. Norfolk. Warren. Sussex. Accepts Wulfhere's overlordship, I. 85. Conquered by INE 90. Rising in 3. 64. Protestant Martyrs in 4. 96. Ironworks in 4. 279. South Saxons. Sussex, Thomas Ratcliffe, 3rd Earl of 4. 111, 240, 241, 269. Swan, Edward Asvaughan II. 95, 173, 174. Sweden united under King Eric, I. 128. Sweyn I. King of Denmark, I. 140 to 143. Sweyn II. Estrasen, King of Denmark, I. 167. Sweyn, son of Earl Godwine, I. 150, 151, 152. Swearford, Alexander de 2. 43. Swift, Jonathan 6. 158, 7. 138. Swineshead, Abbey of, I. 356. Swinford, Catherine 2. 369, 3. 59. Sydenham, Thomas 6. 166. Table, the Round. Legends of I. 247. Of Edward I. 2. 95. Of Edward III. 249, 290. Tables. The V. 331, 333. Tailburg Battle of 2. 35. Taillefer I. 163. Taylor's Guild at Exeter, I. 318. Talavera, Battle of 8. 188. Shrewsbury. Taliesin 2. 53, 57. Talad Marshall 7. 120. Talleyrand, Maurice de 8. 206. Tamworth fortified by Ethelflaed, I. 118. Tancred, King of Sicily, I. 260. Tangier. Ceded to England, 6.192. English garrison withdrawn from 7. 4. Taunton. Founded by INE, I. 89. Blake's defense of 6. 78. Monmouth at 7. 9. Taxation. Under the Norman kings 2. 104. Under Richard I. 264, 350. Under John, 330, 322, 351. Regulated by Great Charter, 351, 2. 105, 145. Under Edward III, 291. Wolsey's plans of 3. 245, 246. Character under Elizabeth IV. 233. Parliament regains control over 7. 60-61. During the French War 8. 114, 137. Arbitrary abolished v. 352. Indirect, its introduction and growth 2. 105. Of personal property, I. 257, 2. 105. Of boroughs, 152, 153. Of wool, 107. Of America, schemes 4, 7. 311, 326, 8. 3, 4, 14. Papal of the clergy 2. 42. Taylor, Jeremy, 6. 134 to 137, 326. Taylor, Roland, 4. 92 to 94. Teignmouth, burnt by the French 7. 76. Temple, Richard Grenville, 2nd Earl, 7. 250, 304, 328, 339. Temple, Sir Peter v. 323. Temple, Sir William. Ambassador at Brussels 6. 227. At The Hague 249. Secretary of State 301. Reorganizes the Council 302 to 304. Opposes the exclusion 307, 311. Retires from politics 315. Assents to the exclusion 319. His Memoirs 157. Tenchebray Battle of I. 202. Testament, the new Erasmus's edition of 3. 213, 215. Tewkesbury Battle of 3. 144, 145. Thames entered by Northmen, I. 116. Thanes, Guild of, at Canterbury, I. 299. Thanet. Jute's Land Inn, I. 3132. Augustine Lands Inn, 5758. Thanet Thomas Tufton, 6th Earl of 7. 23. Theatre, First Public, in London, v. 22. Thanes, I. 50 to 52. Of the Royal Household, 132. Theobald, Archbishop of Canterbury, I. 223. Legate, 225. His Policy, 226, 227. Study of Law in his Court, 283. Retires from politics, 232. Dies, 234. Theodore, Archbishop of Canterbury, I. 81, 83, 84. His School at Canterbury, 92. Theology, revived study of, in 13th century, 2. 13, 14. Theo. The I. 322. 30 Years' War, its beginning, v. 217, 219. Its end, 6. 113. Biquet. Thorough. Stafford's v. 292. Throckmorton, Sir Nicholas 4. 175. Thurlow State Papers v. 73. Thurston, Archbishop of York, I. 217. Ticonderoga, Fort 7. 244, 266, 267. Tilbury, Muster at 4. 357, 359. Tillotson, John 6. 169, 252, 7. 19. Archbishop of Canterbury, 65. Tilly, Count v. 232. Tilsit, Peace of 8. 175. Export of, from Cornwall, 4. 279. Mines, I. 30, 2. 107. Tippermuir, Battle of 6. 23. Tippu, Sultan of Mysore, 8. 131, 140. Tithes, Introduction of I. 84. Tithing, I. 322. Titus Livius, His Justa Henrici v. 2. 179, 3. 41. Tone Wolf 8. 120. Torbay, William of Orange lands at 7. 40. Torgau, Battle of 7. 302. Tories. Origin of the name, 6. 315. Their policy in 1689, 7. 45-46. Attack Marlborough, 138. Their helplessness, 166, 167. Withdraw from politics, 167, 168. Return, 299. Oppose the abolition of the slave trade, 8. 179. Govern during the war with Napoleon, IB, 180. Torres Vedras, Wellington's defense of 8. 190. Herbert. Tortleth the Forester, I. 209. Tostig, Earl of Northumbria, 153, 160 to 162. Toulon, Revolt of 8. 109. Toulouse. Battle of 8. 202. War of I. 233, 234. Turenne. Conquered by the Angevins I. 212. By Philip Augustus, 269. Ceded to France 2. 63. Tournaments under Edward III. 2. 251. Tournai besieged by Edward III. 2. 228. Tours. Won by Geoffrey Martel I. 212. By Philip Augustus, 258. Council of 235. Turville, Admiral 7. 75, 78. Their origin, I. 294, 295. Early Constitution, 296. Common Lands IB. Relation to their lords IB, 297. Administration of Justice in, 297, 313. Emancipation, 300 to 302. Struggle of Classes in, 315 to 318. Their liberties secured by Great Charter, 352. Settlement of Friars in, 2. 10, 11. Support Simon de Montfort, 68, 69. Represented in County Court, 73. Representatives of, summoned to Parliament IB. Taxation of, 152, 153. Forced labor in, 257. Strikes and combinations in, 267. Support the House of York 3. 76. Restriction of franchise in, 99 to 101. Charles II's dealings with 7. 3. Boroughs. Townsend, Charles, 2nd Viscount. Secretary of State and Prime Minister 7. 182, 189. Resigns, 190. Returns to office, 191. Secretary again under Walpole, 193. Turned out, 203. Townsend, Charles 7. 247. Takes office under Pitt, 250. Deserts him, 303. President of Board of Trade, 310. Refuses office under Grenville, 315. Accepts it again under Chatham, 341. Chancellor of the Exchequer, 8. 3. Death 4. Townsend's Journal of Parliamentary Proceedings 4. 5. Township, the Old English, I. 11. Towton, Battle of 3. 79-80. Under Edgar I. 138. Growth after Norman Conquest, 177. Regulated by Great Charter, 352. Under Edward I. 2. 106, 107, 122. Richards II. Care 4, 355. Increase in 15th century 3. 106. Edwards IV. S. Laws for Protection of IB. Growth under Richard III. 4. 282. Under Henry VII. IB. Under Elizabeth, 279 to 283, v. 77. Struggle of the Commons for its freedom, 57, 58. Parliament gains control over 7. 63. Foreign, regulated by Statute of Staples 2. 292. Extension under Charles I. v. 281. Effects of the Continental System on 8. 177. Effect of the American embargo on 183. Growth during the French War 194. With English colonies in America, monopoly of 7. 195, 241. With India 7. 232. With Spanish America 192, 216. Board of established 89. Iron, tin, wool, slave, trade and plantations Board 4 7. 240. Trade guilds I. 316 to 318. Trafalgar, Battle of 8. 173. Trail Bastons 2. 116. Treasurer the origin of his office I. 132. Right of appointing, claimed for Great Council 2. 38. Treaties commercial. With Florence 4. 282. With France 8. 79. Trent Council of 4. 32, 35, 36. Dispersed 51. Reassembles 64. Breaks up again 65. Reassembled again 192. Tresham Francis v. 159. Tresillian, Chief Justice 2. 353. Trevanion, Sir John 6. 6. Trevisa, John of 2. 357. Trichinopoly, Clive's Relief of 7. 235. Triplo Heath, Meeting of the Army at 6. 52. Tristram. Story of I. 247. Rhymes of 2. 360. Trivet Annals I. 274. Troclos Annals 2. 177. Tromp Martin 6. 86, 88, 115. Tromp Cornelius 6. 277. Troyes Treaty of 3. 35. Trussell, Sir William 2. 199. Richmond. Henry 7. Tudor Owen 3. 165. Tulchan Bishops. v. 137. Tun. The I. 11. 295. Tunstall, Cuthbert 3. 256. Turin Marshall 6. 124. Turgot, Annalist of Durham, I. 243. Turin, Siege of 7. 131. Turkey, Schemes for its Partition 8. 161, 162. Turks capture Constantinople 3. 189. Turner, Sir James v. 73. Tyburn, Roger Mortimer beheaded at 2. 207. Tyler, Walter 2. 319, 321, 323. Tyndall, William 3. 258, 259. Tyrconnell, Richard Talbot, 1st Earl and Duke of 7. 17, 55 to 57. Tyrone, Rising in v. 62. Tyrone, Con O'Neill, 1st Earl of 4. 110, 240. Udall, John 4. 343. Ulm, Capitulation of 8. 173. Ulster. John de Courcien 2. 374. Rising in, under Hugh O'Neill, v. 61-62. Colonization of 288, 289. Universities. Rise of I. 282. Their cosmopolitan spirit, 290. Democratic Constitution, 291. Relations with the Church, 292, 293. Friars at 2. 13. Revival of Theology at IB 14. English, their decline during Wars of the Roses 3. 98. The New Learning at 201, 202. Henry VIII. S. Appeal to 291, 292. Decline under Edward VI. 4. 62. James II. S. Dealings with 7. 24-26. Urban v. Pope 2. 275. Uriconium burnt by the West Saxons I. 38. Usher, Archbishop of Armagh v. 290, 353, 6. 199. Utrecht. Treaty of 7. 141. Union of 4. 312. Uxbridge, negotiations at 6. 38. Vicarius, I. 283, 285. Valence, Aymer Bishop of Winchester, 2. 33. Valence, William Earl of Pembroke, 2. 33. Valley-Estunes, Battle of I. 158. Valois, Charles of 2. 208. Vane, Sir Harry the Elder, 6. 102. Vane, Sir Harry the Younger. Leader of the Independents v. 354, 6. 45. Negotiates with Scotland, 14, 108. Opposes ordinance against heresy, 60. Recreates a navy, 78. His policy, 86, 89. Attacks the Protectorate, 148. Exempted from pardon, 195. Executed, 204. Then, Henry of Lancaster sails from 2. 373. Varangians I. 167. Varaville, Battle of I. 158. Vassy, Massacre of Protestants at 4. 208. Vaudois, Massacre of 6. 123. Vendôme, Louis Joseph, Duke of 7. 134. Venner, Leader of Fifth Monarchy Men 6. 182. Verdun, Quarrel about 7. 188, 189. Duke of Ireland, 377. Vere, Sir Horace v. 219. Virgil, Polydore 2. 180. Verneuil, Battle of 3. 39. Verney, Sir Edmund v. 369. Verney, Sir Ralph v. 72. Vernon, Admiral 7. 219, 221. Vervins, Treaty of v. 60, 62. Vesey, Eustace de I. 335, 347. Vienne, John de 2. 349. Village, the English, I. 1011. Its organization after the Norman Conquest, 322. Villers, Marshal, 7. 134. Villenage. Unknown in Kent, 2. 320. Demand for its abolition in the eastern counties, 321. Dies out, 333, 3. 65. Villeneuve, Admiral 8. 172. Their relations with the Lord, 323 to 325. Rise into Yeoman 2. 240, 241. Attempts to check their enfranchisement, 256, 257, 266, 267, 335. Peasant Revolt. Villeroy, Duke of 7. 125, 126. Buckingham. Vimiera, Battle of 8. 187. Vinegar Hill, Battle of 8. 130. Virginia discovered 4. 345. Settled v. 307, 308. Heads resistance to the Stamp Act 7. 330. Remonstrates against taxation 8. 14. Adheres to England 20. Vittoria, Battle of 8. 202. Voltaire, his visit to England 7. 152. Volunteers, the Irish 8. 37. Was I. 174, 247. Wake, Baldwin 2. 84-86. Wakefield, Battle of 3. 78. Walcourt, Skirmish at 7. 50. Walcheren, English Expedition to 8. 188. Walden, Roger, Archbishop of Canterbury 2. 371. Sources of its early history I. 7. Its struggle with Mercia 2. 46. Subject to the West Saxon kings I.B. Harold's campaign in I. 153 2. 47. William I.S.I. 189 2. 47. William II. S.I. 198 2. 48. Henry I.S. dealings with 48. Henry II. S. campaigns in I. 232 2. 53-54. Gerald de Barry's account of I. 245 274. John's campaigns in 2. 54-55. National revival in 49-58. Edward's first campaign in 59. Outbreaks in 65-66. Edward I.S. annexations in 109. Conquest of 119-121. Incorporated with England 121. Revolts 142, 143, 3. 9-12. Students from at Oxford I. 291. Council of v. 168. Welsh. Walker, Obadiah 7. 25. Wall, the Roman I. 30. Wallace, William 2. 167-169, 171. Wallenstein v. 274. Waller, Edmund 6. 325. Waller, Sir William. Defeated at Lansdowne Hill and Roundway Down 6. 6. His reception by the Parliament 13. Joins Essex 1819. Defeated at Cropredy Bridge 22. Retires 35. Wallingford, Treaty of I. 227. Wallington, Nehemiah v. 72-73-94. Wallace, Dr. John 6. 132. Wallace, Captain 7. 277. Walloons, Fugitive Protestant, in England 4. 51-58. Walpole, Robert 7. 134. His Temper, 178. Policy, 179-181. In the Townsend Ministry, 182. Resigns, 190. Defeats the Peerage Bill, 191. Returns to office I.B. Head of the Government, 192-193. His Peace Policy, 193-194. Finance, 195-196. His Policy of Inaction, 197. Towards Catholics and Nonconformists, 198. Relations with George II, 200. Excise Bill, 195, 201-203. His jealousy of his colleagues, 203. Strives to avoid war, 215, 217. Loss of his power, 218. Consents to war with Spain IB. Plans of alliance with Russia and Prussia, 220. Fall, 222. Rejects the project for an American excise, 241. Walsingham, Sir Francis 4. 119, v. 63. Walsingham's History, I. 274, 2. 177, 179, 3. 98. Walter of Coutances, Archbishop of Rouen, I. 260, 261, 266. Walter of Coventry, I. 273. Walters, Lucy 6. 176. Walworth, William 2. 312, 323. Waborough, Battle of I. 90. Warbeck, Perkin 3. 180, 181, 184, 185, 187. Ward, Dr. Seth 6. 132. Wareham, Northman in Campat, I. 106. Warren, William, 6th Earl of, I. 345. Warren in Surrey, John, 8th Earl of 2. 162, 168. Warham, William, Archbishop of Canterbury. His patronage of the New Learning 3. 196 to 198. Protects Colet, 204. Helps Erasmus, 212, 215. The seals offered to, 289. Death, 303. Warner Salbion's England v. 35. Warwick, Guy Beauchamp, 2nd Earl of 2. 187, 190. Warwick, Thomas Beauchamp, 4th Earl of 2. 353, 370, 371. Lisle. Puts down revolt in Norfolk 56. Protector 57. Northumberland. Warwick, Richard Neville, Earl of 3. 73-75. Defeated at St. Albans 79. Victor at Towton IB 80. His greatness 112, 113, 118. Character 114, 115. Policy 119, 122. Negotiations with Louis XI 123, 124. Rivalry with the Woodvilles 127. Mission to France 129. Estranged from Edward 131. Submits to him 132. Intrigues with Clarence 133. Revolts 134, 135. Repulsed from Calais 135. Difficulties with Burgundy 136. Alliance with the Lancastrians 137. Lands at Mouth 138. Restores Henry VI 139. Slain 142. Warwick, Edward Plantagenet, Earl of 3. 175, 187. Warwick, Robert Rich, 2nd Earl of. Resists a forced loan, v. 255. Plans to emigrate, 319. Put in command of the fleet, 378. Warwick, Sir Philip, v. 72. Washington, George. His attack on Duquesne, 7. 243. Takes it, 266. His influence in Virginia, 8. 15. His character, 21, 22. His defense of Boston, 23. Evacuates New York, etc., 24. His campaign of 1777, 25. Forces Cornwallis to surrender, 32. Washington City burnt by the English, 8. 204. Waterbeggars, the 4. 298. Waterford besieged by Cromwell, 6. 77. Waterloo, Battle of 8. 208 to 211. Watling Street, I. 120. What, James 8. 58. Waverley, Annals of I. 273. Wainfleet, Bishop of Winchester, 3. 66. Weald, Iron Mines in the 2. 107. Wearmouth. Benedict Biscop's Abbey at I. 9192. Plundered by Northmen, 101. Weavers. Guild of I. 317. Flemish, in England under Edward III, 2. 226. Wedmore, Peace of I. 107. Waits, Uniformity of, enacted by Great Charter, I. 352. Wells, Sir Robert III. 135. His Campaigns in Spain and Portugal, 8. 186, 188. Wellington. Mornington. His Devotion to Pitt, 71. Words on Pitt's Death, 174. Foreign Secretary, 189. Wellesley. His Campaigns in Spain and Portugal, 8. 190, 191, 199, 200, 202. Enters France, 202. Campaign in Belgium, 207 to 211. Defeated by Senwell, I. 87. By Offa, 97. Lead with Scots and Cumbrians against Aethelstan, 119. Rise against Ethelred, 2. 139. Subdued by Harold, 153, 2. 47. Rise against William I. 167. Against John, 333, 334, 2. 55. National Revival, 49 to 58. Ravaged Shropshire, 3. 19. Oxford students join ONGLYNDWR, 11. North, tributary to Aethelstan, I. 119, 120. West, become vassals of Aethelstan, I. 120. Driven from Exeter, I.B. Britons. Wales. Wellwood's Memoirs, 6. 158. Wendover, Roger of, I. 273, 2. 43. Wentworth, Paul, 4. 238. Wentworth, Peter v. 56. Member for Yorkshire v. 195, 260, 282 to 284. Policy and Character, 285 to 287. Deputy in Ireland, 290. His rule there, 290 to 292, 364, 365. Returns, 338. Strafford. Wenzel of Bohemia, King of the Romans, 2. 348. Wesley Charles, 7. 207. Wesley John, 7. 207 to 210. Its power under Sealand and Cuthwolf, I. 56. Fall, I.B. Attacked by Edwin, 63. Subdued, 64. Greatness under Ione, 89-90. Civil strife in 90. Subject to Mercia, I.B. 91. Rises against Ethelbald, 96. Anarchy in 97. Greatness under Egbert, 102. Attacked by Northmen, 103, 105, 106. Revival under Alfred, 107, 112, 113. Submits to Sweyn, 143. To Nut, I.B. Its Golden Dragon Standard, 96, 163. Earldom of, 146. West Saxons. Westfold, Harold of, I. 128. West Indian Company, 6. 223. West Indies, English conquests in, 7. 307. Westminster, Edward the Confessor's Abbey at, I. 149. Rebuilt by Henry III. 2. 25. Completed under Edward I. 106. William I. Crowned at I. 166. The Scotch coronation stone removed to 2. 162. Refounded by Mary IV. 106. Henry VII. S. Chapel in 3. 174. Assembly of Divines at 6. 30. Caxton's Press at 3. 156. Chapel of St. Stephen at 2. 290. Chaucer's Home at 366. The Jerusalem Chamber at 3. 25. Parliament fixed at 2. 158. Provisions of 62. Statutes of 103, 122, 124. Westminster Matthew of 2. 43. Westmoreland Ralph Neville, 1st Earl of 3. 1418. Westmoreland Ralph Neville, 4th Earl of 3. 323. Westmoreland Henry Neville, 5th Earl of 4. 162. Westmoreland Charles Neville, 6th Earl of 4. 268, 269. Earl of Portland, 276. Revives monopolies, 279. Success of his financial measures, 280. Death, 315. Westphalia. Kingdom of 8. 185. Treaty of 6. 113, 187. Foundation of their kingdom, I. 34. Defeated by Arthur I.B. Defeated in a raid upon Chester, 38. Take Old Sarum, 37. Conquer Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire, I.B. Victory at Diorum, 38, 61. Burn Uriconium, 38. Driven back across Thames, 85. Advance to southwest, 87. Defeated at Bensington, 98. Wessex. Wexford massacre at 6. 77. Revolt at 8. 129. Wharton, Philip, 4th Lord, v. 343, 6. 288. Member of the Junto, 8. 85. Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, 133. Death, 181. Withampstead, Abbot of St. Albans, 3. 40. Whigamore Raid, 6. 62. Whigs. Origin of the name, 6. 62, 315. Their policy in 1689, 7. 45. Struggle with Marlborough NN, 132, 133. Refuse Peace, 136. Dismiss from office, 139. Invite Marlborough's aid, 145. Their relations with the Church, 169. With the Crown, 172, 174. With Parliament, 175, 176. Fidelity to the principles of the Revolution, 177. Relations with public opinion, 289. With Pitt, 301. The Old, 8. 104. In Scotland, their outrages, 7. 16. White, Sir Thomas, 4. 157. Whitefield, George, 7. 205, 209. Whitehall built, 3. 236. Whitelock, Bulstrode, v. 306, 322, 323. His Memoirs, 72. White Ship, Wreck of the I. 207, 208. Hild's Abbey at I. 77. Synod of 79-80. Its effect on England, 80-81. Whitgift, Archbishop of Canterbury, 4. 341, 343, v. 58. His articles 4. 341, 342, v. 115, 116. Strype's Life of 4. 4. Whittingham, Dean of Durham 4. 127. White Olive, annexed to Sussex, I. 85. Wilberforce, William 8. 4852. Wilfrid St. I. 7992. Eddy's Life of 4. Wilkes, John 7. 249. His Services to the Constitution, 313. Attacks the government in North Britain, 314, 317, 318. Arrested, 318. Prosecuted for libel, IB. Flies to France, IB. Returned from Middlesex, 8. 5. Imprisoned, 6. Struggle with the government, 7. With the House of Commons, IB 8. His Proposal for Parliamentary Reform, 75. Wilkins, Dr. John 6. 132, 166. William the Conqueror. Duke of Normandy, I. 157. Visits England, 158. Subdues Maine and Brittany, IB. His Claim on England, 160. Lands at Pevensey, 162. Exploits at Senlac, 163, 164. Chosen King, 165. Crowned, 166. Returns to Normandy, 167. Risings against him, IB, 168. His Vengeance on the North, 168, 169. March on Chester, 169, 179. Master of England, 170. Receives the Scot King's fealty, IB. His Character, 178, 179. Rule, 179 to 181. Dealings with Feudalism, 181 to 185. With Old English Judicial and Administrative Organization, 185. Finance, 186. Dealings with the Church, 187, 188. With Wales, 189, 2. 47. Suppresses slave trade at Bristol, I. 250. Last War and Death, 190. William the Red. King, I. 191. Revolts against him, IB. 192. His Rule, 192. Dealings with the Barons, 193. With the Church, IB. With Anselm, 196. With Normandy and Scotland, 197. With Wales, 198, 2. 48. Death, I. 198. Prince of Orange, 6. 225. His Youth, 269. Repulse French invasion of Holland, 270, 277. His Diplomatic Success, 277. Plans for his marriage, 283. Defeated at Castle, 289. Marriage, 290. Plans the Grand Alliance, 317. Policy in England, IB, 318. Visits England, 334. Shelters Monmouth, 7. 8. Forbidden to visit England, 12. Relations with James, 2. 26 to 28. Invited to England, 35. His preparations, 37. Lands at Torbay, 40. His advance, 42. Enters London, 44. Calls a convention, IB. Declines to be regent, 46. The crown offered to, 47. He accepts at 48. His foreign aims, IB. Dealings with Scotland, 51. Signs the warrant for the massacre of Glencoe, 53. Relations with Parliament, 62, 63, 66, 69. Campaign in Ireland, 71. Goes to Flanders, 76. Defeated at Steinkirk, 79. Struggle with the Commons, 81-82. Treaty with Louis, 90-91. Policy as to the Spanish succession, 92-93. His unpopularity, 95. Forced to send home his Dutch guards, 97. Forms a new Grand Alliance, 107. His relations with Marlborough and N, 110. Death, 112. William the Etheling, I, 207. William the Lion, King of Scots, I, 255, 259, 2. 134. William Longsword, Duke of Normandy, I, 155. William, son of Robert of Normandy, I, 203, 208, 213, 214. William of Jumiages, I, 6. William of the Long Beard, I, 319, 320. Williams, Bishop of Lincoln, v. 255, 353, 371. Williams, Roger, v. 312, 313. Willis, Thomas, 6. 166. Willoughby, Hugh, 4. 282, v. 9. Wiltshire, Rising in, 3. 67. Bullen. Wiltshire, William Scrope, Earl of, 3. 18. Winsby, Skirmish at, 6. 33. Winchelsea, Archbishop of Canterbury. Opposes Edward I, 2. 163, 165, 170. Head of the Ordainers, 188. Winchester. Surrendered to William the Conqueror, I, 165. Welcome Stephen, 215. Battle at 220. Pillaged by the younger Simon de Montfort, 2. 82. Marriage of Philip and Mary at 4. 86. Alfred's Abbey at I, 113. Wycomb's College at 2. 307. The Royal Hoard at 180, 188. Parliament at 2. 66, 80, 82. Winchester, William Powlett, 1st Marquis of 4. 65. Winchester, John Powlett, 5th Marquis of 6. 42. Winchester, Charles Powlett, 6th Marquis of 7. 37. Windibank, Secretary of State v. 351. Wyndham, William, 8. 104, 156, 171. Windsor Castle. Seized by John I, 261. Surrendered by Edward to the barons, 2. 67. Rebuilt by Edward III, 252. Winter, Admiral de 8. 127. Winthrop, John v. 311, 313. Winwade, Battle of I, 72, 73. Whippet's Fleet, Battle of I, 33. Wishart, George, 4. 112. Witchcraft. Belief in v. 105. Statute against 105, 106. Puritan action against 106, 107. Woodenigamote the I, 19, 132, 134, 135. Wither, George v. 303. Wit, John de 6. 242, 249, 268, 269. Wolsey, Thomas. His Rise, 3. 230. Policy, 231. Greatness, 236. His Industry, 237. Legate, 238. Negotiations with Francis and Charles, 240, 243. Hopes of the Papacy, 240, 241, 249. Revives benevolences, 244, 251. Demands a forced loan, 244. Struggle with the commons, 245. With the clergy, 246. His power shaken, 253. Attitude towards Lutheranism, 261, 263. Founds Cardinal College, 202, 263. Action in the King's Divorce, 269, 270. Embassy to France, 271. Negotiations with the Pope, IB, 272. His unpopularity, 273. Commissioner for the Divorce, 272. His fall, 279, 280. Suppresses monasteries, 311. Arrested, 292. Death, 293. Cavendish's life of, 83. Woodstock, Edmund, Earl of 2. 293. Woodstock, Thomas of 2. 293. Gloucester. Rivers. Woodward, John 6. 167. Grants of, by Parliament to the King 2. 230. Taxation of, 107, 164, 298. Trade in, under Edward I. 107. Under Edward III. 226. Monopolized by him, 229. In the 18th century 8. 53. Woolsack, the Lord Chancellor's 2. 226. Worcester. Rising at under Harthacnut, I. 148. Threatened by Owen Glyndwr 3. 18. Worcester, Thomas Percy, Earl of 3. 1314. Worcester, John Tiptoft, Earl of 3. 162. Worcester, William of 2. 179, 3. 40. Worcestershire, Salt Springs Inn 2. 107. Wordsworth, William 8. 135. Worms. Died at 3. 254. Tyndall at 260. Worsted Trade 4. 279. Southampton. Wulfhere, King of Mercia, I. 78, 85–87. Wulfstan, St. Bishop of Worcester, I. 192, 250. Wulfstan explores the coast of Estonia, I. 113. Wormser, General, 8. 123. Wyatt, Sir Thomas, the Elder, 4. 42. Wyatt, Sir Thomas, the Younger, 4. 82, 84, 85. Wycherley, William, 6. 157, 163. Wycliffe, John, 2. 275–277. His treatise Dominio Divino, 278, 279. Commissioner for Negotiations with the Pope, 303. His Denunciation of Church Property, 308, 309. Summoned to trial for heresy, 309, 310. His Simple Priests, 317. Denies transubstantiation, 337. Condemned at Oxford IB. At Blackfriars, 339. His English Tracts, 338, 356. Petition to King and Parliament, 342. His Fascicules Isimorum, 178. Trias IB. His Bible, 178, 343. Cited to Rome, 343. Death, 344. Wykeham, William of, Bishop of Winchester, 2. 302, 305, 307–309. Wyke's Chronicle, I. 274. Wyndham, Sir William, 7. 168, 184. Wolfe, General 7. 267, 268. Yeoman, the English 2. 240, 241. Young's Walter Diary v. 71. York, capital of Roman Britain, I. 36. Occupied by William I. 167. Stormed by rebels, 168. Massacre of Jews at 2. 129. Provincial Council at 120. Parliament at 195. Held for Elizabeth by Lord Sussex 4. 269. Charles I. at v. 337, 378. Besieged by Manchester, Fairfax, and Leyden 6. 18. Surrenders 22. Its common pastures I. 296. School at 91. 6 shires of 295. 4 wards, 296. Cambridge. Supports Richard II, 2. 370. Regent, 379. Albemarle. Rutland. York Frederick Duke of 8. 108, 110, 140. Cambridge. Region of France, 56, 57. Recalled 60. Sent to Ireland, 62, 63. Returns 67. Struggle with Henry VI, 68 to 70. Protector of the realm, 72. Marriage, 73. Rises in arms, IB. Protector again, 74. Raises his standard at Ludlow, IB. Flies to Ireland, 75. Victory at Northampton, IB. His claims to the crown, 75 to 77. Slain, 78. York House, Whitehall, built 3. 236. Yorkshire. Pilgrimage of Grace in 3. 322. Rise of manufactures in v. 281. Yorktown, Cornwallis's surrender at 8. 32. Young member for Bristol in 1450, 3. 68. Zaragoza, siege of 8. 187. Zorndorf, battle of 7. 263. Zurich letters the 4. 4. Zutphen, battle of 4. 349. Printed by R. and R. Clark Limited, Edinburgh. R. and R. Clark Limited.